Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone around the world. It is an honor to welcome you to this high-level Arria-formula meeting of the United Nations Security Council. Let me first express my sympathy and solidarity with all the nations of the world suffering from the coronavirus. It is the first time since the start of the coronavirus pandemic that the United Nations family convenes for a meeting with so many high-level participants. The extraordinary interest today shows the relevance of our topic as well as the exceptional character of our time. On the issue of COVID-19, the Security Council must also act and lead by example. We have to adopt a resolution on this matter. I expect it to happen very soon. The global security implications of the coronavirus disease must be under our close and constant scrutiny. Therefore, we should also convene on this issue at the high level and with as many member states as possible in coming weeks. Many nations are commemorating today as a date when World War II ended in Europe. Today we are thinking of those who suffered and lost their lives because of the war. We are also looking at the lessons we as humanity have learned from that very painful experience, and what are the challenges of the current security environment in Europe and beyond. We have over 80 speakers today, including almost 50 ministers. I'm honored to welcome our distinguished guest speakers, such as a large number of ministers as well as other distinguished representatives. A very warm welcome to all of you from Tallinn. Today's meeting is being streamed via Facebook and YouTube, and the recording will remain publicly accessible after this event. We will also issue the chair's summary of today's discussion. Let me briefly introduce the order of today's meeting. We will hear our distinguished guest speakers, who will speak for 10 minutes each. Next, I will give the floor to the Council members, and then all other member states have the opportunity to speak. Let me now proceed with introducing our distinguished first guest speaker. I'm glad to welcome here Josep Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and the Vice President of the European Commission. Mr. Borrell is in charge of coordinating the external action of the European Union. Before his current position, he served as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain. Please, Mr. Borrell, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, this debate comes not only on the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War in Europe, but also during the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. And tomorrow, in May, the European Union will celebrate the 17th anniversary of the Schuman Declaration. We are making these occasions, but not only Europe, but the world at large is facing its biggest crisis since the end of the World War. A health, economic and social crisis triggered by the outbreak of COVID-19. Our task is to use the commemorations to draw the right lessons to prevent future atrocities and protect human life and dignity. The two world wars left Europe devastated and hungry. But out of the rubble, the European Union was born. The European Union's founders imagined a continent that instead of exporting war, would promote peace, democracy, and human development within its borders and around the world. And from the beginning, the European project has been based on the values of solidarity, openness, freedom, and respect for the rule of law. We, of course, share these values with the United Nations. So, the European Union and United Nations are sisters and brothers in our DNA. We share historical circumstances from which we stem and principles and values upon which are we based. And these are needed today more than ever. The outbreak of COVID-19 clearly demonstrates that global challenges require collective action. It's a test for humanity, but also to the multilateral system itself. The current crisis is shaking the foundation of our societies and exposing the vulnerabilities of the most fragile countries. It has the potential to deepen existing conflicts and generate new geopolitical tensions. It's a reminder that peace, democracy, and prosperity must constantly be nurtured, expanded, and made more inclusive. The rules-based international order, with the United Nations at its core, must be upheld and strengthened. The EU is doing its part for international peace and security in many theaters and crises on the agenda of the Security Council, in close partnership with the United Nations itself, but also with the African Union, the OSCE, and others. The European Union and its member states also provide almost a third, one third, of the contributions to the United Nations budget, to its funds and agencies. We invest in them because we believe it is in our own interest and that of the world to do so. Our contributions to the humanitarian and development activities of the United Nations are an investment in the security of all. But today we are now at a turning point. We need to strengthen solidarity and global cooperation to win the battle against a virus that knows no borders. This is why the European Union has put its full weight behind Secretary General Guterres to push to coordinate a United Nations-wide response, and we were one of the earliest and loudest backers of his call for a global ceasefire. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, this is an opportunity to revitalize the peace and security agenda in terms of conflict prevention, peace building, and strengthening of peacekeeping. We must guarantee humanitarian access to vulnerable populations, and we must ensure effective global action on new security threats, including those that abuse cyber technologies. In all this, we must safeguard the fundamental freedoms and rights of our citizens. Today, we need a United Nations that delivers for all and that fits for purpose. At a time of growing skepticism, we need to demonstrate its added value and relevance and to restore trust in multilateral cooperation for the common good. That's why the European Union will be always at the forefront of those advocating a more effective, efficient, and sustainable finance United Nations in full support of the United Nations Secretary General reforms agenda. Beyond the immediate public health challenges of today, the international response must put people at the center, tackle inequalities, and uphold human rights for all. Millions of people around the world are still displaced by persecution, conflict, and atrocities, and we must not be afraid to insist that human rights are universal and must be upheld equally everywhere. That means also for Syrians, for Yemenis and Rohingya, for Venezuelans, and for Palestinians. Also, we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. We must act against the re-emergence of anti-Semitism, racism, xenophobia, and authoritarian politics. No one should be discriminated for their origins or their religious or political beliefs. As the Secretary General Antonio Guterres has warned, the pandemic risks inciting waves of hate and xenophobia, scapegoating, and scaremongering. The Security Council must provide the political will to act, and we must ensure early prevention action and assist the states in fulfilling their responsibility to protect. We are beginning to understand how human health and planetary health are linked and how existing inequalities are making us more vulnerable than we believe. This crisis is also an opportunity to build back better, just as our predecessors rebuilt a better world from the ashes of war. A key way we can do so is by fully implementing Agenda 2030 for sustainable development and the Paris Agreement on climate change. On this, the European Union's commitment and record is strong, and we count on others to meet their obligations too. At its best, the European Union is a symbol of the progress made since the end of the Second World War to advance human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, and to set aside all tribal animosities. At a time when humanity is under threat, we need states, above all those who carry the heavy responsibility of Security Council membership, to lift their horizons, to reaffirm the founding values of the United Nations, and to promote those values at home and abroad. As Robert Schuman, one of the founding fathers of the European Union, said 70 years ago, world peace cannot be safeguarded without undertaking creative efforts proportionate to the dangers that threaten it. And today, the the threats are bigger than ever, and so it has to be our efforts. Each of us bear a special responsibility. The mural that decorates the room where this meeting normally takes place tells us a story we should not forget. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute alive this memory.
Thank you, Mr. Borrell, for your statement and for bringing the voice of Europe to our debate. I now invite our next speaker, Rosemary DiCarlo, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Political Affairs, to speak. Ms. DiCarlo advises the Secretary General on the global peace and security issues. Please, Under-Secretary DiCarlo, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the invitation to participate in today's meeting to commemorate 75 years since the end of the Second World War in Europe. This is another opportunity to reflect on the toll of that horrific conflict and its legacy for Europe and the world. It's both poignant and ironic that we're not able to meet in person today because we're facing one of the greatest challenges to humanity since the end of the Second World War. How we react to the new challenge before us, the COVID-19 pandemic, could be as significant as how the world rebuilt after fascism was vanquished. In May 1945, visionary leaders chose multilateralism and international cooperation over division and isolation, a choice that led to the establishment of the United Nations organization. These same leaders created a rules-based system with mechanisms to resolve differences peacefully and all committed to the principle of collective security. The rules-based system was also built on the respect of human rights and human dignity, a necessary value to overcome the legacy of the Holocaust and atrocities of the conflict. European countries played a large role in this architecture. For the past 75 years, the countries of Europe have been stalwart supporters both of multilateralism and conflict prevention, lending indispensable support to the United Nations. The creation of the European Economic Community and European Union signaled that countries would put aside their differences and work toward a more prosperous future of benefit to all members. And the adoption of the Helsinki Accords and the establishment of the Organization of Cooperation and Security in Europe was key to reducing tensions between East and West during the post-war period. And while this system created after the war has brought relative peace to Europe and other parts of the world, tensions and violent conflicts persist, including in Europe. Preventing and resolving violent conflicts around the world is at the heart of the United Nations mandate. The Secretary General has made prevention one of his highest priorities, including the full and effective implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. His vision focuses on the need to mitigate wider stressors and shocks that can lead to political crises and violent conflict. He has repeatedly called for a surge in diplomacy for peace. In his briefing to the Security Council on conflicts in Europe at the beginning of his tenure, the Secretary General urged all stakeholders to intensify their efforts to define a peace and security agenda that could effectively address current complex challenges. I'd like to recall his appeal to the Security Council for an honest reflection on the conflicts in the region. Europe is not immune from instability, and we should not take peace and prosperity in the region for granted. The United Nations continued to bring an end to brutal wars in the Western Balkans in the 1990s. and yet full peace and reconciliation have still not been achieved there. Meanwhile, there remain several protracted conflicts on the continent, and the crises in Georgia in 2008 and in Ukraine in 2014 showed that new outbreaks of violence were all too possible. Meanwhile, 75 years since the end of the war, we're hearing disturbing echoes of the past. The voices of populism, authoritarianism, nationalism, and xenophobia are making themselves heard ever more loudly. We must confront those who would drag the world back to a violent and shameful past. The United Nations continues to engage in peace efforts in Europe, including negotiations to reach a comprehensive and durable settlement to the long-standing Cyprus question. We're also working with regional organizations in the Geneva international discussions. In addition, we fully support the lead role and vital work of the Normandy 4 and Trilateral Contact Group for Ukraine, the OSCE-led Minsk Group co-chairs process on Nagorno-Karabakh, the OSCE-led 5+2 settlement process for Transnistria, and the EU-led Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. It's time to find negotiated solutions to these conflicts and build lasting peace. This will require political will, courage, and leadership by all concerned. Yes, this is easier said than done. But if there was ever a time to look beyond narrow interests, this is it. Europe, with international help, built a more prosperous and peaceful future after the cataclysm of the war 3/4 of a century ago. Today, a deadly pandemic threatens us all, but it also gives us an opportunity to unite our efforts to first overcome the crisis, then create a more equitable and peaceful world. Mr. Minister, recognizing the unprecedented global challenge of COVID-19, the Secretary General called on 23 March for a global ceasefire. He urged all warring parties to silence their guns in order to facilitate conditions for the delivery of humanitarian aid, create the space for diplomatic engagement, and address the needs of those most vulnerable to the pandemic. His appeal has garnered endorsements from many member states, regional organizations, religious leaders, and civil society platforms, as well as several armed groups. The voice of European member states has been critical in amplifying this call. Regrettably, in many places, support for the Secretary General's call has yet to translate into tangible results. We need a concerted international effort to move conflict parties to stop the fighting, especially as the pandemic injects countries with far-reaching humanitarian, socioeconomic, and potentially political consequences. The pandemic has indeed highlighted, once again, the importance of working collectively. When the Secretary General decided last year that the UN would mark its 75th anniversary by looking forward, not backward, to what citizens around the world expected from the United Nations of the future, no one could have predicted we would be facing a crisis of this scale. Out of concern that the world was growing more divided, the Secretary General called for a return to the spirit of the Charter, to we the peoples, to renew international cooperation. As we look back on the lessons of the past 75 years, we must find opportunity in this time of crisis to put aside our differences and strengthen the channels for dialogue and cooperation. We must also exercise the solidarity needed to help the more vulnerable countries respond to the challenges they are now facing, understanding that their security and well-being affects us all. We must also find that community of purpose that existed in the immediate post-Cold War period. It is essential for safeguarding lasting peace and stability in Europe and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Ms. Di Carlo, for adding the voice of the United Nations to our debate. I invite our third guest speaker, Mr. Timothy Snyder, Professor of History at Yale University, to take the floor. Professor Snyder is an academic, historian, and an author of many globally influential books, and he has done an excellent job in detailing the 20th century history of Europe. His works have been published in 40 languages. Please, Professor Snyder, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Acts of memory cannot change the past, but they can affect the future. When we take a moment, as we do today, to regard the past, we align ourselves with it, and we draw a line from our histories towards the future that we are choosing. This means that it is all the more important when we commemorate, when we regard the past, that we are truthful rather than propagandistic, rather than self-indulgent, that we are as universal as we can be rather than national or narrow. If what we say on days like today seems appealing to us as individuals or appealing to us as nations, it's very likely not true, or at least not the whole historical truth. As we commemorate, we need to be truthful, we need to be universal, we need to find a language which is as comprehensible to as many other peoples and as many other people as possible. We need a language which speaks to as much of the world as possible. If we commemorate in this way, we start to see, as the previous speakers have already suggested, some general problems which the memory of the war can help us to address. The first of these is ecological crisis. The era of the 1930s and 1940s, the era of the Second World War, was still an era of colonial exploitation. It was a time of competition for resources. One way to understand the Second World War, one way to understand the murderous German project for Eastern Europe, is the extension of colonial practices from the rest of the world into Europe itself. The Nazi idea of Lebensraum, of living space, was to reject common scientific solutions to ecological problems and instead to embrace demographic ones, to embrace the starvation and murder of others. Many of the worst Nazi crimes, such as the starvation of the city of Leningrad, the starvation of Soviet prisoners of war, flow directly from this way of seeing the world. This, ladies and gentlemen, is palpably relevant for the 21st century. We are unfortunately, as a result of climate change, returning to a moment where we face a choice between common scientific solutions or a return to, I'm afraid, bloody and persistent competition for limited resources. A second lesson from the era of the Second World War has to do, as previous speakers have already suggested, with the current pandemic. Disease poses a technical challenge, but also a moral challenge. Eventually, in months or years, technical solutions will be found. Eventually, we'll be meeting together in person instead of by way of these remote technologies. What matters in the meantime is how we speak to each other and how we treat each other, whether we regard our disease as particular or as a universal challenge. The Second World War is very instructive here. In the 1920s and 1930s, Nazis, fascists, and others tended to regard disease as something which came from the other. The pandemics of that time, typhus, tuberculosis, influenza, and others, were blamed by the Nazis on the Jews in particular. This became a reason to gather Jews up in ghettos. This became a reason to watch Jews sicken in ghettos, and finally an argument for killing them all. In other words, the greatest of crimes that we recall in the context of the Second World War has direct connections to the history of pandemic. This should remind us that how we behave now, how we behave during another pandemic, has implications for our own future. A third lesson, which is very relevant to Americans, to Europeans, but also across the global South, is the fragility of democracy. Hitler's Germany was one of only many democracies that failed in the 1920s and 1930s. In the 1920s and 1930s, it was the failure, not the success, of democracy, which was characteristic. More than that, Hitler's Germany, thanks not only to power, but also to ideology, set the tone in Europe and in much of the world in the 1930s. Even before the war had begun, much of Europe, statesmen, but also peoples, had made some kind of compromise or other with Hitler. And so even as we recall German war crimes, even as we recall the starvation, even as we recall the Holocaust and the war itself, we should also remember that the rise of the far right and the temptation to compromise with extreme leaders was present across the European continent at the time. It's important to remember that not just Germany moved in a certain direction, but much of Europe and much of the rest of the world. It's also important to remember a certain set of specific facts about how the Second World War began. The most important compromise with Hitler came not from the right, but from the Soviet Union. Naturally, we commemorate the end of the war, the end of a particular kind of suffering. But historians will also insist that we must remember the beginning of the war. The war began with cooperation between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. This meant that the war began not in 1941, but in 1939, when the Soviet Union joined Nazi Germany in an invasion of much of Eastern Europe. This means that until 1941, the Soviet Union was assisting Nazi Germany as it made war in Scandinavia, in the Low Countries, against France, and against Great Britain. The Red Army switched sides in 1941 when Germany invaded the Soviet Union. From that point forward, the Red Army took more casualties than any other army, and Soviet citizens, especially Jews, captured Red Army soldiers, and inhabitants of Belarus, Ukraine, and Western Russia suffered horribly, unfathomably under German occupation. We remember that and should remember it as we recall the end of the Second World War. But we must also remember that the end of the Second World War, if we date it to May of 1945, is a date which means different things to different people. At the end of the Second World War, the Soviet Union reclaimed the territories that it was allowed to take from Hitler in 1939. This means that sovereign states such as Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia again lost their sovereignty at the end of the Second World War. It means that a communist system was extended throughout much of Europe. For this reason, for many Europeans, the end of the war cannot be neatly contained by the date May 8th or May 9th, 1945. The end of the war is something which still must be discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, every country has a distorted memory of the war, mine included. Americans vastly overstate their contribution to the end of the war, and they vastly understate the popularity of far-right ideas and anti-Semitism in their own country at the time. For this very reason, it is important to see the difficult truths as well as the easy truths when we commemorate. The truth about the past can become a language of reconciliation. Indeed, it is the only language of reconciliation. The truth about the past can help us to see ourselves better. And if we see ourselves better, we have a chance to see the general problems as well as the particular experiences. As we confront general problems such as pandemic and ecological crisis, problems that were very familiar 75 years ago, we need the truth about the past to have a chance of creating a better future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Schneider, for sharing your analysis.
My pleasure.
I now invite the representatives of the Security Council member states to take the floor. In order to accommodate all the interventions, please limit your statements strictly to 3 minutes. And we have added a timer to your corner of the screen to your convenience. And we will post the full version of your statement online. Please be so kind and send it to the email address you are seeing on the screen. I would like also to remind you that our meeting is an informal one. There will be no questions and right to replies. I would now like to give the floor to Germany, His Excellency Foreign Minister, Mr. Heiko Maas, please.
There are 4
I will
copies.
next give the floor to Heiko Maas again because Heiko's voice was down. So please, Mr. Maas, repeat the start of your speech.
Okay, thank you very much, Urmas. Mr. Vice President of the European Commission, dear Josep, and the Secretary General De Carlo, Professor Snyder, distinguished colleagues, dear Urmas, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 75 years ago in a schoolhouse in France, US General Walter B. Smith told 3 German officials there are 4 copies to be signed. These 7 simple words marked the beginning of the longest peacetime period in European history. And the German delegation signed a document of unconditional surrender, first in Reims and 2 days later in Berlin. Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 years of war, after the deaths of over 60 million women, children and men, after the most horrifying crime committed in the history of mankind, the murder of almost all of Europe's Jewish citizens, after the devastation of countless cities and villages, after the terror, death and destruction unleashed by my country, Germany, peace seemed too unreal to believe in. And yet, brave men and women opted for a brighter future. They had seen the suffering human beings had inflicted on one another, but they refused to give up hope in mankind. That hope is embodied in the United Nations and its Charter. It is embodied in the European Union, the biggest peace project of our times. And it found its expression in the forgiveness that my country has received from its former enemies. To this day, it fills us with immense gratitude and humility. Gratitude towards those who made immense sacrifice to liberate our country from the national socialist tyranny. Gratitude also to the countries of the world who accepted Germany back into the family of peaceful nations, despite our responsibility for 2 world wars which caused infinite suffering, and despite the Shoah, the industrial mass murder of over 6 million Jews, a crime so barbaric that it betrayed the values of any civilized nation. It betrayed human civilization itself. This history, the German history, binds us to a responsibility that never ends. It commits us to work for peace and the rules-based international order. It encourages us to defend human rights and dignity, to work for justice and accountability. And it binds our fate forever to the fate of a strong and united Europe. A Europe that after centuries of battles and destructions finally embraced the golden rule of Jean Monnet. It is better to dispute around a table than on a battlefield. And this ideal has transformed Europe from a continent of eternal wars into the strongest proponent of global peace. Today, European soldiers work with the United Nations to maintain peace in Sahel, in Iraq or Afghanistan. They are monitoring the arms embargo against Libya. Together, the European Union and its members contribute more than anyone to building and sustaining peace all over the world. And this commitment to global solution, to multilateralism, is based on our historic experience that nationalism leads to destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, in Germany we have a saying, "He who closes his eyes to the past will be blind to the present." The failure of the League of Nations to withstand the storm of nationalism and racism in the wake of the First World War holds an important lesson. International institutions need practical backing that is too often missing today. This is particularly true for the work of the Security Council, the body whose purpose it is to maintain global peace and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, our inability to end the wars in Libya or Syria, along with our failure to bring peace to the Middle East or Ukraine, undermine the credibility of this Council and the international community as a whole. The COVID pandemic has reminded us how being proactive can save lives. This holds true for each and every conflict. We must address their root causes, whether they relate to weak governance, human rights abuse, or climate change. A more preventive approach to peace and security is one way to adapt the lessons of the past to the realities of our times. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women who founded the United Nations had hope that mankind would not repeat the mistakes of the past, that we would learn to overcome our differences by peaceful means, that cooperation and compromise would triumph over nationalism and narrow self-interest. It is upon us to prove them right. Thank you, Urmas, for highlighting this on such an historic day, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker is Vietnam Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Pham Binh Minh. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. 75 years ago, the deadliest war in human history ended, but only after having caused untold suffering to hundreds of millions of people around the world. We are indebted to those who fought and sacrificed in Europe, Asia, Africa, the Allied powers. At last, we forget the people of the former Soviet Union. The defeat of the fascists and aggressors in the Second World War, indeed, in all wars and conflicts, proved that actions driven by expansionism, militarism, and the thirst for conquest and dominance can never bend the will of nations to fight for their independence and freedom. It also demonstrated that no force can triumph over the burning desire of nations for peace and the shared values of humanity. For Vietnam, the end of the World War II helped bring a new beginning as the nation emerged independence after nearly a century under colonialism. Rising from the ashes of World War II, nations have come together to rebuild a more peaceful, stable, and prosperous world. At the center of these efforts is a collective system anchored in the United Nations Charter and international law. Unfortunately, the end of the Second World War did not mean that peace was guaranteed. Colonialism and aggression to wreak havoc on nations. Vietnam, for one, suffered decades of devastating war for our final victory in gaining independence, unification, and peace. Therefore, given the lessons learned from the World War II and from our own history, Vietnam believes strongly that upholding international law, strengthen solidarity, cooperation, and mutual trust on a global scale must underlie our efforts to preserve the hard-won peace and stability in all parts of the world. The principles of the Charter, particularly those of sovereign equality, territory integrity, non-use of force, and a peaceful settlement of disputes, have proven to be pivotal in preventing another disastrous world war and maintaining sustainable peace. This was echoed at the Security Council earlier this year, as the Council itself reaffirmed its commitment to an international order based on international law as the indispensable foundation for a more peaceful, prosperous, and just world. In Asia, the success of the associations of Southeast Asian nations, ASEAN, in turning South Asia from a war-torn and deeply divided region into a region of friendship and cooperation is a powerful example. It also highlights the crucial role of regional organizations in maintaining peace, security, and stability in the region and beyond. Let me conclude, Mr. President, with the wife of late President Ho Chi Minh, a UNESCO great man of culture, who led the nation of Vietnam to independence exactly 75 years ago. He wrote, as I quote, "The people everywhere love peace and they hate wars. People everywhere wants to live in independence and freedom." End of quote. His words capture our collective desire to silence all guns, to end all wars, and achieve sustainable peace. We continue to believe that our common human aspiration for peace, freedom, and justice, and our determination to defend our independence, sovereignty, and territory will prevail over confrontation, the use of force, and attempts for domination and conquest. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The next speaker is France Foreign Minister, Mr. Jean-Yves Le Drian, please.
De cette rencontre. Mes chers amis, j'appartiens à une génération née au lendemain de la Seconde Guerre mondiale dans une Europe en ruine, encore hagard de la tragédie qu'elle n'avait su conjurer. Une génération pour qui le dialogue et la coopération des nations étaient à l'évidence le seul chemin possible. Une génération qui, depuis 75 ans, a vu le monde changer plusieurs fois et qui s'est toujours efforcée d'agir en apprenant du passé. Une génération d'Européens qui a aussi vu la douleur d'une Europe divisée pendant près de 50 ans et qui a su, in fine, se réunifier dans le droit et la liberté collective retrouvée. Et en ce 8 mai, je voudrais vous dire ce que ces 75 années signifient pour moi aujourd'hui, du point de vue de la stabilité et de la sécurité internationale, et pourquoi nous souhaitons refonder l'ordre mondial issu de la Seconde Guerre mondiale en nous inspirant de l'esprit de la conférence de San Francisco plutôt que de l'esprit de Yalta. Mais sans pour autant prétendre dire l'histoire, je suis un responsable politique, pas un historien, et je sais que confondre les registres, c'est de risquer de verser dans l'instrumentalisation, voire la réécriture du passé, qui ne servent qu'à s'exonérer de ses responsabilités ou à semer la discorde, ce qui d'ailleurs va souvent de pair. Or, il n'y a que dans le respect de l'objectivité des faits, qui n'interdit pas la diversité des mémoires, que nous pourrons tirer ensemble des leçons de notre histoire commune. Depuis 1945, nous avons d'abord appris que le meilleur garant d'un ordre international stable, c'est un multilatéralisme fort, c'est-à-dire un multilatéralisme vivant. Si les institutions et les outils du multilatéralisme viennent à se figer, si elles ne sont plus en prise avec les réalités et avec les urgences, alors elles sont contestées. Et la force du système des Nations Unies, c'est d'avoir toujours su se transformer pour épouser la marche du monde. Depuis 1945, les réformes ont été nombreuses. Je pense au lancement des opérations de maintien de la paix, au développement de l'outil des sanctions ou encore à l'établissement de juridictions pénales internationales. Défendre l'ordre multilatéral aujourd'hui, comme le fait la France, comme le fait l'Europe, c'est donc pas défendre le statu quo, c'est au contraire réinventer constamment nos méthodes de travail, nos leviers d'action, pour que jamais le multilatéralisme ne soit faible comme il l'a été dans l'entre-deux-guerres. Et c'est d'autant plus important que nous assistons aujourd'hui à une brutalisation de la vie internationale qui doit nous alerter. Il est donc urgent de revenir aux règles édictées en 1945 par la charte fondatrice de notre organisation. L'encadrement par le droit de tout recours à la force, dans la seule perspective de la sécurité collective qui lie la sécurité de chacun à la sécurité pour établir sur notre compte une architecture collective de sécurité et de confiance afin de régler les conflits dits conflits gelés, afin de limiter le risque d'escalade accidentelle, afin de rendre opérationnels les 10 principes clés adoptés à Helsinki et réaffirmés à Paris il y a bientôt 30 ans et qui n'ont rien perdu de leur pertinence. Et c'est la préoccupation qui doit guider pour répondre aux défis d'aujourd'hui, le défi du terrorisme, le défi des violences faites aux civils, le défi de la prolifération. C'est la préoccupation qui doit guider notre Conseil pour lutter contre l'impunité, pour combattre les inégalités qui fragilisent les sociétés et les exposent à la violence. Et parce que la crise du coronavirus amplifie les menaces pour la sécurité collective, c'est parce que cette crise renforce ces menaces que nous devons apporter un soutien clair à l'appel du secrétaire général à une trêve humanitaire dans l'ensemble des conflits armés. Ce que je retiens du tournant de 1945, c'est enfin que les Alliés n'ont pas attendu la victoire du 8 mai 1945 pour dessiner les contours du nouvel ordre multilatéral. La Déclaration des Nations Unies date de 1942. La conférence de Bretton Woods date de 1944, car les sorties de crise réussies sont les sorties de crise préparées et préparées en commun. Donc continuons à nous battre pour faire reculer la pandémie. Nous devons donc commencer dès aujourd'hui à construire le monde d'après, en commençant bien sûr par le renforcement du multilatéralisme de la santé, en lien avec les autres biens publics mondiaux, comme la biodiversité et le climat. Et comme disait Timothy Snyder, dont je salue l'intervention, l'histoire ne se répète pas, mais elle nous instruit. Sachons collectivement tirer parti de ces leçons. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Jean-Yves. The next speaker is Belgium Foreign Minister, Mr. Philip Coffin. Please.
Mr. President, colleagues, Joseph, Excellencies, at the outset, I would like to express gratitude to the Estonian presidency for hosting this high-level Arria-formula. I also thank the different briefers for their statements. The end of World War II announced a new beginning, a rule-based international order with multilateralism as a major factor of international stability, democracy and prosperity. It led to the adoption of the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. It saw the creation of the United Nations and of the European Union. These organizations had the aim of bringing an end to the scourge of war. Belgium was a founding member of both. Their country, devastated by two global conflicts, my predecessors were convinced that our mutual interests were better served by collaboration. This basis for such collaboration are shared values such as respect for the rule of law and human rights. Today, as an elected member of the Security Council, we spare no effort to translate this conviction into concrete actions. We work with our partners to prevent new conflicts and strive to achieve sustainable peace. The end of World War II also means dealing with its aftermath. The principle of individual accountability to deter future mass atrocity emerged from the Nuremberg and Tokyo tribunals. They paved the way for the establishment of the International Criminal Court. It has the mandate to investigate and prosecute to the most serious crime when states are unwilling, really unable to do so. Beyond individuals, society also needs remedies and healing. As I stated last February during the open debate on transitional justice, peace and justice are not exclusive. They are, to the contrary, mutually reinforcing. Hence, transitional justice efforts have increased over the last decades. These efforts try to establish facts, to ensure justice and reparations for the victims, and to achieve reconciliation in the aftermath of conflict. I would like to recognize the significant support to the national processes provided by peace operations mandated by the Security Council. Mr. President, 75 years onward, we have not yet succeeded in preventing human suffering as a result of conflict. Our world has profoundly changed. New challenges have emerged. the threat posed by climate change and the current pandemic, only to mention a few, have referenced the new for comparison. The multilateral system is man-made. As such, it is not free of flaws. However, it is an illusion to think that we can do without. It's our responsibility to protect it and to diligently strive for its improvement. This is our common and continuous endeavor. Only by learning from the past and admitting to our errors can we face the future. Mr. President, to conclude, I would like to go back to April 1945 and to what former Belgian Prime Minister Paul-Henri Spaak, also the President of the Third General Assembly, stated in his speech at the San Francisco Conference. Ce qui importe avant tout, c'est notre volonté d'agir, de réussir, notre désir passionné de ne pas décevoir tous ceux qui espèrent. Mr. President, dear colleagues, that responsibility is now ours. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
The next speaker is Dominican Republic Permanent Representative, Mr. Jose Singer. Please.
We thank the Estonian mission for convening this important meeting and the speakers for their valuable information they have provided today. For the Dominican Republic, this meeting is much more than a memorable encounter. It is an opportunity to recognize the extent to which this crucial moment in history showed our determination to eliminate the scourge of war and the atrocities that follow. But most importantly, today, we as an international community, with the Security Council at the center, reiterate our decision to guarantee and maintain international peace and security. This is our sacred commitment for today's and for generations to come. It is for this reason that exchanging impressions, listening to different perspectives on post-war times, gives us the opportunity to recognize and address the new and unconventional challenges to peace we collectively face today. It is under the magnifying glass of the lessons learned in times besieged by the fire of weapons, the blood spilled, the Holocaust, the suffering of many millions of human beings, that we will be able to promote actions to address these challenges. In this regard, the current COVID-19 pandemic can be an opportunity to silence the guns all over the world in order to defeat that common enemy. It is in our interest to remember that the level of peace we can enjoy today has come at a very high price. Therefore, we must continue to promote dialogue, preventive diplomacy, and peaceful resolution of conflicts, and above all, promote unity in diversity. We recognize that since the signing of the Charter of the United Nations on 26 June 1945, the General Assembly and the Security Council have addressed great threats to international peace and security. It is precisely through multilateralism where global solutions to the problems affecting our world will emerge. 75 years after the last war with global reach, the international community can attest that what was once a desolate post-war Europe has turned into a restored region, an example of development and progress for the world with the principles of democracies, the rule of law, cooperation, and good governance at its forefront. As we face multiple and emerging threats to peace and security all over the world, more and more contexts continue to grow as breeding grounds for the calamities that affect the most vulnerable. The continued violation of human rights, the incessant transgression of fundamental freedoms are, very sadly, opening the door to atrocities with devastating consequences to civilians. Fortunately, most of these challenges remain on the agenda of the Security Council under the intense fire of debates and actions which seek to prevent the recurrence of past atrocities. Other, non-conventional threats need to be addressed while seeking to ensure that good judgment and solidarity is germinated as a tool in the application of the principle of the peaceful settlement of disputes and the achievement of sustainable peace in conflict-affected contexts. Finally, we would like to close with a reflection before fellow members of the Security Council and the entire international community, recalling that once, 75 years ago, we were united as one force and were able to give new generations a chance for peace and hope. That crossroads has come again, now with different faces and denominations, and it is time for all of us in a single effort, united in cooperation and perseverance, to once again find the alternatives to overcome the current challenges that we face as one humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is United Kingdom Minister of State, Lord Ahmad.
Thank you, Foreign Minister Reinsalu, for today's discussion, and thank you to Under-Secretary General De Carlo, High Representative Vice President Borrell, and Professor Snyder for framing our discussions today so thoughtfully. Although we stand united in our fight against today's common enemy of COVID-19, it is right, as we mark VE Day, that we take a moment to reaffirm lessons learned from the divisions of our past. VE Day was a turning point in so many ways, an end to the death and destruction in Europe that began in 1939, and the dismantling of the Holocaust's sickening architecture, the beginning of a new security dynamic on the continent, and the first steps towards a new international system based on our shared values and rules. Out of the destruction, we built new international institutions, NATO and the European Union, which have helped to secure the peace in Europe that underpins our prosperity today. And I, of course, welcome the remarks of EU High Representative Borrell. The United Kingdom cherishes the trade, security, and other cooperation we have with our European friends. And, as has also been said already, we began to construct the complex and truly comprehensive global system that today is the United Nations. And today we can also celebrate the UN's 75th anniversary and the UN Charter. It provides the tools we need to prevent and extinguish conflict. It provides the tools we need to counter terrorism and weapons of mass destruction. And importantly, it provides the tools to protect human rights and support sustainable development. It is for each of us, each and every one of us, to grasp those tools carefully and without hesitation, so that we can end suffering and carve out a better future for all. As we celebrate successes, so too we remember and regret the failures of the past 75 years. Our inability to read the signs, or on reading them, our failure to react to prevent atrocities, from Srebrenica to Syria, from Rwanda to Rakhine. And that is why the United Kingdom has pledged never to vote against a credible resolution intended to end genocide, crimes against humanity, or indeed war crimes. And that is why the United Kingdom has consistently called for a firmer conflict prevention, more acute awareness of human rights atrocities, and more concentrated efforts to bring to justice those who would commit them, including through the international courts. Working together across Europe and the world is as critical as ever as we confront COVID-19 and the economic crisis in its wake. Conflict is an ally for COVID-19, so we must have both firmly in our. To conclude, the nature of the threats may change over time, but the horrors of conflicts endure. Let us rediscover the spirit of international cooperation and find the political will and determination to respond. Together we can strengthen our collective leadership and performance. Together we can innovate and adapt. Together we can improve efficiency and accountability. And together we can build the system back better and stronger. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next speaker is United States of America Deputy Secretary of State, Mr. Stephen Biegun. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, High Representative Borrell, Undersecretary Rosemary DiCarlo, and also thank you, Dr. Snyder, for those remarks. I also want to thank Undersecretary DiCarlo for the leadership that the United Nations has shown as we battle together against this COVID-19 worldwide. Thank you, Foreign Minister Reinsalu, for hosting this event today to both commemorate and to reflect. I'm delighted to be joined by Ambassador Kraft along with my colleagues around the world, if only virtually. On May 8, 1945, VE Day, American casualties in Europe exceeded 500,000, with over 100,000 dead. Our mutual efforts and sacrifices are a lasting testament to the shared commitments of freedom and liberty of our countries worldwide, including with our allies in Europe. The horrors of the war gave birth to new global institutions, including the United Nations, which the United States has supported since its very beginning in its goal to maintain international peace and security. Our support for this endeavor to build a more peaceful world based upon the principles enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights will never falter. As President Trump has said, we still believe in the noble goals of the United Nations, affirming the dignity and worth of the human person and striving for international peace. 75 years after the end of World War II in Europe, it is critical that we continuously assess how our institutions are performing against their mandates. This means both holding member states accountable to our shared commitments, including to the UN and its founding principles, and ensuring that these institutions continue to be trusted and capable of carrying out their core functions and promoting a hopeful vision for the future. The United States has demonstrated time and again our political will to uphold our commitments to the Charter. Our most insidious enemy today, the novel coronavirus, is an invisible threat. It has demands from us leadership, unprecedented level of coordination, and support. The United States will do its part. Just this week, Secretary of State Pompeo announced an additional $130 million in health and humanitarian assistance from the United States. We've now provided over $900 million in life-saving global health assistance to more than 120 countries. And we are not done. As important as it is to take affirmative action to advance the noble goal of promoting peace and security worldwide, it is just as important to collectively recall where we may have failed, to learn from those moments, and to strive to do better. In this spirit, we vow never to forget the unique suffering of the Jewish people in the Holocaust, nor the merciless slaughter of so many other innocent civilians by the brutal Nazi regime. Unfortunately, there are governments that will seek to fit the past into the political aims of the present with new narratives, as we see authoritarians seek to hide or deflect attention from the truth, or silence those who speak truth to power. It is clear that we must push back against these false narratives. All of us around this table know too well the price we have paid for the values that we hold dear. Let us therefore honor the sacrifices of the millions who sacrificed on their own during World War II, and who we owe both a debt of gratitude and an eternal and unwavering conviction to honor the truth and continue to create a world that is rooted in the sacrifices of freedom and peace. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is St. Vincent and the Grenadines Permanent Representative, Ms. Ingar Honda King, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by commending Estonia for convening this timely discussion. The Second World War was a critical turning point for all of humanity. The immense human suffering brought about by this event would remain forever etched in our collective memory. We must remain ever mindful of the important lessons fomented through this catastrophic experience. The structural changes ushered in at the end of the war precipitated a new dawn for human civilization. For the past 75 years, our United Nations has been the most credible attempt at securing a peaceful and prosperous future for all countries and peoples. To be sure, the current system is far from perfect, as many inequalities persist. However, our multilateral system has safeguarded against a recurrence of global warfare. Since the Second World War, our international community has endured many challenges and upheavals. At each occasion, our saving grace has been the unity and solidarity of an international community that worked collectively to solve problems. Similarly, today's urgent challenges, such as climate change, demand a firm recommitment to multilateral cooperation. While we continue to grapple with the many-sided complexities of modern globalization, we cannot resort to nationalistic ideals that erode international cooperation. The re-emergence of these tendencies represents a systemic risk that we can ill afford. Mr. President, the overlapping health, socio-economic, political, and security dimensions of COVID-19 pandemic will yield repercussions for many generations. Yet, within every crisis, there are opportunities for change and renewal. COVID-19 should be an awakening for us all. However, we cannot expect to use outmoded tools to address contemporary realities, and we must not depend solely on those with war-making expertise to provide security and justice for the rest of us. Going forward, an even greater emphasis on tackling the root causes of insecurity is required if we are to achieve lasting peace and prosperity for all. We must dare to imagine, Mr. President, like our forebears did 75 years ago, a new dawn for human civilization, one in which the interests of the vulnerable are not sacrificed upon the altar of geopolitical expediency, and where the rights and freedoms of all nations and peoples are equally respected. A new future is possible. Let us grasp it. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Russian Federation Permanent Representative, Mr. Vasily Nebenzia, please.
Thank you, Minister. I may not be able to honor your request for 3 minutes, but I hope to offset it. I believe that you'll be interested to hear what I have to say. At the outset, let me thank the Estonian presidency for convening this Arria-formula meeting on the eve of May 9th, the day when we celebrate victory in the Great Patriotic War. We do not privatize this victory. This was victory of the Soviet people who all contributed to drawing it closer. All of them, Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Georgians, Azeris and Armenians, Moldavians, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Uzbeks, Tajiks, Turkmen, Latvians, Lithuanians, Estonians, Jews, Tatars, Bashkirs, and dozens of other nationalities of the multinational USSR. Behind me, you see the 75th anniversary photos, the logo and the banner with the band of St. George, like this one on my lapel, golden black in color, which is the symbol we wear during our Victory Day. Tomorrow, millions of people in Russia will commemorate those who fought or died during Great Patriotic War. Normally, they would take to the streets with the portraits of their relatives, and that would be an immense, solemn, and breathtaking procession. It takes place all across Russia, but not only there, but the world over, in particular here in New York. This year, due to the pandemic, it will be a virtual one. I would take there a photo of my father, who at 17, being a student in Leningrad, volunteered to go to the front and ended his war in 1945-21 in Berlin. 27 million of USSR citizens died in this war. 2/3 of them was civil population. Almost every Russian family lost one or several members in the war. This war was a war of extermination. I myself am named after one of my 3 uncles that died in the front in combat. This is all to explain that this memory is sacred to us and is part of our DNA. Today, some are trying to politically modify our DNA, telling us that they discovered a better DNA strain. We don't think so. We have learned our lessons of that war hard. 75 years ago, the Soviet Red Army, together with its allies, liberated the world from Nazism. This victory is the common heritage of mankind and a monument to the unity of peoples and states who faced unprecedented evil. The Soviet Union was the main victim in that war, and at the same time, it made the biggest sacrifice and contribution to our common victory. This cannot be disputed. It tends to challenge this, to present the Soviet Union as allegedly equally responsible for starting the war that surface today and circulate propagated by some modern politicians and sly historians are not only immoral, but disgusting and sacrilege to the truth and to our historical memory. I saw an article today by Minister Maas in the Spiegel newspaper called "There is no policy without history." And I appreciate what he had to say there. I will not elaborate on the pre-war situation in Europe and lecture you on who was appeasing the aggressor back then. I will not be telling you that the Soviet leadership knew without a doubt that the war with Hitler was unavoidable and inevitable, and that was only a matter of time. I will not cite shameful insinuations by those politicians I mentioned, claiming that the Soviet Union was not liberating their countries from Nazism, but instead came to enslave them. These allegations are equally disgusting and an insult to the sacred memory of millions of Soviet soldiers who laid their lives and did so convinced that they were doing it for a just cause. I will not be saying all this because the theme of today's meeting is lessons learned. So what lessons did this war teach us? Perhaps the greatest lesson was that mankind realized the need for a vaccine against the ideology of hate. The Nuremberg Tribunal verdict about it was unequivocal. The culprits were called culprits, war criminals were called war criminals, collaborators were called collaborators, a spade was called a spade. The mankind also realized that it needed a universal organization for collective security. And the United Nations was a product of that realization. It was created, quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow on mankind, end quote. It was founded on lessons learned from the failure of the League of Nations. It gave equal opportunities and representation to all states, big and small, but also established checks and balances to ensure that decisions to be adopted enjoyed agreement of all major stakeholders. Today, it is popular to say that the world lacks multilateralism. Concepts are invented like rules-based international order instead of international law. The lack of multilateralism is very easy to remedy. One simply needs to go back to full implementation of UN Charter, which is the quintessence of multilateralism. In 75 years, the world has seen a lot. It has seen the East-West divide and the Cold War. It has seen the end of colonialism. It has seen the rapprochement and the end of Franco-German rivalry that was the source of numerous conflicts in 19th and 20th century. The rapprochement that led to the birth of European integration and the present-day EU. The world has seen the Helsinki Final Act that laid the foundation of coexistence between East and West. The world has seen the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union and other tectonic events. What, fortunately, the world has not seen was another world war that would have been nuclear and catastrophic. But we shouldn't be complacent about it. Current turbulent international relations show some trends that are reminiscent of those that existed before World War I and World War II. Deep mistrust among major international players, attempts to achieve hegemony, unilateral actions, scapegoating, to name a few. The fact that a major war was averted and prevented should be credited to the wisdom of world leaders of the time, and to a large extent, to the existence of the United Nations that became a major platform for reaching agreements and finding compromises, and the depository to a host of international treaties negotiated within its framework. What then about the European soil that was the breeding ground for two world wars? Europe enjoyed decades of coexistence. Then came the disintegration of the Soviet Union and conflicts at its perimeters. Then came the conflict in the former Yugoslavia and its disintegration. Then came NATO expansion to the Russian borders. Then came bombardment of Serbia. It was clear that things were going wrong. We repeatedly tried to draw attention to this, propose formulas that would guarantee peace and security and cooperation in Europe and in the world. But some of you chose not to hear and to push forward with NATO enlargement, to play a zero-sum game and promote dividing agendas. Then we witnessed Georgian aggression against South Ossetia. Today, we witness civil war in Ukraine, which some of you so eagerly attribute to Russia, but in fact, which was a result of a coup d'etat. Europe was confronted with new unseen challenges, like massive migration from conflict zones in the Middle East. But all these are hard facts there are still soft processes on the European soil that many of you prefer to ignore. Creeping revision of history, rebirth of hate and neo-Nazi movement, demonizing Russia as a revisionist state that behaves aggressively, dreaming to threaten, challenge, and using every opportunity to hurt the free world. I have to disappoint some of you. We have other priorities that preoccupy us much greater. Instead of joining forces to confront real challenges like international terrorism, drug trafficking, cybercrime, and others, some of you are busy looking for an enemy, a black cat in a dark room. Neither the fall of Berlin Wall nor the disappearance of ideological divide led to the triumph of uniting agenda. The end of history was declared. It proved to be wrong. Who is to blame for that? We know. Rewriting history has become a popular trend. The aim is clear, to shift the blame and to deprive Russia retrospectively of its status as one of the pillars of modern world order. Sadly, it is rightly said that the past is a hostage of the present. But falsification of history has its side effects that Europe is often turning a blind eye to. The rise of hate speech, popularization of racism in its contemporary forms, such an aggressive nationalism and neo-Nazism, proliferation of Nazi ideology. It is a trend in many European countries, and what is particularly worrisome, among youth that is not immunized against ideology of hate. Nowhere it is seen more clearly than in modern day Ukraine. And for us, this phenomenon is shocking. It took merely a decade or so to grow a generation of aggressive nationalists who know nothing but hate speech. What was impossible to imagine even 6 years ago is a gruesome reality today. In Kiev, in the center of Europe, neo-Nazis and nationalists, bravado with Nazi salutations, hold gatherings and torchlight processions, stage blatant provocations and burn people alive, facing not even a hint of accountability, glorify and worship convicted war criminals and collaborators, and suppress the views of those in their country who are too weak or too shy to protest. Some of you fail and deny to recognize that Donbas and Crimea happened as a result of a coup d'etat and the refusal of their people to live in such Ukraine. But coup d'etat itself was to a large extent the result of your policies in our neighborhood. And no less regrettable is that you wouldn't listen to us when we were warning you to stop building dividing lines and alienate Russia. You didn't listen to President Putin's speech in Munich in 2007, which turned to be prophetic. You were aggressively promoting your agenda that ignored Russia's core interests and concerns. I want to address High Commissioner Borrell and to remind him that back in 2000s, when Russia and EU were discussing the prospects of EU enlargement of 10 new member states from Central and Eastern Europe and its consequences for our relations, we were pointing out at the blatant human rights abuses, language discrimination, and crafty and perfidious discrimination in general, distortion of historical facts in some of these states. The reply then was, they are small and insecure. They are afraid to be left alone with the big Russian bear. Once they get into the EU, they will emancipate, their complexes will heal, and the relations of strategic partnership between Russia and the EU, and that was the narrative at that time, will not be affected in any way. But what do we see now? The picture is the opposite. These historic complexes and phobias, like coronavirus today, have not subsided but grew larger, while EU, to our disbelief, is providing them with a cover-up. I would like to draw your attention to yet another shameful trend of our times. Some of those countries started a war with monuments, a campaign to destroy and dismantle monuments to Soviet soldiers that liberated them from Nazi occupation. What do you think we feel watching this sacrilege? Mr. President, I know that what rhetoric some of today's speakers will use. They will be blaming Russia for all unimaginable sins. The list is well known. They will challenge historical facts and documents and even the obvious. I leave it on their conscience. We see clearly today that not all lessons of World War II were learned in Europe and dividing lines broadened, but they should be learned in order to serve a warning against a new global war that may become the final for mankind. The world has seen the rape of Europe during World War II. I pray Europe never sees the rape of the world. In a statement on the 75th anniversary of meeting on the Elbe of the Soviet and US troops in Germany, President Putin and President Trump said, quote, The spirit of the Elbe is an example of how our countries can put aside differences, build trust, and cooperate in pursuit of a greater cause. As we work today to confront the most important challenges of the 21st century, we pay tribute to the valor and courage of all those who fought together to defeat fascism. Their heroic feat will never be forgotten. End quote. We hope that the spirit of victory over Nazism, the wisdom and will to act together against common threats and challenges will prevail today as it did 75 years ago. Thank you.
Indeed, the next speaker is South Africa Permanent Representative, Mr. Jerry Machila, please.
Mr. President, South Africans were on the side of the Allied forces that overcame fascism and Nazism to save the world from tyranny and secure victory, which paved the way for several historical milestones that we take for granted today as we mark the 75th anniversary of the end of the war. The end of the Second World War also marked the beginning of the end of colonial system and so emergence of independence in Asia and Africa, Latin America. It also influenced the struggle against apartheid in South Africa. Our tribute goes to millions across ideological and religious divide who paid a supreme sacrifice in the war, fighting in the theaters all over the world, and some of whom were still living under colonial bondage. Europe is also a home to the graves of some of our sons who responded to the call to defend European civilization and advancement. After the Second World War, United Nations was established to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to promote human rights, justice, social progress, and better standard of living. We reaffirm our faith in United Nations and a strong belief in the importance of multilateralism. Today, the world needs enhanced global cooperation to deal with emerging challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Multilateralism should be rooted in equity, fairness, and respond to the needs of all countries and all regions. Mr. President, we have also noted the emergence of disturbing narrow nationalism, unilateralism, and extremism in some societies. We should recall that there were similar tendencies, among others, that led to the onset of Second World War. We have a responsibility to teach our future generations a proper history on the origins of the war and ensure that such mistakes are not repeated again. It is disconcerting that as we mark the 5th anniversary of the end of Second World War, some of the institutions of global governance remains unreformed and unrepresentative. We should commit ourselves to the reform of the United Nations Security Council. The reform of the Security Council is aimed at improving the legitimacy of this body and its efficiency. Let us use this opportunity to imagine a new world in the next 75 years. In the words of Nelson Mandela, I quote, "This must be a world of democracy and respect for human rights, a world freed from the horrors of poverty, hunger, deprivation, ignorance, relief of the threat and the scourge of civil wars and external aggression, and unburdened of the great tragedy of millions of our people." We call all of us to defend the Charter of the United Nations and the sovereign equality of all nations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, being so prompt in time also. The next speaker is Indonesia Permanent Representative, Mr. Dian Triansyah Diani, please.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I appreciate Estonia presidency for organizing today's Arria-formula meeting to commemorate the 75 years of the end of the Second World War. One monumental lesson of the cataclysmic Second World War was that principle and rule-based multilateralism is imperative. The creation of the United Nations and its charter set crucial global norms to prevent future wars and promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. Notwithstanding areas of progress, the world faces serious challenges today. Inequity, human rights violation, and conflicts are rampant in too many places with an unprecedented number of refugees. As some disregard global norms, rising narrow nationalism, radicalism, xenophobia, and non-cooperation are further undermining challenges that are facing the world of today. In this context, Indonesia underscores the following. First, adherence and respect for international law and norms of international relations need to be upheld and continue to be nurtured. International law and respect for the principle of non-interference, independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, as well as peaceful settlement of this dispute, are key elements for world peace. This we hold dearly in Indonesia. Both the remembrance of the end of the Second World War and the United Nations 75th anniversary provide an important moment to also learn from the shortcomings and failures of the past. The member states must refrain from threat and use of force against others. Unilateral actions must not be the norm. The principles and purpose of the United Nations must be upheld. This should always be the case at the Security Council too in the performance of its mandated responsibilities. The global citizenry is looking to the Council eagerly to deliver fairly, effectively, and efficiently to help solve the ongoing conflict, and for the whole UN membership to implement faithfully the various commitments of the multilateral system. We call upon everyone to work together better to ensure that peace and prosperity can reach everywhere. Second, stronger partnership with regional and sub-regional organizations. The regional and sub-regional entities with their unique bonds of history and knowledge can have unmatched insight into workable conflict prevention. Indonesia is a strong believer that neighbors know best. Solution comes from the nearest, as we have experienced in the ASEAN region. We encourage the Council to deepen its involvement with regional organizations to advance peaceful resolution to conflict. The third point is dialogue and diplomacy based on multilateralism. We believe sincerely in the value of dialogue, diplomacy, and principle and rule-based multilateralism. The lesson of the Second World War should indeed not be forgotten. But as much important as our proclamation are today, our action must also follow to credibly reinforce peace building based on justice and charter principle. Lesson from the past shows that development brings peace and democracy. Sustainable development brings prosperity and welfare. Let no one left behind. The multidimensional challenge of dealing with COVID-19 pandemic once more highlight the imperative of forging solutions through multilateralism and solidarity, and the need to work together, and it is time for a new beginning for global cooperation. No nation, however powerful, can alone address the global challenges, and we must renew our commitment to multilateralism. Learning from the past 75 years, and as we embark to the future, it becomes more imperative to silence the gun and heed the call of the Secretary General for an immediate global ceasefire. Dialogue and diplomacy should be the call of the day. I close by reiterating the urgency for the international community to work together better. We choose our future. We decide our destiny. Doomed are those that do not learn from history. Indonesia is ready to continue to collaborate with everyone to see a better world. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. The next speaker is Niger Permanent Representative, Mr. Abdou Abari. Please.
Your Excellencies, I begin by thanking His Excellency Joseph Borrell and Mrs. Rosemary DiCarlo, and also Professor Timothy Snyder for their comprehensive briefings. Thanks also to Estonia for convening this timely session. Mr. President, the opening line of the Charter of the United Nations reads, "We the people." This is a reminder that fundamentally our work is about the collective strive to serve humanity and putting people at the center. People come to the United Nations with the belief that it has the power to shape the destiny of nations. The United Nations, since its creation in 1945, has consistently reminded us that multilateralism matters not only of solidarity, but of necessity and of survival. Your Excellencies, despite the many crises that continue to shake the stability and peace in many regions, we were able to maintain, on a global scale, international peace and security in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Charter. What has held the world stable is a decision taken by our predecessors that a state of war is not desirable. As it has been rightly said by former German President Horst Kohler, I quote, "The founding of the United Nations was the result of political will, courageous vision, and thought pragmatism. It is thanks to that vision, the will to negotiate, and the negotiating skill of those who hammered out the Charter of the UN in San Francisco in 1945, that the UN has survived to this day in spite of all its inherent paradoxes, that it has watered the stormiest of seas, and that it has developed from an organization founded by a few dozen victorious nations to a genuinely global organization that embraces all states. The multilateral order, that emerged out of World War II, this human tragedy, with the United Nations at its core, has helped the world to enjoy stability and avoid major breakout of hostilities between nations. However, the end of the World War II 75 years ago, has not been synonymous with total peace everywhere. In fact, if conflicts at that time were between states and alliances organized around ideologies and ideals, nowadays the threat to international peace and security comes from terrorism, cybercrime, pandemics, and the adverse effect of climate change that have reshaped the notion of global risk. The Sahel region, already fragilized by years of insecurity and humanitarian crisis, is now jointly responding to many of these threats. The intersection of this crisis has left many in a direly precarious situation, which has worsened the humanitarian situation. Your Excellencies, today, more than ever, collective action is vital, especially in light of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. While security and crisis mitigation measures have forced many of our countries to close down borders, the pandemic reminds us that no one is safe until everyone is safe. We owe the world a renewed commitment to multilateralism in the aftermath of this crisis. As the President of the Republic of Niger has stated, multilateralism has so far progressed in the aftermath of bloody conflicts, as was the case of the Treaty of Westphalia and the Treaty of Vienna, which shaped a new European order after the 30-year wars and Napoleonic Wars. The same applies to the establishment of the League of Nations after the First World War and of our organization, the United Nations, after World War II. As we take stock of the state of the world 75 years after the end of World War II, let us remember on this symbolic occasion that more than 1 million African soldiers fought for the then colonial powers. Their role is rarely acknowledged, yet their contribution has had a profound impact on the geopolitical environment that emerged out of World War II, including the intensification of the struggles for independence, which would usher in a new world. Mr. President, women disproportionately suffer from the effect of climate change and the consequences of ongoing conflict, which further amplify existing inequalities. This, we believe, is one of the challenges to our future. The best and most sustainable conflict resolution mechanism is the involvement of women and youth in the crafting of inclusive national policies. At this trying time, we have to raise our ambitions to the level of the founding fathers of the United Nations. In closing, I would like to quote Dag Hammarskjöld, who said, "When trying to change the world, we must take it as it is. Those are lost who dare not face the basic fact of international interdependence. Those are lost who permit defeat to scare them back to a starting point of narrow nationalism. Those who are lost, who are so scared by a defeat as to despair about the future. For all those, the dark prophecies may be justified, but not for those who do not permit themselves to be scared, not for the organization which is the instrument at their disposal in the fight, an instrument which may be wrecked, but if that happens, would have to be and certainly would be recreated again and again. End of quote. I would like to reiterate the strong commitment of Niger to the values of multilateralism and the respect of the Charter of the United Nations, which we strongly believe remains the most suitable arena to resolve disputes and effectively address issues of global concern, including the threat to international peace and security. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tunisia Deputy Permanent Representative, Mr. Tarek Ladeb, please.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I would like to convey my thanks to Estonian presidency for organizing this meeting marking the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, a subject that brings us together to reflect on lessons learned from the past, evaluate current security challenges, and identify the way to address the very complex global situation we are witnessing and which is getting unfortunately increasingly worrisome by the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. The international order which emerged upon the Second World War is fraught with confusion and uncertainty. Multilateralism is witnessing numerous setbacks and is being severely challenged by unilateralist policies, the growing lack of confidence in international organization, as well as by the growing of nationalist and populist extremist tendencies. We must recommit to preventing any repetition of past atrocities and crimes, as these new ideologies are breeding ground for a world descending back into chaos to revive the horror of the past. The United Nations, which has contributed significantly to humanity through the 75 years of its existence, should regain its status at the heart of the international system. Our world should not be run from different, distant and conflicting pools. Global issues need global policies and collective governance. Mr. President, our common approach should be guided by the core tenets and principles of the Charter to address the upsurge of xenophobia, nationalism, discrimination, and hatred in many parts of the world that target people on the basis of their identity, including race, ethnicity, nationality, religion, and immigration status, preventing the resurgence of these dark ages ideologies depends on our capacity to promote and protect human rights and fundamental freedoms, to fight terrorism and violent extremism, to end the sufferings of millions of refugees, and to put an end to hostilities. We believe that the Security Council has a crucial role to play in regenerating our faith and confidence on multilateralism and global governance. For this end, the Council needs first to enhance its credibility and re-establish its authority by strengthening its unity and its effectiveness. The Council needs to take the necessary measures to end conflicts and disputes which have been on its agenda for years and decades, as well as by addressing new threats to international peace and security and to humanity arising from such challenges as the climate change, global pandemics, and cyber criminality. Once more, I thank the Estonian presidency for organizing this timely discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is China Permanent Representative, Mr. Zhang Xiun. Please.
Mr. Minister, today is an important day to commemorate. 75 years ago, peace-loving countries and people fought side by side and liberated Europe from the iron heel of Nazi Germany, winning the great victory on the European soil. This is a victory of peace, a victory of justice, and a victory of the people. As we commemorate the victory, we also deeply mourn for those who made the ultimate sacrifice for peace and justice. During World War II, the war in China started the earliest and lasted the longest, making huge sacrifice and suffering 35 million casualties. The Chinese people held ground in the Eastern Front, giving great support to the battles in Europe and the Pacific. China's winning of the war of resistance against the Japanese aggression made a historic contribution to the final victory of the world anti-fascist war. We commemorate the end of World War II for the purpose of remembering history, cherishing peace, and looking into the future. History cannot be denied. Forgetting history means betrayal. To this day, some countries still refuse to look at history squarely. Some even try to downplay, deny, or whitewash the history of aggression, and some try to distort the history of World War II. This will not be tolerated by any country and people who stand for justice. History cannot be forgotten. This is not to inherit hatred, but to learn from the past. The history of World War II teaches us that inciting populism is dangerous. Isolationism leads to nowhere, and mere appeasement will eventually backfire. History cannot be changed, but the future can be shaped. At a new historical starting point, we need to think deeply about how to better maintain world peace and security, promote development and prosperity, and create a better future shared by all. We must uphold multilateralism. Multilateralism is a collective choice made by humanity at the cost of a world war. Thanks to multilateralism, mankind has enjoyed 75 years of peace and development. No country can make itself great in isolation. The United Nations is the product of the World War II. We need to now we need to stick to the international system, maintain international order based on international law, and safeguard the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter. We must follow a path of peaceful development. The world is undergoing major development, transformation and readjustment. But peace and development remains the call of our time. It's the shared expectation and in the interests of all peoples. The international community should work for a new type of international relations featuring mutual respect, fairness, just and win-win cooperation. We need to adopt a people-centered development approach, facilitate the development of the 2030 Agenda, and promote lasting peace through sustainable development to jointly build a community with a shared future for mankind. We must resolve disputes through peaceful means. The world today is an interconnected community, and we are all on the same boat. All countries should prioritize dialogue and consultation, build trust, and promote cooperation, so as to resolve differences and disputes peacefully. We must oppose willful use or threat of use of power, of force, power politics of all forms of hegemony and bullying practices. At the present, the world is facing a war against the COVID-19. The virus is our common enemy, and solidarity and multilateral cooperation is the most powerful weapon. To win this war, we must stand in solidarity, support the United Nations and WHO in playing a leading and central role, and form synergy in our efforts. Governments of all countries should shoulder responsibilities, put people first, respect science, and take all necessary measures to protect lives and health. We must firmly oppose politicizing the pandemic, spreading disinformation and lies. or shrugging off one's own responsibilities for political gains. We must help each other and provide all necessary support to countries and peoples in need. China has provided and is providing medical supplies to over 150 countries and international organizations, and we will continue to do this. World War II may be the last world war we have to face, but COVID-19 will not be the last pandemic. Stronger and better multilateral cooperation is key to winning this battle. Now more than ever, it's a lesson that we cannot afford to ignore. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to intervene in my national capacity. The Second World War was a tragedy that brought untold sorrow to mankind, particularly in Europe, Asia, Africa, the Pacific and other parts of the world, resulting in death of more than 40 million civilians and 20 million soldiers. We commemorate all those who perished. From these historic events, I would draw three conclusions. The first lesson is about freedom. On 23rd August 1939, the Communist Soviet Union and Nazi Germany signed the Treaty of Non-Aggression known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and its secret protocol. This divided Europe between the two totalitarian regimes as their spheres of influence, which paved the way for the outbreak of the Second World War. For Eastern European nations, the end of the Second World War was not the end of dictatorship, and it was only decades later they were able to enjoy genuine freedom. And this was a clear statement we made yesterday together with US Secretary of State and the foreign ministers of Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. We appreciate the historic role of the Allied forces and their sacrifices in defeating Nazism and putting an end to the Holocaust. At the same time, we reject recent attempts to manipulate historical events and justify the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact we have seen made by Russian Federation. We should remember that after the war, for half a century, many European nations remained under direct Soviet suppression, deprived of freedom, sovereignty, dignity, human rights, and free development. It is also true that although the crimes of the Nazi regime were brought to the Nuremberg trials, there is still an urgent need to carry out moral assessments and conduct legal inquiries into the crimes of communism in Europe. That said, I would like to stress that never again should we let totalitarian ideologies resurface, dictate the lives of peoples, and shape international relations. Both Nazism and communism claim tens of millions of victims whose memory will never be forgotten. The second lesson from the war is the unanimous, clear rejection of the illegal use of force. The spirit of European security expressed in the Helsinki Final Act and the Charter of Paris rejects all attempts to create or recreate spheres of influence, as this will inevitably serve as a cause of conflict. Every state should be free to choose its own security arrangements, and unfortunately it seems that not everyone has learned this lesson. We condemn the ongoing violations of sovereignty and territorial integrity in Europe, the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine in Donbas, the illegal annexation of Crimea and the occupation of the territories of Georgia. We condemn such illegal use of force, and we have an obligation to uphold our policy of non-recognition. The third conclusion is an urgent call for international cooperation. During the present COVID-19 crisis, effective multilateralism is more important than ever. The present crisis urges us more than ever to strive for peace and to support the Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire. The COVID pandemic has also revealed the pressing need to deal with cyber threats and close the digital gap as quickly as possible. To conclude, let me again stress that the lessons of the Second World War taught us to protect our freedom, to reject and condemn the illegal use of force, and to cooperate in order to achieve and preserve peace. Now is the time to look ahead, and the Security Council should lead by example. Thank you. Dear ministers, guests, colleagues, we will now proceed with the meeting and statements from the other member states of the United Nations. Let me remind you that as we have a large number of statements, please limit your intervention strictly to 3 minutes. And please send us your written full statement and we will upload it to our presidency's webpage. I would now like to give the floor to Georgia Foreign Minister, Mr. David Zarkiani. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I would like to congratulate Estonia for taking over its first ever presidency of the UN Security Council and wish you, dear Minister, a successful and fruitful months ahead. Today we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the end of the World War II, a war which brought untold sorrow to humanity and claimed the lives of millions of people across the globe. I wish to join my colleagues and bow my head before the victims of the war. The end of this tragedy has paved the way for establishment of the United Nations, and indeed it was the UN Charter that provided its member states with the blueprint for conducting the international relations by peaceful means, prohibiting use of force in resolving disputes and preventing future atrocities. Respecting the UN funding principles is especially important in these difficult times, as the COVID-19 virus continues to spread in every corner of the world. At this critical crossroad, we all have to be united and determined to do our utmost to overcome the current crisis. Unlike the founding members of the United Nations or those who freely joined the organization years later, becoming a member of the UN family was a hard-fought achievement for Georgia, as the country had been enduring the Soviet occupation for 70 years. Precisely 100 years ago, on 7th of May, 1920, Soviet Russia recognized independence of Georgia, although only 9 months later the Red Army occupied my country. Only in 1992, after regaining its independence, Georgia became a full-fledged member of international community. And now we once again reaffirm our unwavering resolve to stand by objectives and main tenets of the UN Charter and contribute to the maintaining of international peace and security. Mr. Minister, when it comes to the security situation in Europe, what we are witnessing nowadays is the exact opposite of the political culture enshrined in the UN Charter. One of the permanent members of the UN Security Council systematically subverted the main pillars of international security order, including the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, inviolability of borders, and free choice of countries in deciding their own future. Moreover, the unresolved conflicts in Europe share one defining feature: the vigorous involvement of the Russian Federation. If Russia's subversive activities in Eastern Europe once seemed to be sporadic, gradually they have been marked out by a clear-cut operation pattern, instigating conflicts, exercising direct aggression, using a combination of political, economic, and military pressure, launching cyber attacks, coordinating disinformation campaigns, and derailing the peace process have been systematically used by Russia for thwarting European countries from their foreign policy political aspiration. In this context, the cases of Georgia and Ukraine represent unmistakable attestation of Russia's malign strategy in the region. Mr. President, it is particularly alarming that we still face illegal Russian military presence in the two occupied regions of Georgia, inflicting a heavy toll on humanitarian and human rights situation on the ground. Even in these times of global crisis, Russia continues the illegal process of erection of so-called border signs at the occupation line in clear violation of international norms and principles and the EU-mediated 12 August 2008 ceasefire agreement, and the residents of the occupied territories are still deprived by occupation forces of possibility to get medical service. Against this background, turning a blind eye to blatant violation of principles enshrined of the UN Charter is detrimental for international peace and security and poses a threat to preventing future atrocities. With this in mind, while reaffirming our strong commitment to the principles embodied in the UN Charter, we urge the international community to call on Russia to start fulfillment of international obligations and, as a party to the conflict, reciprocate the commitment of non-use of force undertaken unilaterally by Georgia. After 75 years of service to international peace and security, the UN has contributed to a number of achievements, but there is still much more to accomplish. Against this background, it is more urgent than ever to intensify our efforts to solidify respect for UN Charter and its principles in the years to come. I thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Poland Foreign Minister, Mr. Jacek Kaputowicz. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate Estonia on the taking over the presidency of the Security Council and thank it for organizing our today's meeting. Many ministers have decided to speak today, which clearly shows that the international community attaches a great significance to the experiences and consequences of the World War II and sees them as the important lesson for the people living today. Mr. President, 75 years ago, on the 8th of May, 1945, Nazi Germany signed its capitulation. 6 years earlier, in 1939, Poland had fallen victim to German invasion on the 1st of September and then the Soviet attack on the 17th of September. As a result of war, Poland lost 6 million people, including 3 million citizens of Jewish origin who perished in the Holocaust. Poland was the first country to resist the German aggression and did not lay down its arms throughout the whole war, fighting on all European fronts, but was denied the fruits of the victory. As a result of the Yalta Agreement, Poland, along with other Central and Eastern European countries, was made part of the Soviet Union's sphere of influence. Those countries had their independence taken away or restricted, and the communist system was forced upon them. It was only after the victory of solidarity and the Velvet Revolutions in the 1989 that Central and Eastern European countries could fully regain their sovereignty. As St. John Paul II said to the UN General Assembly in 1999, the nonviolent revolutions of the 1989 demonstrated that the quest for freedom cannot be suppressed. Mr. President, the United Nations was created 75 years ago to protect humankind against genocide, ethnic cleansing, and religious persecution. This was also Poland's priority during the membership in the UN Security Council in 2018-2019, as well as during our term in the Human Rights Council. Unfortunately, we still have to face up to military aggression and revision of borders. Georgia's foreign minister has spoken recently about the occupation of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, which is the blatant violation of the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. A similar situation can be seen in Ukraine, whose territorial integrity is violated by the occupation of Crimea and the so-called separatists in Donbass that benefit from Russia's support. This poses a threat to peace and security in Europe, which is the international community in this situation must oppose it strongly. Mr. President, our duty is to remember World War II to make sure that the atrocities never happen again. Maybe the war would never have broken out if the leaders of the time had shown firmness and courage to put a stop to Hitler's imperialist plan. This is a great lesson for us today, a lesson we cannot ignore. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The next speaker is Turkey Foreign Minister, Mr. Mevlut Çavuşoğlu. Please.
Mr. President, dear Urmas, thank you very much for convening this historic session. And I would like to extend our best wishes to Estonia for a successful presidency of the Security Council in May. It has been 70 years since the end of the Second World War. It was a time of profound hardship and suffering that left a deep impact on humanity. Based on the lessons learned and to avoid the repetition of such a horrible calamity, the United Nations was founded. Despite all its imperfections, the United Nations played a key role in safeguarding peace, and security in the world. However, it couldn't adapt itself to the changing global realities. Its capacity to deliver has been diminished mainly due to the self-paralyzing nature of the Security Council. Actually, this is the reason why Turkey came up with the motto, the world is bigger than five. At a time when multilateralism is under huge stress, we are faced today with another calamity of global proportions, the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the pandemic calls for an effective global response, we need to put our act together, first and foremost in coordination with the United Nations and affiliated organizations like the WHO. This is a time for solidarity and concerted action, and this is a time for proving the relevance of the post-Second World War international organizations, including the European Union and the Council of Europe. And the way we fight this pandemic and address its socio-economic fallout will determine the direction of developments that will affect all of us for years to come. We appreciate the efforts of the Secretary General to mobilize the international community against the pandemic and draw attention on the need to help most vulnerable groups and countries with an emphasis on Africa and refugee hosting countries. Mr. President, dear colleagues, we must once again reaffirm our commitment to save our future generations from the scourge of war, to renew our faith in fundamental human rights. And Turkey remains committed to actively contributing to the realization of these goals. Mr. President, thank you very much again and congratulations.
Thank you, Mevlut, being so prompt in time. The next speaker is Ukraine Foreign Minister, Mr. Dmytro Kuleba, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I wish to thank our Estonian friends for organizing a discussion in which all of us can actively contribute. Ukraine is one of the countries that suffered the most during the greatest tragedy of the 20th century, World War II, which brought unspeakable human suffering and horrors of Holocaust to Europe. Even conservative estimates put the number of my perished compatriots at 8.5 million. Over 7 million of Ukrainians fought against Nazism in 7 armies: in the Red Army, in the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, in the Polish, French, British, Canadian, and US armed forces. Today, we remember and mourn all those who died defending their homeland, both native and adopted, defending humanity itself. Their ultimate sacrifice was not in vain, as on May 8, 1945, the Nazi capitulated and the Allies prevailed. Mr. President, for a short while, a hope was alive that with the establishment of the United Nations, a more just and peaceful world will emerge, where the use of force against the territorial integrity and political independence of any state would be unimaginable. Alas, for some, including one of the UN Security Council permanent members, this commitment does not mean too much. The Russian aggression against Ukraine, which led to the illegal occupation of Crimea and some parts of Donetsk and Lugansk regions, is already lasting longer than the Second World War. It resulted in over 13,000 people killed and more than 27,000 wounded at the very heart of Europe. We regret elevation of the role of Stalin in Russia. It pursues the goal of rehabilitation of a totalitarian state with a single unblemished leader at its head. It serves to imitate a sense of regime flawlessness, create an image of an external enemy, and justify Moscow's aggression against neighbors like Ukraine and Georgia, and hybrid wars against many other countries. Disregard for the historical truth and manipulation of the legacy of the World War II bear a striking resemblance of what was happening in Europe in the 1930s of the past century. This is a lesson to be learned again. Excellencies, 75 years ago, as the world started recovering from the wounds of the World War II, UN founding fathers, among whom were representatives of my country, established a global institution with the aim of saving succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Today, we must remain vigilant, proactive, and true to the spirit and letter of the UN Charter if we are to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Finland Foreign Minister, Mr. Pekka Haavisto, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear Urmas. First, we thank Estonia for arranging this meeting. We also extend our thanks to the briefers for their important remarks, High Representative Borrell, Madame Di Carlo, Professor Snyder. Independent historical research and dialogue among historians is essential for increasing our understanding not only of history but also of the present. In European context, we emphasize the role of the European Union in enabling peaceful collaboration and integration. We also see possibilities for strengthening the partnership between the UN and the EU. Mr. President, this year does not only mark the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, but also the establishment of the United Nations. The main motive for the founding of the UN was to save succeeding generations from the horrors of war. Finland remains fully committed to the goals of the UN Charter and supports the three pillars of its work. A rules-based international order brings predictability and stability. The state that follows through its commitments can expect others to do the same. Half a century ago, the General Assembly adopted the Declaration on Friendly Relations. It was the international community's blueprint for a rules-based order. All states confirmed their commitment to the fundamental principles of the Charter. They declared to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Even today, the declaration merits our full attention. Finally, Mr. President, the Security Council has the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. The ongoing conflicts in Syria and in other parts of the world call for determined action by the Council in accordance with the Charter. The Council has also legitimacy and powers in upholding respect for international law, and it needs to have an active role in protecting human rights. Finland strongly supports the initiatives to refrain from the use of the veto in the Council in situations of mass atrocity crimes. We encourage all member states to join the Code of Conduct regarding Security Council action against genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, and the political declaration launched by France and Mexico. At the same time, the Council should enable decisive action on the new and emerging global threats to peace and security, such as climate change. The current pandemic calls for solidarity, and Finland supports the Secretary General's appeal for a global ceasefire. We welcome the effect the appeal has had on the crisis in Yemen. To conclude, today, as much as ever, we need a strong and effective UN to prevent conflicts and to maintain peace and stability. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker is Latvia Foreign Minister, Mr. Edgars Rinkēvičs, please.
Mr. President, first of all, I wish to congratulate our good neighbor Estonia and you personally on the assumption of the role of the presidency of the Security Council. Today marks the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. This date reminds us about the tragic price paid by all who fought for liberty and peace, and by all the victims of the war around the globe. The legacy of the war continues to play an important role in the memory and identity of many countries, including in Europe. The Second World War and the unprecedented crime of the Holocaust not only cost Europe dozens of millions of human lives, the war also left Europe deeply divided for several decades. For many Central and Eastern European countries, the end of the Second World War did not bring freedom. It brought more oppression and injustice. For Latvia, the war ended almost 50 years later. When the United Nations was created in 1945, Latvia was reoccupied by the Soviet Union and could not be among the United Nations founding members. For us, the war ended with regaining of our independence and becoming an integral part of Europe, where peace, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law prevail. Today's anniversary is a reminder that drawing lessons from history is a prerequisite of establishing sound international relations. Mr. President, the United Nations was created because humanity had learned that the world pays too high a price for the absence of a credible international system. Multilateralism is essential for the maintenance of global peace and security. It must be further strengthened. We must remain vigilant that the principles of the United Nations Charter are upheld. States have to abide by the obligations to respect the borders of sovereign states. This is why we need a rules-based system. It is the best way to ensure that powerful countries do not use force and annex parts of other countries. To that end, I draw the attention of the international community on the ongoing violation of sovereignty of Ukraine and Georgia by the Russian Federation. Both the Security Council and the General Assembly must tirelessly work to uphold the rules-based international order. Mr. President, we must address not only old challenges, but also the new ones. We must be able to detect, deter, and prevent hybrid threats, which have become a reality of the new security landscape. Information, elections, cyberspace, and even history are increasingly weaponized. Here, I also see the special role of the Security Council. Building up preparedness and resilience to cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns is a constant effort. Also, in our shared battle against COVID-19, we should pay more attention to fighting against infodemia, which is dangerous to human life and health as a pandemic. This global crisis is a severe test for the multilateral system. I pay tribute to the United Nations agencies which address humanitarian needs on a daily basis. Their work shows that multilateralism remains the best way to advance both national and collective interests. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Canada Foreign Minister, Mr. François-Philippe Champagne, please.
Thank you, dear Urmas. Thank you to Joseph who spoke before me, and certainly thank you to the Undersecretary General and the inspiring Professor Snyder. And thank you also for convening us today on the 75th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day. Canadians are proud of the significant contribution that Canada made to the Allied victory. 75 years on, our ties are stronger than ever, and our commitment remains steadfast. We remain resolute in our support for our Baltic and Eastern European friends, as evidenced by the hundreds of troops that we have deployed currently in Latvia and Ukraine. Canada's leadership of the enhanced forward presence in Latvia, where we serve alongside very fine military forces from Albania, the Czech Republic, Italy, Montenegro, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Spain, which I had the privilege to see just before the coronavirus crisis, is a clear testament to Canada's enduring commitment to the transatlantic alliance, regional stability, and international peace and security. Canada is also serving in the Mediterranean as part of Operation Reassurance. And I would like, Mr. Chair, to take this opportunity to thank our Greek, Italian, Turkish, and American friends for their assistance in the search for Canadian soldiers that were tragically killed in a tragic helicopter crash this last week, as they were taking part in a training exercise in the Ionian Sea. Following the devastation of the Second World War, the world has witnessed one of the longest periods of peace between great powers and benefited from unprecedented growth and prosperity around the world. Unfortunately, both peace and prosperity are unevenly distributed in our world today. The current COVID crisis has only made this obviously more obvious. Canadians know that armed conflicts abroad have consequences at home. This is also true for other challenges that undermine global security, like climate change, poverty, and inequality. This is why, for decades, Canadians have supported and contributed to multilateralism, helping build the institutions, develop the norms that underpin the rules-based international order. This is a framework that all countries, no matter how small, can count on to defend their interests while ensuring the collective interests of all. Today's forum provides an opportunity to reinforce our commitment to the multilateral system for conflict prevention and international security. We know that countries affected by armed conflict are among the most vulnerable to the effects of the current pandemic. That is why Canada fully supports the Secretary General appeal for a global ceasefire. To that end, Canada is proud to lead an effort alongside our friends from Switzerland to mobilize 59 countries to support the Secretary General appeal. We call on all members of the Security Council to support this great initiative. Canada believes that the international community is most effective when we all work together to protect both lives and livelihoods around the world. To ensure a strong recovery, Canada will continue to support multilateral organizations. Canada's contribution to the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the International Committee of the Red Cross, and the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation speaks to our commitment to helping the UN, supporting multilateralism, and ensuring that the most vulnerable are duly protected. This global pandemic presents unprecedented challenge to ensure that we are there for people around the world. Now more than ever, a strong United Nations is in everyone's best interest, including an effective Security Council that is capable of adapting and responding to the multifaceted challenges. Dear colleagues, to conclude, I would say three things. Let's seize the moment. Let's be ambitious, and let's work together to further peace, stability, and security for all around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And the next speaker is Czech Republic Foreign Minister, Mr. Tomas Petriček, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor for me to address this distinguished audience today on this solemn occasion of the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War in Europe. The 8th of May 1945 brought to us and to Europeans the end of the war and suffering. However, it failed to bring along democracy, respect for human rights, and rule of law, values that many of those who fought on the battlefields of the Second World War cherished. That is why we see this anniversary in the context of another important event that we celebrated last year, the Velvet Revolution of 1989, that brought down the communist rule in Czechoslovakia, 20 years of our membership in NATO, and 15 years since we joined the EU. Only by achieving those milestones, we managed to fully embrace the greatness of the V-Day in May 1945. 10 years ago, at the 65th anniversary of the end of the World War II, the late President Václav Havel observed, I quote, "It appears to me that while commemorating this anniversary, we should first and foremost realize just how easily people in their thousands would go and murder each other. It's incomprehensible, it is surprising, and yet it can happen. Therefore, I believe that fostering international cooperation in any manner is important, perhaps even more important than it may seem at first sight. Because that danger might be dormant right below the surface, with us not realizing it or underestimating it." End of quote. 10 years on, we are bound to admit that the demons of the past are back. The world is turning into a rather competitive, nasty place, where territories of UN member states are being carved out by those neighbors that happen to feel more powerful. A place where geopolitics, great power rivalry, realpolitik, and disrespect for international law have apparently become a rule rather than an exception. A place where the state's responsibility to protect its own citizens and their human rights has become a concept under a serious threat. In these very days, we are facing blatant attempts to make use of today's anniversary to attack the freedom of expression and other democratic principles. We need to work against these phenomena decisively, and we need to work against them way before they actually happen. The enormous human and economic cost of the World War II, including the unique monstrosity of Holocaust, serve as a stark reminder that prevention is the best solution to conflicts. Once the conflict has started, we, as an international community, have already failed. We thus fully support the Secretary General in his efforts to reshape the UN towards effective prevention of conflicts, including through mediation and building resilience of countries around the world. There is nothing to be built anew. The work of several generations of true statesmen and civil servants has formed solid international structures based on the UN Charter to protect the humanity, universal human rights, and civil liberties. These provide us with an ample array of guiding principles and effective tools to stand up for our values just as bravely and fearlessly as our ancestors did when fighting for freedom 75 years ago. We owe it to them. I thank you.
Thank you, indeed. And the next speaker is Lithuania Foreign Minister, Mr. Linas Linkevičius, please.
Mr. President, dear Urmas, I'd like to thank Estonia for convening this most important meeting under these challenging circumstances. Allow me to pay tribute to the memory of all the victims of the most horrifying atrocities of our times. On 8 May 1945, many European countries were liberated from occupation and the horrors of the Holocaust were ended. Unfortunately, the end of World War II in Europe did not bring freedom for all. Painful divisions, totalitarian oppression, and more crimes against humanity continued. People of Lithuania and many other countries of Central Eastern Europe fell victims to Soviet repressions and deportations, were tortured, executed without trial. Up to 300,000 Lithuanians were deported, exiled, locked in Soviet gulags. Tens of thousands of our freedom fighters died in forests resisting the Soviet occupation, and many dissidents suffered until we restored our independence. While honoring the victims of World War II, we also honor those who suffered and lost their lives for their countries, for their rights, for their dignity after the war and had officially ended in Europe. Mr. President, while recognizing what exactly happened in Europe in the middle of the 20th century, we must use every means to counter attempts to distort historical facts, whitewash crimes by the totalitarian regimes. Secrets behind Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact were one of the main causes of the outbreak of World War II. Doubting the real facts leads to return to the methods of division into spheres of influence, justifying incitement to hatred, rise of nationalism and aggression against neighboring countries. Successors of Molotov-Ribbentrop policy today are trying to justify occupation of part of Georgia and annexation of Crimea. International conference recently held in Vilnius was dedicated to historical traumas. As participants emphasized, to heal them, we must recognize historical traumas, acknowledge their impact within societies, and focus on current and future relationships between people and nations. In addition, through promoting respect for international law, strengthening multilateralism, defending the universality of human rights, we could make this world more tolerant, free, and peaceful place for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ireland Deputy Prime Minister, Foreign Minister Simon Coveney, please.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Urmas. And thank you for inviting Ireland to participate in the debate today. It's much appreciated. In May 2004, at a historic and moving ceremony in Dublin, Estonia joined the European Union under Ireland's EU presidency. Exactly 16 years later, Estonia holds the presidency of the UN Security Council. You're a small nation like we are, but you play a significant role in world affairs. and we congratulate you on assuming this important position. The Second World War started in Europe before engulfing the globe. Out of the carnage, the UN emerged, as did the origins of the EU. The end of the war also marked a beginning of the end of colonialism, helping shape the UN as dozens of newly independent countries took their first steps onto the international stage in the years that followed. For some, as we've been reminded today, it took a lot longer to experience the benefits of freedom, democracy, and independence. It was tragic, but I'm glad it's behind us. 75 years ago, Ireland was in the early years of our own independence. We were also heading towards future conflict of our own on our island. Our peace process that led to the Good Friday Agreement in 1998 is the cornerstone of our commitment to peace and stability on our island, and also influences the decisions we make internationally. I want to underline the pivotal role played by the international community in our search for peace, including the EU, and individuals such as Senator George Mitchell of the United States and President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, both of whose countries are represented on the Council today. The lessons learned from past conflicts and the responsibility of this Council are intertwined. It is for this Council to act early and fairly if atrocities are to be prevented in the future. It is for this Council to ring the alarm bell and to respond to situations where there is a threat of serious breaches of international law being committed. It is fitting that Professor Timothy Snyder is one of today's briefers because of the emphasis he places on the sense of responsibility given to us by history, because history should be a critical factor in forming the Security Council's decisions now. We know from history that the rule of law requires constant human and institutional effort. We know from history that democracy and the rule of law don't happen accidentally, but require intensive ongoing care and vigilance. We know from history that threats to human rights and individual freedoms often happen incrementally in front of our eyes or within earshot, not only in a distant place or as an abstract concept. That is why even today, especially today perhaps, we must be alert to the rhetorical tactics of simple slogans that exaggerate difference and drive division. For this Council to succeed and to assume its responsibility, it must constructively address threats to international peace and security in good time. To borrow from Professor Snyder, history should ground us and brace us to do so. And Mr. President, if Ireland has the honour of being elected to this Council next month, this is certainly the path that we will follow. We're a small country, like others, that have emerged positively and learned from our own difficult history. It's what makes us who we are, a country of empathy, with an independent voice and a record of consistent and trusted partnership. And I look forward to working with many of the colleagues on the line today. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Netherlands Foreign Minister, Mr. Stef Blok, please.
Thank you, Urmas, for bringing us together and initiating this debate in this time of crisis. In several ways, this special meeting comes at a pivotal moment. 75 years ago, a collective and costly effort of allied powers and national armies brought about the end of a devastating war. For some countries, this meant a regained freedom, supported by martial aid, NATO, and European institutions. For other countries, it ushered in a new era of repression and a lack of freedom. And we have to acknowledge that the preservation of states' territorial integrity that undergirds the post-World War order is still under threat in a region of Europe. This year, we also celebrate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. The UN has helped to build and maintain peace, freedom, and prosperity for many people worldwide. And exactly 75 years later, we find ourselves in a time of major geopolitical divergence and social and economic uncertainty. And yes, we find ourselves in the midst of a terrible global health crisis. So, as we celebrate historic milestones of the past, this year too will prove to be a historic one. because the current crisis can only be overcome if we reinvigorate our shared determination and reinvent international dialogue and cooperation. Indeed, the COVID-19 crisis had put our post-war rules-based system of multilateral cooperation under even greater pressure. Still, it is this system, set up in 1945, that can best help us deal with the current crisis by pooling our efforts and fighting the crisis together through collective action and by accelerating valuable work in many other fields. I'm confident that this current crisis can serve as a new impetus for that agenda. The world is looking to this Council to take decisive action. For example, Mr. President, in your concept notes, you stress the need to prevent future atrocities. The present crisis should indeed add momentum to initiatives urging the Security Council to live up to that responsibility. And in this light, we support the appeal by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for an immediate global ceasefire, if only because it makes sense to use all our energy to deal with the crisis together instead of fighting each other. And in a speech earlier this year, the Secretary General referred to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. One of these looming threats to future progress concerns cybersecurity. While we should push forward with digitalization because it can drive development and peace, we must also fight the dark side of the digital world. Human rights must be protected both online and offline. The Kingdom of the Netherlands remains committed to the international rule of law in the digital domain. We also support the Secretary General's initiatives to improve the UN system. More than ever, the UN needs to demonstrate its value. We need to show our worth, and not only in tackling the current crisis. How we deal with COVID-19 will determine the future of multilateralism. Today, therefore, is a special day. The milestones we are celebrating today should be seen as stepping stones to a brighter future. So let us work towards the future we want and the UN we need. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Denmark Foreign Minister, Mr. Jeppe Kofod, please.
Mr. President, distinguished speakers, allow me to extend my appreciation to my Estonian colleague, Urmas, for holding this timely, informal meeting at the Security Council. Every end contains a new beginning and a promise. The philosopher Hannah Arendt reminded us that after the Second World War, the creation of the UN was that promise. We must never forget that. We now mark the 25th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. The UN was born from the ashes of war and have succeeding to save succeeding generations from the scourge of another war. A call for never again after the catalysm of 2 world wars. And today we are facing what the Secretary General has termed the gravest test to the UN ever faced. Today, the UN's rationale is reaffirmed in the face of this unprecedented crisis. COVID-19 has killed more than 240,000 people worldwide. It stands to have profound and transformative social, economic, and political implications. The health and future of our population, not least the most vulnerable ones, now depend on our ability to work together. We need to find effective solutions, not only a vaccine against COVID-19 itself, but also solutions for the social, economic, and political challenges ahead. The Secretary General call for an immediate global ceasefire in March was a crucial recognition of this. Denmark fully support his call. That the Security Council could not agree to rally immediately behind this call should be a cause of concern for all. Where does the UN and its member states go from here? In her ever-relevant book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, written after the Second World War, Hannah Arendt points out, there remains also the truth that every end in history necessarily contains a new beginning. This beginning is the promise. After the Second World War, the creation of UN was
Yes. Thank you. And the next speaker is Sweden Deputy Foreign Minister, Mr. Robert Rydberg, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this initiative. Your country, Estonia, has by its own history shown the value of multilateral cooperation and standing up for respect for international law. In 1945, world leaders looked beyond the horrors of the Second World War to find the resolve to build peace. Today's meeting is a tribute to a generation that turned the experience of atrocities into an organization to prevent future war and genocide, to secure development and respect for human rights. Today, 75 years from the end of the World War, multilateralism and the rule-based international order is facing an extraordinary challenge. We are living through one of the worst global pandemics of a century. The enemy is more than a virus. It is economic risk of new conflicts, exacerbated international tension, and the risk of a major setback for so many of the fundamental objectives of this organization. More than ever, we need common solutions to common challenges. We need international cooperation to be strengthened, not weakened. We support Secretary General Guterres' call for a global ceasefire. Conflict prevention, peace building, and peacekeeping must continue, including by addressing the women, peace, and security agenda. We call on the members of the Security Council to lead by example. As Dag Hammarskjöld put it, only he deserves power who every day justifies it. In Europe, the EU embodies our vision of a continent of democracy and human rights, of peace and prosperity. Yet, Europe is not immune to armed conflict. As incoming chair of the OSCE, Sweden will focus on strengthening respect for the European security order as embodied in the declarations of Helsinki and Paris, of promoting the OSCE comprehensive concept of security, and of continuing efforts to resolve crisis in our region. It is also a Swedish priority to strengthen the link between the UN and regional organizations for the maintenance of international peace and security. Let me conclude by commending the UN and the Secretary General for launching a global conversation about its future, putting young people at the center. Sweden is proud to co-facilitate negotiations on the UN 75 declaration together with Qatar. We trust member states to adopt an ambitious declaration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Iceland Minister for Foreign Affairs, Guðlaugur Þórðarson, please.
Excellencies, let me start by thanking Estonia and my friend Urmas for organizing this virtual Arria-formula Security Council meeting, commemorating and revisiting the hard-earned lessons of the Second World War has perhaps never been as pertinent. We are in the midst of a global crisis with far-reaching humanitarian, social, and economic consequences that has no parallels in the last 75 years since the end of the war. The Second World War brought death and untold sufferings to Europe and other parts of the world. The North Atlantic was one of these battlefields where many lives were lost, including significant numbers of my own countrymen. The great generations that experienced the war committed to build a better future based on shared ideals and principles. These principles are reflected in the UN Charter and the rule-based international order today, and have served us well in the struggle for peace, social and economic progress, human rights and democracy. Mr. President, ongoing conflicts, human rights abuses, and the almost unprecedented global refugee situations underline that progress is neither linear nor irreversible. Even in Europe, which has been blessed with robust security architecture, strong regional cooperation, and economic prosperity, we continue to witness incursions and violations of sovereignty, a stark reminder that the principle enshrined in the UN Charter need to be fulfilled and carried out, not only in good faith, but with clear determination by all states, always and everywhere. The Security Council, not least its permanent members, need to lead by example in preventing and solving international crises instead of being held hostage by the narrow national interest that may gradually undermine its legitimacy. Violation of international law by permanent members of the Council, as we witnessed with the illegal annexation of Crimea Peninsula in 2014, strain the credibility of this important body. There is a clear need for reform, leadership, and vision. Mr. President, as we reflect on the Second World War, mankind is facing a common threat, COVID-19, which again is testing our solidarity and ability to work together. Let me use this opportunity to thank the Secretary General for his leadership, calling for unity, pressing for global ceasefire, and mobilizing the United Nations in saving lives and preparing for recovery. It falls on all of us to weather this storm together and make sure that the multilateral system, with its strengths and imperfections, will come out this turmoil stronger than before. We owe it to the generations that made the ultimate sacrifice 75 years ago and had the foresight to unite nations in the immediate aftermath, but more importantly, we also owe it to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Romania Foreign Minister, Mr. Bogdan Aurescu, please.
President, I commend you for organizing this informal high-level meeting of the Security Council to celebrate the 75th anniversary from the end of the Second World War. As we also celebrate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, 2020 provides the opportunity for us to reaffirm our firm support for the global multilateral framework offered by the UN system. The spirit of unity, solidarity, and cooperation that guided the international community in the past remains crucial for achieving the goals of the organization in the present. In 1945, Romania was one of the largest contributors in terms of troops in the World War II, the fourth after the Soviet Union, the USA, and the UK. Romania had a major contribution to the final Allied victory. As a recognition, the King of Romania, Michael I, was awarded the highest distinctions by both the United States and the USSR. After the overthrow of Ion Antonescu's regime in 1944, Romania contributed to the final campaigns against Nazi troops. In those last 8 months, over 275,000 Romanian soldiers liberated about 3,000 localities on the territory of Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Austria, with significant casualties. By the end, as many as 2/3 of the Romanian soldiers died or were wounded. Romania has not only contributed militarily to the defeat of the Nazi regime, but also to ending the suffering of civilians across the continent. Mr. President, during the 75 years following the end of the World War II, the world has been largely at peace, and Europe has been particularly stable. A significant factor for maintaining peace and security are the rules of international law concerning the use of force as enshrined in the UN Charter. International law is crucial in preventing and limiting local and regional conflicts and avoiding their spillover in major international wars. Unfortunately, in recent years, we have been witnessing many challenges to the fundamental norms of international law enshrined in the UN Charter, including on European soil, and Romania has firmly condemned previous instances of unlawful use of force by states and attempts to acquire territories of other countries illegally. We believe the Security Council can fulfill its core mission in maintaining international peace and security. Leading by example is a must. Ladies and gentlemen, coming back to the responsibility of the Security Council, Romania supports the initiative concerning a code of conduct for the use of veto in the Security Council in situations when mass atrocity crimes are committed. Such limitations are commensurate with the responsibilities stemming from the status of permanent member of the Security Council and would allow for credible, swift action capable to prevent the perpetration of new atrocities. Mr. President, the 75th anniversary momentum coincides with the new global challenge of COVID-19. In this context, there are justified expectations from the Security Council to adopt measures aiming at addressing this common crisis, ranging from the medical ones to those affecting peace and stability in a much more subtle way. Romania considers that a decision of the Council will be an adequate response to these expectations. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Denmark, with whom we lost connection, to give a possibility to end the statement. Please, Jeppe.
Thank you so much, Urmas. I'm sorry, I think the connection broke while I was ending my speech, so I'll be very brief. I ask, where does the UN and its member states go from here? And in her ever-relevant book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, written after the Second World War, Hannah Arendt points out, there remains also the truth that every end in history necessarily contains a new beginning. This beginning is the promise. After the Second World War, the creation of UN was that promise. Today, we need to reaffirm that promise. A promise to unite against foreseeable threats to humankind. A promise that we together can take responsibility for the global community and our shared future. We need to find a way to strengthen trust, solidarity, and cooperation among us. New infectious diseases will threaten us again if we do not. Our promise for the post-COVID world should be built back better and greener. It will only happen if we truly understand and accept what that requires from each of us. If we do not wait for our neighbors to take the first step, but are all prepared to lead the way. And if we all insist on being that beginning and that promise the UN was born to be. Urmas, thank you so much, and I regret the bad connection.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Liechtenstein Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Katrin Eggenberger, please.
Of the Second World War, years of mass atrocities.
We didn't hear your beginning. Please, could you start from the beginning? I'm very sorry about that.
Mr. President, distinguished speakers, the 8th of May is a seminal date not only for Europeans, but for all of humanity. It marks the end of the Second World War, years of mass atrocities unleashed on European soil, which impacted the entire world. But it also marks the beginning of the longest period of peace in the history of the European continent. And more importantly, it is very close in time and motive to the biggest peace project ever undertaken, the founding of the United Nations. Today is a stark reminder that at the core of the United Nations Charter is the purpose to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, a task primarily entrusted to the Security Council on behalf of the entire United Nations membership. The Council's record in this respect is mixed. The most obvious illustration in recent times is the armed conflict in the Syrian Arab Republic, which has now lasted almost a decade. As we celebrate the 75th anniversary of this organization, we must recommit to the key provisions of its charter, limiting the use of force to 2 narrow exceptions, when authorized by this Council or in self-defense. Recent trends in this respect are worrisome. In particular, excessively expensive and unchecked interpretations of Article 51 that threaten the international rule-based order. Mr. President, today is also a moment to embrace a key development with respect to the enforcement of the rules governing the use of force. The agreement almost 10 years ago on a definition of an act and crime of aggression at the Kampala Review Conference to the ICC. Individual criminal accountability for most serious forms of the illegal use of force is now a reality for the first time since the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials. Liechtenstein is proud to have spearheaded this effort. It was exactly 8 years ago that we ratified the crime of aggression amendments to the Rome Statute as the first state to do so. We call on those who have yet to ratify these important amendments to join us. The ICC's jurisdiction over this crime can assist the Security Council in reinforcing its mandate and is ever more relevant given the proliferation of grave cyber attacks. Acts over which the ICC also has jurisdiction, if necessary, thresholds are met. Finally, the end of the Second World War also marks the end of one of the worst periods of atrocity, crimes in human history, and particularly the Holocaust, committed on European soil. While important policies and legal instruments were created to help the international community implement the Never Again pledge, we have collectively failed on a number of tragic occasions. Today, we call on the Security Council to live up to its responsibility to prevent and atrocity, crimes in the Syrian Arab Republic, Myanmar, Yemen, and wherever they take place, and call on all states to join the ACT Group's Code of Conduct in this respect. I thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Slovakia Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ivan Korčok, please.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this meeting. I'm convinced that despite unprecedented challenges for the work of the United Nations in the ongoing pandemic, you are set to achieve a very successful presidency in the month of May. Since this is the first time I'm addressing you in my position as a new Foreign Minister of Slovakia, I would like to assure you, Mr. President, and the members of the Council of Slovakia's continued active support of the United Nations in preventing and responding to conflict and promoting sustainable peace in the world. The year 2020 is special due to two related anniversaries. The 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, the time of remembrance for all those who suffered, who died, and those who fought for freedom and liberation in Europe. We must ensure that Holocaust and victims of ethnic cleansing are never forgotten. We should use this anniversary to stand united against any totalitarian rule of whatever ideological persuasion. The 75th anniversary of the United Nations, it gives us an opportunity to recall the reason for establishment of the organization, embodiment of humanity's renewal, and resolve to create a more peaceful, prosperous, and just world. Looking ahead, I think the lessons of the Second World War must continue to guide the work of the United Nations. They must also continue to guide our conduct as community of nations. This means investing in a rules-based global order, diplomacy, dialogue and cooperation based on the values of freedom, equality, solidarity, tolerance, respect for nature, and shared responsibility. Mr. President, I would like to underline the pivotal role of the United Nations Security Council in overcoming the tragic legacy of the Second World War in the past 75 years. The high duty of the Security Council, assigned to it by the UN Charter, was the maintenance of international peace and security under the rule of law.
While the United Nations was successful in preventing another bloody world war, we are far from achieving the goal of peace and security for all. Despite the efforts, violent conflicts continue unabated in many countries of the world, including Europe, causing widespread devastation, human suffering, and unparalleled levels of forced displacement. Responding to many of these critical country situations requires robust international action and financial support. I should like to highlight the following points in this connection. Firstly, the Security Council should recommit to working towards the vision of the United Nations Charter and to reaffirm its responsibility to always ensure a timely and decisive action addressing conflicts at all stages. Secondly, it is imperative to fully implement the goals of the recent United Nations peace and security reform and improve peacekeeping performance. Thirdly, the members of the Council should act in a spirit of unity and common purpose. And finally, we must intensify our efforts to achieve a comprehensive reform of the Security Council in all its aspects. Before I close, I want to commend the Secretary General for his initiatives, notably his appeal for a global ceasefire, a humanitarian response fund for the world's poorest countries, and the call to stand against increasing hate crimes targeting people perceived to be associated with spreading the novel coronavirus. Thank you for your attention, Mr. President.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bulgaria, the permanent representative, Mr. Georgi Panayotov.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Security Council. Dear ministers, dear colleagues, I would like to start by extending my congratulations to Estonia for its first ever presidency of the Security Council. The massive participation of ministers and other senior officials to this Arria-formula meeting is a great success indeed. Marking the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War on European soil is a time for reflection and for reconciliation of our perceptions of modern history. It is a time to pay tribute to all fallen soldiers and civilian victims. It is also a time for remembrance of the appalling atrocities committed during the war, and the Holocaust in particular. But this is also an opportunity for all of us to bring up some hard lessons learned as well as our vision for the future. Mr. President, the end of the Second World War heralded the liberation of the continent from Nazism and put an end to the Holocaust. However, it did not bring freedom to all Europeans, as large parts of the Central and Eastern Europe remained under totalitarian rule for another 45 years. While the European project, based on prosperity, respect for human rights, and common democratic values, solidified peace in one part of the continent, an iron curtain split it into two parts. A great number of Europeans in the central and eastern parts of the continent, including in my own country, sacrificed their lives striving for human rights and fundamental freedoms. This is the hardest lesson learned for all of us. Over the past 30 years, following the end of the Cold War, Europe has witnessed a number of harsh conflicts and wars on its soil. The sad truth is that even today, 75 years after the end of the Second World War, peace does not reign in all parts of the continent. The use of force in international relations contradicts the very idea of a world order based on genuine and continuous adherence to international law and norms. On a global scale, all countries should encourage inclusivity and diversity and should ensure that hate speech, genocide denial, and incitement to violence are criminalized. Those who have not already done so should sign, accede, and ratify all core instruments of international law relevant to the prevention of mass atrocity crimes, especially the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. Mr. President, we live in hard times. which require unprecedented solidarity. Multilateral efforts are needed more than ever, with the UN system at their core, to successfully cope with all challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that the only way to successfully tackle such a crisis is through a coordinated multilateral approach. The European Union is a key player in this process. Bulgaria, together with all other EU member states, is a staunch ally of multilateralism. Looking ahead, we must reconcile with our past and pool our efforts in building our common future. The post-COVID-19 pandemic world will certainly be very different, and we should be up to the challenge and get ready to act in a different way as well. We can only succeed through unity, not through divisions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Austria Minister for European and International Affairs, Mr. Alexander Schallenberg, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you, my good friend and colleague Urmas Reinsalu, for convening this meeting and discussion. 75 years ago, humankind faced a common challenge: rebuilding the world after the immense tragedy and destruction and murder of World War II. Today, we are facing again a common challenge, although different in nature, the COVID-19 pandemic. But today, we luckily live in a different world. A different world because our forefathers after World War II set out to create what we call today rules-based international order and effective multilateralism. At the core of this system stand the United Nations, bringing together the global community. The global system is matched by regional peace projects such as the European Union. This global framework has led to remarkable progress in the last decades. Peace and security, in human rights and development. We can be actually proud of these achievements. And yet, before our very eyes, the pillars of multilateralism are being destabilized. Trust in multilateral institutions is eroding. International agreements on non-proliferation, disarmament and climate change are put into question. And nationalism and the belief in zero-sum politics are on the rise again. Nowhere this is playing out more clearly than at the UN Security Council. Instead of being at the forefront of the fight to protect civilians facing barrel bombs and chemical attacks, all too often the Security Council is missing in action. Instead of using its powers to ensure accountability for the most abhorrent crimes, all too often the only action by the Council is inaction. The silence of the UN Security Council is sometimes deafening. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought home to us in a very powerful way how interconnected and interdependent we are all on this planet. The current crisis is proof that we need today the United Nations more than ever. Collective international action is needed to address the warfare in Syria, Yemen, and Libya, that threaten civilians, in particular in urban areas, the continuing threat of nuclear annihilation, the potential dark side of digitalization that give rise to new and lethal autonomous weapon systems, and finally, the dangers of climate change. Austria, like other small and medium-sized countries, is highly aware of that. Indeed, multilateralism is in our DNA. With this commitment, we are ready to assume special responsibility as a candidate for the Security Council membership in 2027 and 2028. Dear colleagues, let us use this 75th anniversary of the UN to strongly reaffirm our commitment to effective multilateralism, the rule of law, respect of human rights, and accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Norway, Foreign Minister, Ms. Ine Marie Eriksen Søreide, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Urmas, for organizing this meeting and for allowing a very broad participation in the Arria format to mark this very important occasion. Like so many in Europe and all around the world, Norway and its people experienced significant hardships during World War II. As you know, being attacked in 1940 and enduring 5 years of occupation by Nazi Germany. And from our own experience and from witnessing the atrocities that took place across Europe, being a founding member of the UN was important to Norway. We were motivated by the need to create a global organization that would maintain respect for international law as the bedrock of international security and to prevent those kinds of atrocities from happening again. However, in recent years, international politics have become more unpredictable. There is more instability and greater unrest in the international system, and some states are turning away from multilateralism. The norms, rights, and values that are fundamental to us are being challenged. The reality is that all of the major challenges we face are impossible for a single country to solve alone. The corona pandemic is a stark illustration of the interconnectedness of our world and its challenges. The multilateral system and indeed the Security Council must be enabled to solve new problems that challenge peace and stability. And the system is not yet set up to address the challenges like climate change and new transnational security threats. We also have experienced that the international rules-based order in recent years has become under pressure on our own continent. These new challenges illustrate yet again the need for a strong UN Security Council, which fulfills its responsibility for international peace and security, and also takes a proactive approach to conflict prevention and stability. Mr. President, we are convinced that international cooperation based on common agreed rules and norms is the best way to promote our common interest. Norway will be a driver of reform, and we will give priority to strengthening the institutions that matter the most to our security, our economy, and our welfare, like the UN. We look forward to use the 75th year anniversary of the UN this fall as a platform to further strengthen our collective commitment to multilateralism and the prevention of devastating conflicts. And it is our firm belief that if we pull together, the UN and the Security Council will continue to be a beacon and a guardian for maintaining respect for international law and our common good for the next 75 years and beyond. Thank you very much. Thank you, Urmas.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Moldova, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Oleg Tule, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies. Let me join the previous speakers in thanking the Estonian presidency of the Security Council for convening this high-level meeting to discuss a highly topical subject, and I certainly would like to thank the briefers for the insightful presentation. Mr. Chair, the Second World War was one of the greatest tragedies to have ever afflicted the people of Europe and of the entire world. It brought about a total economic collapse, as well as crimes against humanity and war crimes. As we mark the 75th anniversary, we should not forget why the United Nations was created and why the drive to put the past behind us was so strong. The most important lesson that we should learn and bear in mind is that there shall be no place for the use of force and coercion in the post-war system of international relations. Dear friends, in discharging its function under the UN Charter, the Security Council declared repeatedly its commitment to international law, as well as its strong opposition to impunity for serious violations of international humanitarian law, human rights law, and to an intention to uphold accountability. Despite the often declared strong stance and commitment of the past and present Security Council members, these unacceptable violations continue to persist in many parts of the world. Moreover, the use of force and the threat of force brought about changes of borders, including in Europe, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of some countries, including of my own, has been undermined. The Security Council, particularly its permanent members, must do more in order to uphold in good faith the current system that is based on the Charter of the United Nations. The Security Council resolution should be fully implemented, and the collective action should be exercised in order to support accountability for serious violations against international law, humanitarian law, and human rights law. Excellencies, as we commemorate the victims of the Second World War, we should avoid one-sided interpretation of its history. A victim's memory calls only for reconciliation and peace. Given our common responsibility towards all victims, past and present, we should nurture multilateralism with the UN at its core and to act united in responding to many existential challenges, including the ongoing conflicts, hybrid threats, the climate change emergency, and more recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. The post-coronavirus world is already here, a world in which, including for Europe, there is a stringent need for a new type of multilateralism that will be real, not declarative or selective. A world which would be capable to ensure harmony between the national interest and international solidarity. Finally, the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War provides us with an extraordinary opportunity to reaffirm our strong resolve to preserve international peace and security and to achieve sustainable development. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Portugal Minister of State and Foreign Affairs, Mr. Augusto Santos Silva, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Commemorating the end of World War II in Europe takes us back to the foundational events of the European integration that ultimately led to the European Union. By choosing to integrate the EU, its member states, like Portugal, have embraced two of the core principles of the UN Charter: to cooperate to spearhead the economic and social progress of our peoples, and to relinquish the use of force to solve disputes. European integration ensured the longest period of peace in modern history. Together with the Council of Europe and the OSCE, it promoted European reconciliation. For Portugal and other countries, this process was also naturally intertwined with the transatlantic link, and for us, also with the membership of other relevant organizations, such as the Community of Portuguese-speaking countries or the Ibero-American Cooperation. United Nations was born precisely as a necessity after the end of the World War II. One of its founding blocks was to avoid the repetition of atrocities committed before and during the war, notably the Holocaust. The generalized suffering was also the catalyst to adopt Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the UN Covenants, as well as the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of Crimes of Genocide. Regrettably, since then, we have witnessed persecutions and massacres in different continents, as well as several attempts to change international borders by force. The lessons of World War II should have taught us to better understand the warnings, to avoid complacency with hate speech, and to spot the dangers attached to the suppression of diversity or the demonization of minorities. The best way to pay tribute to those who resisted Nazism and fascism is to invest more in dialogue and mediation, to sharpen regulatory institutions, to strengthen the non-proliferation regime, to respect human rights and international law, in brief, to empower effective multilateralism. The Security Council has been able to proceed with its regular decision-making on peacekeeping during the pandemic. Because the pandemic is also a security threat, we hope that the Council will soon be able to also exert the needed leadership on its impacts, including by backing up the Secretary General's call to a global ceasefire. Portugal has consistently called for the Security Council to consider non-traditional threats to peace and security including climate change or global health crisis. So the Security Council must adapt, adjusting its modus operandi in order to fully preserve its credibility and its leverage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Slovenia Foreign Minister, Mr. Anđelko Logar, please.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, dear Urmas, I congratulate Estonia for holding the presidency of the UN Security Council for the first time. I thank you, Mr. Minister, for providing this platform for paying tribute upon the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War in Europe. While the COVID pandemic has put the world to a standstill, I cannot prevent us from honoring the memories of all who sacrificed their lives for freedom, peace, and life in dignity and rights. The Second World War was a time of horrible atrocities, misery, and suffering. It was also a time of immense bravery and collective efforts. Slovenia too shared this experience. We faced all three totalitarian regimes: Nazism, fascism, and communism. First occupation, then brave fight of the resistance, followed by tragic and politically motivated mass execution in the aftermath of the war. The United Nations were established to prevent such atrocities from ever happening again, and, as envisioned in the Charter, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. The European Union was created with a similar motive, and the reconciliation process in Europe can serve as an inspiration in other conflicts. Today, we should recall the basic values that guided the creation of the United Nations: peace and security, fundamental human rights, equal rights of women and men, justice and respect for international law, social and economic progress, freedom for everyone. All actors must refrain from the threat and use of force, and we must all redouble our efforts to resolve conflicts peacefully. Slovenian foreign policy, in spite of our membership in the UN, EU, and NATO, pays much attention to preventive diplomacy and mediation, as well as the concept of responsibility to protect. This instrument can prevent dispute from becoming conflict and conflict from escalating into wars. 75 years after the war, the world and our society have evolved. They are complex, interconnected, and as well uncertain. Security environment is challenging, and the key international organizations find it more challenging to respond effectively. It took a new and invisible enemy, a tiny virus, to demonstrate very clearly how important partnership and cooperation are. In times of pandemic, just like in times of war, we need solidarity. We must work together and look after each other. So let us use this solemn 75th anniversary to recommit to the effective multilateralism with the UN at its heart. Peace and prosperity for all can only be achieved by true cooperation, solidarity, and mutual trust. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. The next speaker is Greece Foreign Minister, Mr. Nikos Dendias, please.
President, dear Urmas, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Given the multitude of today's challenges to peace, this meeting's theme is particularly relevant. We warmly thank Estonia for the invitation and its concept paper with which we fully agree. Since the end of the Second World War, European countries have indeed been blessed with peace, albeit with exceptions. Cyprus is one of them, still facing a 45 years occupation of a big part of its territory. Mr. President, over the course of the 75 years since the end of the World War, new security threats have emerged. In this context, we need to keep cherishing and protecting our deep-rooted values. These include the principles of democracy, good governance, strong institutions, the respect of international law and human rights, as well as multilateral cooperation. Greece steadily supports an increased cooperation between the United Nations and the European Union as a way forward to foster stability based on international law and the United Nations Charter. The concept paper also rightly stresses the need for complying with the prohibition of the use of force. It should be stressed, though, that the threat of use of force is equally prohibited by the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, the international community needs to find ways to guarantee the compliance by all to the international legal order, and through this, to reinforce the vision for a peaceful and prosperous future for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Croatia Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Mr. Gordan Galic Radman, please.
Mr. President, dear Urmas, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by thanking you for organizing this meeting focused on one of the most important topics in the area of international affairs. 75 years ago, after the Second World War and all the atrocities it brought, the nations of the world created the United Nations. It was a historic achievement. At the same time, we also clearly said never again and created inter alia the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide. However, our ambitions, promises, and the UN Charter have not prevented wars and conflicts from occurring all over the world. Unfortunately, Croatia knows this too well. This year, Croatia is commemorating not only the 75th anniversary of the end of the World War II, but also the 25th anniversary of the end of our War of Independence. Croatia has the tragic and traumatic experience of a country that was attacked in the early 1990s. Unarmed and unprotected, we had to fight for our own bare survival. We also experienced firsthand the significance of the UN Security Council, UN peacekeeping operations, and actions of the whole international community. Croatia has gone a long way since then. Risen from the ashes, we joined the EU and NATO and the EU, and currently hold the EU presidency. 3 decades ago, this would have sounded like a dream. Dear colleagues, it is because of the most direct experience of war and atrocities half a century after the Second World War that Croatia has been so active in advocating multilateralism and the responsibility to protect. Our devoted focus is on conflict prevention and international accountability mechanism. The impact of the present challenges on society, economy, health, and environment is truly dramatic, in some areas even irreversible. Therefore, advocating multilateral solutions or emphasizing the role of international organizations is surely not enough. We are called upon to carry out necessary reforms that will enhance the effectiveness and relevance of the UN without undue delay. This concerns especially the Security Council, so it can fully assume its primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. In this respect, the engagement of the permanent members of the Security Council is crucial. Special powers of the permanent members, including the veto power, come with special responsibility. These prerogatives must be used for the benefit and protection of humankind and global peace. In that vein, Croatia welcomes and supports the initiative for establishing the Code of Conduct regarding Security Council action against genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. We strongly support the noble initiative whereby the 5 permanent members of the Council would commit to refrain from using the veto in case where the commission of mass atrocities has been proven. Let me conclude, Excellencies, by saying that I sincerely hope our collective response to the major crisis caused by COVID-19 will enforce our willingness and readiness to strengthen multilateral organizations and international rules-based order. It is open us to envision and build a better world, more inclusive and human than before. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Luxembourg Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Mr. Jean Asselborn, please. Out of your voice. Is your mic on, Jean?
Mic. Hola, sorry.
It is not working. We are not hearing you, although we are seeing you.
Okay, I think now it's okay.
Yes.
So, dear Urmas again, Excellencies, last year we commemorated the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Luxembourg and the Battle of the Bulge, the last major German offensive on the Western Front. We had the occasion to honor American veterans, our living memory, and to express our gratitude to all those who fought to liberate Europe from the Nazi tyranny. We witnessed how present these historical moments were in the mind of our people. The end of the war in Europe, 6 months after the Battle of the Bulge, was a turning point in European and also in world history. Freedom was restored, alas, not in all of Europe. The magnitude and horror of the genocide were revealed, leading to the establishment of international criminal justice. In San Francisco, our charter was signed and provided a linchpin of an international rules-based order for the decades to come. It provided also legitimacy on the decolonization process. May I add that the end of the war opened also the way to the particular peace project, which is the European Union. So, why it is so important that we commemorate this 75th anniversary? At a time of rising nationalism, populism, and xenophobia, it is a stark reminder of where pushed to the extreme these ideologies can lead. For history not to repeat itself, you better get the facts right. And that means also not instrumentalizing history for current geopolitical purposes. At a moment of immense peril, in the last years of World War II, a group of people showed the way of international cooperation, human rights, economic development, and peace and security for all. For all its flaws, for all its setbacks, our organization, the United Nations, was delivered. Let us not forget that this at the moment when multilateralism is under siege. We have our principles, the Charter, we have a roadmap, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have also our common challenges, notably the emergencies of COVID-19 and of climate change. What we need most now is political will. I hope that under Estonia's able presidency, the Security Council will finally respond to the appeal of the Secretary General for a global ceasefire in the dramatic time of the COVID-19 pandemic. We owe this to all those who fought for our freedom 75 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Azerbaijan Foreign Minister, Mr. Elmar Mammadayarov.
Thank you. Are you hearing me? Is it okay?
Yes, fine.
Okay, fine. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, I would like to start my intervention by thanking the Estonian presidency of the Security Council for organizing this important meeting dedicated to the 75th anniversary of the end of the World War II on European soil. Drawing on the lessons of the past, the United Nations was established with the aim of preventing war and human sufferings by binding all its members through a common rule-based order, and we believe that this meeting provides an ample opportunity for member states to reaffirm their commitment to the purposes and principles reflected in the United Nations Charter. Like all members of anti-fascist coalition, Azerbaijan has made a significant contribution to and sacrifice for the victory. Azerbaijan sent more than 604,000 of its brave men and women to the front line. Almost half of them didn't return home. National Azerbaijan and divisions displayed an exemplary courage in the fight against Nazism in European countries as well. The victory was reached not only in the battlefield, but also in the rear areas. For a short period of time, Azerbaijan arranged production of ammunition and arms and created conditions for functioning of the objects of the industry relocated from the battlefields. By providing 3/4 of oil and 90% of the aviation fuel produced in the Soviet Union during the wartime, Azerbaijan made an invaluable contribution to the victory in the war. As a country that sacrificed a lot for the victory over Nazism and mindful of the horrors of the World War II, we are seriously concerned about the instances of glorification in our region in any form of the Nazi movement and those who collaborate with the Nazi movement, including by erecting monuments and memorials. My country has been continuously supporting the UN General Assembly resolution on combating glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism, and other practices that contribute to the fueling contemporary forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. And we believe that it can be instrumental in reverting such worrisome tendencies. It is deplorable that despite the bitter lessons the history taught us, the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, particular prohibition of the threat of or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of states, continue to be violated, thus undermining peace and security in many parts of the world. While the victory over Nazism in Europe is commemorated on 8th of May, this date also marks one of the tragic days in the history of my country, when back in 1992, Armenian armed forces occupied and subjected to ethnically cleansing ancient town of Shusha in Nagorno-Karabakh region of Azerbaijan. This region, along with the adjacent districts, which constitutes almost 1/5 of internationally recognized territory of Azerbaijan, has been under occupation by Armenia for almost 30 years now. Hundreds of thousands of Azerbaijanis were forcefully expelled from their homes and became internally displaced persons as a result of the occupation. Occupation of the territories of Azerbaijan elicited in 4 UN Security Council resolutions demanding immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of occupying forces from the territories of Azerbaijan. Unfortunately, it's very regrettable that these resolutions are yet to be implemented. Wanton disregard for Security Council resolutions contain binding demands represent a clear violation of the UN Charter and cannot constitute an accepted practices in the Security Council's discharging of its primary responsibility for maintaining of international peace and security as it's enshrined in the UN Charter. As today, we're discussing lessons learned from World War II for preventing new atrocities and the responsibility of the Security Council. We reiterate the crucial importance of implementation of resolutions adopted by the principal organs of the United Nations, and as well as accountability, therefore. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I shall give the floor to Brazil Foreign Minister, Mr. Ernesto Araujo. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues and friends. I wish to start by congratulating Minister Urmas Reinsalu of Estonia for organizing this meeting on the day where we mark the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II in Europe, at a moment when we face perhaps the gravest challenge to the community of nations since those tragic days. Why was the Second World War fought? People fought for human dignity, against racism and against anti-Semitism, and people fought for freedom. Let us not forget that. Freedom does not come for free. Freedom requires the permanent will to fight, protect it, and to foster it. Hopefully, we will never have to fight for freedom in all-out wars again, like that one, but we must fight every day. So here, today, we celebrate peace, a peace that came from a fight, a just and necessary fight. Many millions of people shed their blood for freedom back then, among them many Brazilians, since Brazil took an important part in the war effort, sending 25,000 troops to fight in Italy, along with the Allies, against Nazi forces. To have helped to liberate Italy and thus Europe from Nazi fascist tyranny is perhaps Brazil's greatest pride. 75 years ago, freedom and democracy prevailed against totalitarianism, thanks to the sacrifice of real people, of Americans, Russians, British, Poles, Estonians, Canadians, French, Chinese, Brazilians, and many others. But another form of totalitarianism after the war threw its shadow for a long time over half of mankind. That form of totalitarianism during the following decades tried to manipulate the United Nations in its favor. That form of totalitarianism tried to hijack and pervert this noble endeavor, which is the organization of the United Nations. The ideology at the core of that form of totalitarianism is unfortunately not dead. Along the years, that ideology always has worked by that same principle of hijack and pervert. They try to hijack and pervert noble causes and concepts such as human rights, justice, and environmental protection. Let us not allow health to be one more victim to be hijacked by that ideology and perverted to serve totalitarian goals. Let us liberate all those good and noble causes such as human rights, justice, and the environment. Let us free them from the manipulation and enslavement to totalitarian ideologies. We are committed to working constructively in international fora. But I think we should avoid the word multilateralism to talk about international or multilateral institutions. Words ending in ism normally designate ideologies. Fascism, Nazism, communism. Let's not make multilateralism an ideology. The opposite of all ideologies is not another ideology. The opposite of all ideologies is freedom. And notice that we don't say freedomism, we say freedom. So let's make multilateralism not another system of thought that denies reality and tries to impose itself on reality. Let's make multilateral institutions a platform to work for truth and for freedom. The COVID pandemic is probably the largest crisis since World War II. Let us not leave another form of totalitarianism to emerge now as the one that emerged after World War II. Indeed, a new order will certainly emerge from this crisis. We just don't know yet what shape it will take. This new order to emerge will either have more freedom or it will have less freedom. It will either have more human dignity or less human dignity. And the option we all prefer, the road we all want to transit, the road towards more freedom and more human dignity, is the road of nations. Nations are not the problem. Nations are the good guys in this picture. Nations acting in coordination, of course, through the United Nations and other fora. The Organization of the United Nations must be thus a space for coordination among independent nations, not an instrument to replace them. The countries gathered here must use this space to identify the challenges facing mankind today. If the Organization of the United Nations ignores the real challenges of today and instead opts for politically correct gibberish, its role will be diminished. The UN must not be an effort to find common ground between freedom and totalitarianism, let alone to promote totalitarianism by stealth. Freedom and democracy must be at the core of the UN endeavor. And the source of democracy are the people. People organized in nation states with their sovereignty, proud of themselves. Brazil today unequivocally stands for democracy and for sovereignty, the sovereignty of free people. Let us not fall in the error of bashing those who stand for sovereignty. Let us not despise those who stand for the national sentiment. Without sovereign nations, there is no freedom. This postulate does not come from abstract logic. It comes from history, from the real sacrifice of millions of people, from the nature of things, from the essence of the human being. So national sentiment is not the problem of the world today. Rather, the problem is the erosion of sovereignty, which leaves nations prone to the loss of freedom. In Brazil, we are striving to put the demos, the people, back in democracy. As our constitution says, that all power emanates from the people. That is the way to freedom. And Brazil today, just like we did in the Second World War, stands for freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And then and the next speaker is Albania Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Mr. Gent Čakaj, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by congratulating Estonia on assuming presidency of the Security Council, but also thanking profusely President for convening this meeting today. I feel humbled and honored to be part of this online gathering, which, despite the lockdown imposed by the pandemic, remains highly important, not only in remembering the 75th anniversary of Allied forces' victory in Europe, but also in reaffirming our dedication to common values such as fundamental rights and freedoms, core democratic values, and good international cooperation principles that bind us together. Having played a prominent role in defeating fascist and Nazist forces in Europe, Albania, like many other countries of the continent, unfortunately fell under the rule of brutal communist regime, which lasted for almost half a century. During that period, my Albanian fellow citizens suffered alone, almost devastated, and completely forgotten. Only with the fall of the Iron Curtain, we could finally enjoy peace, rejoice freedom, and cherish democracy. However, what might seem as a historical drawback at the first glance might very well be a source of political strength and courage, as the case of Albania shows. Today, this is the most reflected in our foreign policy attitudes in the region and beyond. Conflict resolution, democracy promotion, inclusive communication, and effective cooperation are at the heart of our foreign policy engagement as a regional actor, as a negotiating country for EU membership, as a valued NATO ally, and of course, as the current chair of the OSCE. We work for the European perspective of the entire Western Balkans, strongly believing that it is essential in bringing up reconciliation, good neighborly relations, overcoming enormously painful legacy of the past, as well as maintaining, developing, delivering economies, and working democracies. The narrative of united Europe, which prevailed immediately after the fall of the Berlin Wall, will never be completed without the full integration of the Western Balkans into the European Union. As the current OSCE chairmanship, Albania has been greatly involved in providing security for more than 1 billion people all around the world, from Vancouver to Vladivostok. We have been leading efforts and substantially engaged in promoting communication, cooperation, and dialogue over and against conflict, diversity, division, violence, and oppression. As we speak, Albanian troops are proudly and humbly serving in the Republic of Kosovo, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Latvia, in Afghanistan, in Mali, and in South Sudan. Exactly 1 year ago, two very distinguished Albanian soldiers, Kjodjan Tanushi and Zarife Hasanaj, lost their life while serving in Latvia in their attempt to make the world better and safer place to live in. Today, we pay tribute to them. We remember their very inspiring example by expressing our commitment to uplift their ideals and to work on their cause. Albania has also officially announced its candidacy for a non-permanent seat to the Security Council for 2022-2023. We share our deep conviction that effective multilateralism and inclusive approach is the only way to address vastly complex issues that we deal with on a daily basis, and that were so eloquently phrased in this meeting as well, ranging from protecting human rights, spreading peace, and strengthening security. That's why the Republic of Albania calls not only on universal recognition of the Republic of Kosovo, Europe's youngest republic, but also supports Kosovo's legit ambition to get full membership to United Nations. Kosovo has demonstrated an exceptional capacity to generate sustainable democracy, protect minority rights, as well as Kosovo stands out in the region and beyond in their willingness to embrace just the finest of international values and norms. Dear colleagues, my friends, Your Excellencies, the current crisis caused by the COVID-19 has once more very clearly shown the need for the UN to take further lead and guide global efforts in coping with common threats. On behalf of the Republic of Albania, therefore, I cannot but express our unwavering commitment to the United Nations values, instruments, and missions all around the world, now and in the future, beyond any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Cyprus Foreign Minister, Mr. Nikos Christodoulides, please.
Thank you, Urmas, and congratulations to Estonia, both for the successful organization of this very important event, but also for assuming the presidency of the Council. Fully aware of the time constraints, I will raise only 2 points that are of utmost importance to my country in this discussion. First, the use of force, and secondly, peace and justice. In its genesis, our UN system of collective security, with the Security Council at its core, embodied a prohibition of the use of force, as this is the only way to transform, never again, from an aspiration to a reality. The immensity of this task demanded an extraordinary institutional setup in the form of sui generis body, which derives its legitimacy from its capacity to enforce this prohibition and maintain and restore international peace and security. This mandate, bestowed to the Council by the international community, should have sufficed to make the use of force a thing of the past. 75 years later, however, and despite the many achievements of the Council, the threat of use of force is sad reality, as Cyprus, a European country under Turkish military occupation since 1974, knows all too well. And I would like to thank the Undersecretary General Di Carlo for recalling that here today. The world faces today one of its gravest tests since the founding of the United Nations. In the matters of the pandemic, upholding rules-based international order through multilateralism, respecting and defending international law is of utmost importance. Cyprus region, the Eastern Mediterranean, an important part of the world for maintaining peace and security, often witnesses actions that are in flagrant disregard of international law, gravely jeopardizing peace and security. For us, the relevance of the United Nations and legitimacy of the Security Council depend on the fulfillment of the responsibility of the Security Council against the threat and use of force. It is therefore imperative to revert to the Charter and implement its relevant provisions. The Council must take the lead in charting a way to mitigate the inherent and incidental weakness of our system. My second point pertains to something that should have driven the genesis of the United Nations as much as the prohibition of the use of force. It is a pillar of justice, both in terms of accountability for atrocity crimes and the rule of law in the peaceful settlement of disputes, including through judicial means. While this pillar should have been an integral part of our collective security system from the start, it emerged very late and it's still struggling to consolidate its rightful place. In order to uphold human dignity and ensure sustainable peace, the Security Council cannot condone war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other serious crimes it was created to prevent. Similarly, the Council must embed legal rules and jurisprudence in tackling conflicts, as that is central to the peaceful settlement of disputes. It was precisely the intention of the Charter when it appointed a judicial body as a UN principal organ. The unfailing incorporation of the justice pillar in the Council's functioning is now part of what makes the UN relevant and the Security Council legitimate. Echoing the call of the UN Secretary General for an immediate global ceasefire, we urge all parties to silence their guns and threats in order to help open up space for diplomacy. Multilateralism through the UN system is about confronting shared threats and seizing opportunities together. We now have the chance to work together for a healthy, equitable, peaceful, and more sustainable future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Madagascar Foreign Minister, Mr. Tehindrazanarivelo Jacobas Oliva. Please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi d'adresser mes remerciements à l'endroit de la République d'Estonie pour l'organisation de cet important débat. Je voudrais également, au nom du gouvernement et du peuple malagasy, présenter mes sincères condoléances et exprimer ma solidarité au pays ayant compté des victimes dues à la pandémie de Covid-19. Il y a 75 ans, la guerre la plus meurtrière de l'histoire prit fin en Europe. Plus de 50 millions de vies humaines ont été emportées par la folie de cette guerre. L'humanité restera à jamais marquée par les horreurs d'une telle tragédie. Et nous avons un devoir de mémoire, celui de nous souvenir du courage et de la détermination des hommes et des femmes qui s'étaient opposés, même au prix de leur vie, à la tyrannie et à l'oppression, et de l'héritage qui nous a été laissé, une paix fondée sur des valeurs d'égalité et de liberté, une paix fondée sur le droit. D'ailleurs, sur les cendres de cette guerre, et dans le but ultime d'éviter qu'une telle folie ne se reproduise, que l'Organisation des Nations Unies a été fondée, en confiant au Conseil de sécurité la responsabilité principale de maintien de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. L'Europe, à travers l'Union européenne, peut aujourd'hui se féliciter d'être un exemple d'unité et de cohésion, parce qu'elle a su réconcilier des anciens États ennemis, lesquels se sont unis autour de valeurs communes. Si nous portons notre regard sur le reste du monde, la Charte des Nations Unies réaffirme le respect du principe de l'égalité des droits des peuples et de leur droit à disposer d'eux-mêmes. L'évidence d'une liberté universelle était déjà à l'ordre du jour en pleine guerre des peuples opprimés et victimes d'atrocités dans la lutte pour cette liberté. Le principe des Nations Unies a mené à l'indépendance des pays et peuples colonisés. Cependant, des interrogations demeurent sur l'effectivité d'un tel droit. Les nations sont-elles actuellement libres et souveraines dans le respect du droit international? Certains États sont encore en proie au combat et aux atrocités qui les accompagnent. En outre, le monde n'a pas encore réussi, en ce XXIe siècle, à éliminer toute forme de colonisation, qui est aussi une expression de violence eu égard au sang versé dans la lutte pour l'indépendance. Bien que dans notre région de l'océan Indien, le processus de décolonisation demeure inachevé avec les questions de Mayotte, de l'archipel de Chagos et des îles Malagasy du canal de Mozambique, appelées parfois îles éparses. Face à ces situations, Madagascar a toujours soutenu les valeurs de multilatéralisme, l'importance de la diplomatie, du droit international et du principe de règlement pacifique des différends. Pour conclure, j'aimerais rappeler l'essence même de la création des Nations Unies, à savoir, et je cite, préserver les générations futures du fléau de la guerre et unir nos forces pour maintenir la paix et recourir aux institutions internationales pour favoriser le progrès économique et social de tous les peuples. La concrétisation de ces objectifs appelle une coopération étroite entre l'ONU et les organisations régionales, lesquelles ont chacune développé leur propre mécanisme de paix et de sécurité. L'action commune doit alors être focalisée sur la prévention des conflits et des atrocités de masse à travers l'élimination des causes profondes des conflits, mais aussi la recherche des facteurs de paix tels que la cohésion des sociétés, le bien-être de la population population, la bonne gouvernance, entre autres. C'est ce que renferme le concept de pérennisation de la paix auquel Madagascar adhère entièrement. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Montenegro Foreign Minister, Mr. Srdan Darmanovic, please. Excuse me, we do not hear you.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Only talk like this, son.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, dear Minister, I would like to express to Estonia our appreciation for organizing today's meeting and to the colleagues who are sharing their beliefs and thoughts with us today. This is an important matter. We all need to take time, look back, see and appreciate what we have jointly achieved and raise the awareness of the importance of the moment we live in and the decisions we are taking. We pay our deepest respects to all the victims and our sincere gratitude to all those who gave their lives in the fight against fascism and Nazism. Montenegro, small in size, but great in deeds, at the very beginning of the darkness of the World War II, stood up against fascism and Nazism. Anti-fascism is deeply embedded in the foundations of modern Montenegrin state. Ladies and gentlemen, the vision of a world without horrors of wars and sufferings is the cornerstone and the sense of origin of our organization. The vision of a safe future for all. The vision based upon the common principles and values, and for decades now, being aware of the responsibility, we are trying to achieve what is just and right so that our descendants have safer ground to create prosperity. However, we are constantly challenged. International peace and security are confronted with a reality dominated by a complex geostrategic competition and the growing intensity and complexity of the crisis. The reality where the principles and rules of the international order are often being compromised. The lasting peace can only be achieved if the principles enshrined in the UN Charter are duly respected, and if we work in unity and solidarity in preventing and fighting the threats to the international peace. It is critical to focus our efforts in conflict prevention and joint action for sustainable peace agenda. We all need to be constantly aware of the foundations of multilateralism, based on universal values and principles, and with the United Nations in its core. In that context, the role of Security Council remains irreplaceable in ensuring and maintaining international peace and security. Thus, the Council must be able to react to any threat to the peace or humanitarian crisis promptly and to the necessary extent. Strengthening the UN early warning and response system, as well as unified response to transnational threats, is one of the key elements into building a common future based on peace and prosperity. Therefore, Montenegro supports the necessary reforms of the UN system, including a comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council and the revitalization of the UN General Assembly, with the aim of building effective, transparent, democratic, accountable United Nations in which all regions will be fairly represented. We must keep high on our agenda those who are most vulnerable, primarily women and young people. Vulnerability is particularly visible in times of crisis, but the protection of fundamental human rights and freedoms as the greatest challenge and achievement of modern democratic societies requires action at all times. To this end, the United Nations mechanisms, as our joint achievement, remain indispensable assets and guidance. As the UN is born after one of the darkest historical age and out of the existence of consciousness of it, so we are today faced with another reality, a global health crisis, the one that tests our achievements and solidarity. This is a challenge, but also a chance to strengthen our common sense and prove need of multilateralism as the only possible approach in solving global problems. The organization once again reaffirms its irreplaceability. Mr. Chair, being responsible to ourselves, individually creating stronger systems based on common values and principles, we are at the same time strengthening multilateral foundations. In that regard, Montenegro will remain a good example, the country devoted to European integration and regional cooperation in the Balkans. Not only because the European Union is one of the greatest peace projects, but also the guarantor of stability and peace, which complements the United Nations and our joint cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Kenya Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Ms. Rachel Omamo, please.
Let me begin by congratulating the Republic of Estonia on its ascension to the presidency of the Council for the month of May. I'm also pleased to commend Estonia for the choice of this discussion that not only commemorates 75 years since the end of the Second World War in Europe, but also, and more importantly, affords us an opportunity to reflect on the lessons for the prevention of international crimes in the future. World War II remains the deadliest conflict in human history, with more than 70 million fatalities. Although it started in Europe, the war was executed in many theaters across the world, including Africa. 75 years on, Europe and the entire world have emerged to rebuild their societies and economies from the ashes of World War II, thanks to the resilience of humanity and the establishment of the United Nations and its institutions as the premier mechanism for the maintenance of international peace and security. However, the experience of the last 75 years confirms that global peace is not just about institutions. Rather, it is about taking responsibility to champion leaderships that are informed by constructive influence and not demonstrations of power. Experience has taught us that an operational doctrine that emphasizes specific settlement of disputes through negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and judicial settlement, as well as resort to regional agencies, is essential. These specific tenets have served us well in the post-World War II period. Unfortunately, we live in a dynamic world characterized by emerging threats to global peace and security that call for the reassessment of the tools that we have deployed to effectively address them. The current geopolitical shifts and evolving international landscapes come with a portfolio of risks, including the real possibility of international friction that could undermine multilateralism and democracy. Indeed, the globalization of the world economy bears on its wings a fragmentation of international politics, which could, in the long run, be costly to international peace and security. Additionally, terrorism and violent extremism have more than ever before become pervasive across the globe. Above all, it is all but evident now that all the greatest threats to global security are no longer military in nature. Today, climate change and global warming have become the defining security and development challenges of our generation, and certainly the world's most gigantic externalities. Currently, the global COVID-19 pandemic is rapidly emerging as the most dangerous existential threat, presenting an unprecedented array of challenges globally. The health pandemic has the potential to wreak havoc on state capabilities, with more severe implications on fragile economies. The Charter of the United Nations gives the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security to the Security Council. Therefore, both the structure and methods of work of the Council should be adaptive to the emerging threats to peace that may not have been anticipated at the end of the Second World War. As member states, it should be our solemn duty to enable the Council to speak to these challenges and realities in a manner that is consistent with the UN Charter and UN and international law. In this regard, Kenya is convinced that building bridges and working closely with the entire UN membership within a rules-based international system should be the fundamental principles that govern the functioning of the Council. In particular, the Security Council should endeavor to invest in prevention and building of resilient communities, bearing in mind that the military triumph is far less a contributor to international peace and security compared to long-term benefits of preventive diplomacy. As we celebrate 75 years since the end of World War II and the establishment of the United Nations, the members of the Security Council are well positioned to shape not only an international order that is insulated against the atrocities seen during World War II, but also one that is prepared to tackle the new and potentially greater threats to global peace and security. Kenya humbly anticipates contributing towards such an international order. We thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Andorra Foreign Minister, Ms. Maria Ubach, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear Urmas, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to commend the work of Estonia in convening today's meeting and wish all the success for the presidency of the Security Council for the month of May. Today's event demonstrates that new technologies where Estonia is taking the lead play a crucial role in helping countries perform and adapt their work to new circumstances such as the one we are all experiencing today. 75 years have passed since the end of the Second World War. The scourges of war brought consciousness to most humans to build a new order based on mutual respect, cooperation, dialogue, and defense on human rights. Andorra did not experience the direct effects of the Second World War, as our country remained neutral during the hostilities, and moreover, we never had any army. However, Andorran people coordinate to help and guarantee safe passage through our mountains for those who were escaping from a sure death on the European continent. Solidarity has been part of our history in most cases, and it should continue to be so locally and internationally. The situation we are all experiencing now requires solidarity, especially towards the elderly and most vulnerable people. Mr. President, the end of the Second World War gave us this house, our common house, the United Nations. With the signature of the UN Charter in San Francisco, member states agreed on mutual respect, international cooperation, and peaceful settlement of disputes. Its principles and ideals are as relevant today as they were 75 years ago. Andorra has been a member of this organization since 1993, and as such, I would like to reiterate the commitment of Andorra to multilateralism and the work of the organization to preserve the principles and ideals that the founders agreed on 75 years ago. The COVID-19 poses a serious threat to all. In this sense, let me commend the Secretary General for his call to a ceasefire and his humanitarian approach to this crisis. A global ceasefire is absolutely indispensable and a common responsibility. In times when multilateral action is being questioned by some, let's not forget what we have achieved through the work of the United Nations. Nonetheless, we have to be as supportive, as demanding of the work of the organization. Andorra, as other member states of the United Nations, supports the initiative to make the UN more efficient, more transparent, and more accountable. The founders of the United Nations were able to have a vision in a time of tension and distress for a new common space. We have to take this lesson to foresee that principles are the common ground to help to prevent conflicts and to find opportunities to overcome obstacles. Let me conclude by expressing once again our commitment and our support to multilateral action of this precious organization for the present generation and the generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Italy, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Mr. Luigi Di Maio, please.
Thank you very much, Under Secretary General, President of the European Commission, dear colleagues, dear friends. Today's Europe is the outcome of our collective work over the last 75 years. In 1945, a global effort defeated Nazi fascism. On the issues of oppression, discrimination, and the use of force, the United Nations reflected the global aspiration for peace, freedom, and international cooperation. Multilateralism was the response to the devastation of the war. We shared the need to build back together. Our cooperation and dialogue led to the European institutions of today. Italy is an active member of all major international fora promoting common goals of peace, human rights, rule of law, prosperity. Bearing in mind the tragedy of the European recent past, Italy is also strongly committed in the fight against anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination. We must uphold those values and spare no effort to build trust and pursue dialogue in Europe and in the world, according to the principles of the UN Charter. Europe faces several new security threats. Many of the security concerns originate from instability in the European Union's neighborhood. We need to renew our commitment to a multilateral approach to security based on comprehensive and cooperative security, shared norms and commitments, inclusive dialogue, and confidence-building measures. Security threats are increasingly complex and include specific new challenges as well as new weapons. At the same time, public trust in international cooperation is fading. However, multilateralism remains the most viable platform to govern these storms. Today, the global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is proving the key role of multilateralism. Global health is indeed a public good and a precondition for peace and prosperity. In this spirit, Italy has supported from the outset the appeal of Secretary General Guterres for a global ceasefire. In all hotspots of the world, conflicting parties must join forces against the virus. Italy has been among the very first and strongest advocates for an international alliance to fight COVID-19. We proudly co-hosted the Coronavirus Global Response Pledging Conference, which collected €7.4 billion for universal and fair access to vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics to fight COVID-19. We all know that the negative impact of the pandemic will be the strongest in most vulnerable countries. It will threaten lives as well as livelihoods. We need to prevent the health crisis from becoming an economic crisis and a food security crisis. In this spirit, Italy chairs the UN Group of Friends on Food Security and Nutrition. We count on the UN hub in Rome and on the COVID-19 Food Coalition to ensure food values change and resilient food systems. Overall, the peace and stability of our societies is faced with traditional and new challenges, hybrid threats, health crisis, climate change, inequalities, the downturns of digital transformation. Safeguarding the security of our citizens is our main goal, but we must not compromise on fully respecting human rights and fundamental freedoms. Dialogue based on shared values, exchange of information, coordination, and common strategies will allow us to become more resilient. Italy is ready to do its part. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Serbia, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ivica Dačić, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, Excellencies, we welcome Estonia's initiative to have a debate on the occasion of marking the 75th anniversary since the end of the Second World War, one of the biggest horrors of our civilization, which taught us lessons we must never forget. At the very beginning, let me remind you of the magnitude of suffering the Second World War inflicted on the then Yugoslavia, which was sadly the third in the world according to the number of victims as compared to total population. The biggest conflict in the history of humankind took 1,700,000 lives into the Yugoslavia, with the greatest suffering by far being experienced by the Serbs. Over the 4 years of war, attempts were made to systematically exterminate persons belonging to my people, committing most heinous crimes against them. I will remind you of the death camps in that independent state of Croatia, an ally of the fascist Germany, where Serbs, Jews, and the Roma were most cruelly tortured and murdered. However, severe hardship and intense suffering also gave rise to great heroic feats, and the Serbian people, together with other peoples of the then Yugoslavia and allied powers, managed to resist and defeat the occupying force, thus carving out in golden letters a most special place for itself in the history of humankind, and making it incumbent on its descendants to foster the memory of this time of great suffering, but of the decisive victory too. Regrettably, today we are witnessing the attempts to diminish it, as well as to relativize its significance by way of interpretations, and to even bring into question the atrocities committed. Such an approach is unacceptable because of the great suffering that our ancestors had gone through. We proudly emphasize that then Yugoslavia had actively participated to the establishment of the United Nations as one of the first 50 countries to sign the Charter of the UN. The Republic of Serbia uses every opportunity to underline that we need the UN today no less than upon its establishment, and that its relevance may not in any case be questioned. Nevertheless, we have been witness to resorting to unilateral measures at times and actions which undermine and bring into question the efficiency of multilateralism and international cooperation mechanisms. Sadly, Serbia experienced the devastating effect of such an approach. I will remind you that the decision to use armed force and aggression against Federal Republic of Yugoslavia in 1999 was made and carried out without the approval of the UN Security Council, thus not only violating the sovereign rights of our country, but also undermining the authority of UN Security Council and seriously threatening its primary role. Thereafter, the unilateral declaration of independence of the so-called Kosovo by the provisional institutions in Pristina was an act of violation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244, which seriously endangered the stability of the Republic of Serbia and the entire region as well. These events need to serve as a lesson for the future on the importance of consistent adherence to the Charter of the United Nations and the standards reached in international law. I remind you that the Republic of Serbia remains fully committed to finding a compromise solution for the issue of Kosovo and Metohija, a solution to ensure lasting peace and stability in the entire region. The United Nations and the Security Council should have the last word in the process of our dialogue with Pristina. As a representative of a state and people who suffered greatly and lost many lives combating Nazism and fascism during the Second World War, I would like to convey in the end that all of us together share a moral obligation to preserve the memory of lessons learned from this most devastating conflict in the modern history, and to jointly stand against any attempts to cast a pall of relativity over the events of the Second World War. Only if we learn the lesson
from the bitter past? Can we embark on building a new, brighter vision of future based on our shared values of freedom, cooperation, understanding, tolerance, and respect for diversity? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ecuador Foreign Minister, Mr. Jose Valencia.
John, you are right next after.
Your Excellency, Urmas, Reinsalu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia and President of the Council, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, and dear colleagues. Allow me at the outset to thank the President of the Security Council for convening this meeting at Estonia's initiative. Commemorating the end of the Second World War in Europe, which occurred 75 years ago, is a source of joy for all nations. All of countries, to a greater or lesser degree, directly suffered the pernicious effects of the conflict in Europe and were outraged at the immense loss of human life and the massive destructions it left in its wake. After the war, the international community understood that ideological fanaticism, nationalism that seeks to rule by force over others, and racial hatred can easily unleash evil forces on society, undermine democracy, violate human rights, and disdain humanistic values. This landmark anniversary is a renewed opportunity to ensure a more efficient Security Council and to support the UN Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire in the current dire circumstances of COVID-19. When 75 years ago the war was brought to a halt in Europe, states understood that everyone's security can only be achieved through collective effort, and that the country cannot remain in isolation if the rest around it are in chaos or conflict. With the end of that war, the international community learned that it must work together to prevent political power from being misused to massively violate the rights of other people. The terrible price of inhuman lives of the Jewish Holocaust was the starting point, we know now, to establish at the United Nations an international system for the protection of the fundamental rights of all people. And there is another important lesson that the end of the war in Europe left us. International aid played a crucial role through the Marshall Plan and other recovery programs that gradually reactivated the economies of the beleaguered continent. And with the decision and commitment of European citizens and governments, reorganized societies that today and since several decades enjoy significant progress. This is a lesson not only for the history books, it's one for the present, for a war shaken at its core by COVID-19. Also, the pandemic has, at this moment, not caused an equal number of lost lives as during World War II. Thousands far, so many have already perished due to the scourge, and the economies of many countries have suffered badly, one being Ecuador. The negative impact of COVID-19 will deteriorate the indicators of social development, pushing them back to levels of at least a decade ago. For all these reasons, the lessons of the post-war European recovery are fully relevant now. The world requires an aggressive post-COVID-19 plan to address the economic and social consequences of the pandemic, a plan that leaves no one behind. This can include the availability of fresh resources through, for example, the issuance of a significant amount of special travel rights, the renegotiation of external debts to enable countries to fulfill their obligations without causing social stress, and the activation of international trade so that our products generate the income that economies need to sustain development. We may even have an opportunity to do this in a way that helps us to transform our economies in a more inclusive and sustainable way. Let us commemorate the end of the World War II, recalling also the word of cooperation that emerged from the ashes of that terrible armed conflict, and the necessity of working collectively to defeat the new, deadly, albeit silent global enemy, COVID-19, and thus achieve the social and economic recovery of nations. It is an evident truth that the well-being of peoples everywhere is the best guarantee for the well-being of all states, that in turn contributes to maintaining international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Sudan, State Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Omer Kamareldin, please.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished participants. I'm pleased and honored to be among you today in this important meeting on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. I would like to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to Estonia for organizing this important event as the world is facing an outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic described by many observers as the most serious crisis facing humanity since World War II. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, the Second World War has left an immense destruction on mankind in all aspects. Nevertheless, it produced an international system capable of saving humanity the pains of another war. Europe, which experienced a period of an unprecedented fighting and destruction, became the most stable, peaceful, and secure spot in the world due to the commitment to the principles of democracy, good governance, and multilateral cooperation. Perhaps everyone realizes that the purely nationalistic policies and protectionism practiced by the international powers at the time were the causes of the outbreak of war on the widest scale. It is therefore the most important lesson to be learned is to avoid such policies and to continue on building on the principles of multilateralism, cooperation, coordination, which are the main pillars of peace that the world has enjoyed over the last decades since the end of the World War. Today's world still witnesses many conflicts in many regions. The emergence of terrorism, illegal migration, cross-border crimes, and pandemics, all of which are threats to the international peace and security, Sudan is one of the countries facing a lot of challenges. The transitional government inaugurated last year after a successful revolution that overthrown a dictatorial regime is trying to bring peace and stability throughout the country and tackle the deteriorated and fragile political, economic, and social environment inherited from the previous regime. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second War, we must recall the experiences and practices of the international system ever since, and realize that the sustainability of international peace and security is an indivisible whole that requires support and development of capabilities of countries with limited resources to enable them to face their challenges. Development of effective mechanisms for resolving conflicts, initiating early warning systems, and contributing to peace-building efforts is of a paramount importance in many countries of the world, including my own country, Sudan. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, problems facing humanity entail creativity and innovative approach. The challenges posed by the coronavirus pandemic that transcends borders necessitate strengthening our collective institutions and their capabilities and responses. Our ultimate lesson to learn is to enhance the imperative of multilateral diplomacy that has been and will remain the main pillar of peaceful coexistence. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. And I shall pass the floor to Peru Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Jaime Pomareda, please. I'm sorry, we do not hear you. Although we see you, but we do not hear you. You are still on mute. Could you turn the mic on? Could you turn the mic on? Could you start to speak? We presume you have to turn the mic on, because it is not an issue of our technical preparation, but it seems to be yours. Okay, so we will improve further, but we're looking to find a solution to the honorable representative of Peru. And next, I shall give the floor to Egypt permanent representative, Mr. Mohamed Edres, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like in the beginning to thank Estonia for taking the initiative to convene this meeting today. I also thank our distinguished briefers for their valuable contributions. The theme of this meeting is perhaps more important now than ever. After 75 years of the end of the Second World War, we need to ask ourselves a direct question. To what degree did the international system that emerged as a result of the war succeed in achieving these objectives, or its objectives? Indeed, the post-war multilateral architecture has succeeded in preventing another world war between nations. However, it has not succeeded sufficiently in other aspects, such as settling widespread regional conflicts or the proliferation of nuclear weapons and achieving nuclear disarmament, which still poses a major threat to international peace, stability, and security. And yes, the international system has also made significant progress in the promotion of sustainable development and the human rights. However, large numbers of people are still living in poverty and suffering from shortages of basic needs, including clean water, at the time when sanitation and the prevention against COVID-19 is largely dependent on the availability of water supply. Millions are still on the brink of starvation and are at risk of hunger. And many people in the world still suffer from the lack of realization of their economic and the social and the human rights. The COVID-19 pandemic came to uncover some of the shortcomings of our international framework. It revealed that there are imbalances in the priorities of international action. It became evident, for example, that the health sector was in need of greater investments and that it was impossible to separate national efforts from global regulations when dealing with a pandemic. The pandemic also continues to underscore the dangers of politicization and how political will is a prerequisite to support those most affected by the lockdown measures. Mr. President, in conclusion, we believe that the concept of international cooperation was tested by the pandemic crisis. It is obvious that although the effective functioning of international cooperation and multilateralism is crucially needed, it remains lagging behind the reality we are dealing with. It became a must that the global community shows coordinated solidarity to adequately meet the challenges posed by the COVID-19 threat and other present and future challenges. This is necessary in order to realistically allow meeting the SDGs as a viable target and to preserve the legitimacy and viability of the entire post-Second World War multilateral architecture. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. I am Under Secretary Paul Teesalu. I step in for a while to continue with our speakers list. Next on my list is Permanent Representative of Djibouti. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The 75th anniversary of the end of World War II on European soil provides a fitting occasion to consider the lessons that the global community has learned for preventing atrocities and fulfilling the Security Council's responsibilities of maintaining international peace and security. Indeed, it was the world's collective recoil from the horrors perpetrated in Europe during those darkest of times and its resolve that they must never be repeated that was a principal motivation for the post-war construction of the UN system and of an international legal order founded on respect for human rights. And it was the crimes that the Nazis committed in Europe that caused the international community to conclude one of the new legal regime's seminal texts, the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, a treaty rooted in the General Assembly Declaration in 1946, when those crimes were freshly sealed into the world's collective consciousness that genocide is a crime under international law. But the conclusion of the Genocide Convention and the other international human rights treaties that followed has not prevented the perpetration of atrocities that are regrettably all too similar to those committed during the World War II. I would like to highlight what are perhaps two of the most important lessons. The first is that the international community has wisely equipped itself with tools for addressing atrocities and must never shirk from using them. The second lesson is the critical importance of obtaining documentation of atrocities that is of the highest quality. The denials of a perpetrator of atrocities are best disproven by evidence that has been gathered, preserved, and analyzed in accordance with international best practices and standards. Mr. President, how those two lessons can work in tandem may be seen in the response of the international community to the persecution of the Rohingya people in Myanmar, who have been subjected to unthinkable acts of genocide at the hands of the Myanmar military and security services. The OIC assumed a leadership role in condemning Myanmar's genocide against the Rohingya and took action to bring an end to Myanmar's crimes. Djibouti is proud to serve the OIC contact group on Rohingyas. Djibouti reiterates its profound concern at the failure of the Security Council to find a lasting solution to the Middle East process and alleviate the plight and the suffering of the Palestinian people. Mr. President, the rules-based international order, which evolved over centuries and took the present form in the aftermath of World War II, is facing unprecedented challenges. The concept of multilateralism is under attack. Long-established rules are increasingly circumvented. When international law is disregarded, threat to international peace and security proliferate. The Security Council should therefore use its tools to promote greater resort to peaceful settlements of international disputes via judicial recourse and greater adherence to the rule of law. If elected to the Security Council, Djibouti's views and positions will be shaped and informed by the lessons from that past and, of course, the rich history and values of Africa. Pandemics like the one we are facing must be collectively confronted. The fight against COVID-19 calls for strong multilateral action, and we need to prevent future outbreaks by developing health security capabilities of all states. The COVID-19 crisis has taught us that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. We are glad that Peru is back. The next on my list is Deputy Foreign Minister of Peru. Please, Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. We welcome the initiative of the Estonian presidency to convene this meeting that invites us to consider the current international order. In light of experience and lessons learned from the Second World War, we should also thank all the distinguished speakers for their enlightening presentations. Mr. President, since the end of World War II, humanity has evolved significantly. The United Nations has undoubtedly contributed to building a better world. In many cases, however, progress has been uneven, and the international order has shown limitations in effectively responding to new and changing realities. Today's challenges and threats have other sides, and the increasing number of casualties and the devastating social and economic consequences of the COVID-19 reflect. Maintenance of international peace and security is eroded by the emergence of pockets of conflicts that in many cases have global phenomena as their deeper causes, such as growing inequality, the effects of climate change, arms races, and transnational organized crime. As a contribution to the debate, we would like to point out 4 lines of action that we consider should be prioritized in our collective security system. First, strengthening of multilateralism. In a world of increasing interdependence, the validity, development, and defense of a rule-based international order are essential and the only way to effectively face global threats. Consequently, it is imperative that we strive to strengthen the United Nations so it can fulfill the purposes and principles enshrined in its charter, thus becoming a real catalyst for cooperation and alliances at all levels. A more systemic approach is needed towards preventive diplomacy and peace building, as well as contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. Also, we cannot wait the needed reform process of the Security Council to improve its work. As former Secretary General Perez de Cuellar said, the veto power is not something given generally to permanent members. The veto power implies that they have to work in order to reach agreement for the peaceful solution of international problems. Eliminating the risk of mass destruction weapons through the universalization of international instruments, such as the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and the Nuclear Weapons Ban Treaty, is still a pending issue on our global security agenda. Second, protection of civilians and the fight against impunity. The tragedies and atrocities of the Second World War remind us of the importance of respecting international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Both of these represent minimum standards of dignity in any armed conflict. On this matter, I have to express our wholeheartedly support for the call of the Secretary General for a global ceasefire, an initiative aimed to reinforce diplomatic action, help create conditions for the delivery of life-saving aid, and bring hope to places that are among the most vulnerable to the COVID-19. It is also essential to ensure accountability of those that stand accused of heinous crimes, promoting greater trust in jurisdictional institutions and effective deterrence while ensuring full compliance by their decisions. Third, building peaceful and inclusive societies. Increasingly, the level of poverty and vulnerability of large swaths of the world population have direct impacts on the security and well-being of all. They also undermine our capacity to free ourselves from the scourge of war. We must therefore intensify our efforts toward building more inclusive societies and to further develop our ability to meet the needs and expectations of the population, recognizing their legitimate aspirations, especially the most vulnerable and marginalized groups. It is equally important to reject all forms of hatred speech and discrimination. In any society, ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity must be appreciated and valued and should never be considered a threat. Fourth, emergency international response. Currently, the severity and magnitude of the COVID-19 crisis shows clearly how a crisis exceeds the response capabilities of developing and developed countries. It's essential an efficient multilateral system that entails a major coordinated effort, engagement, and willingness by the United Nations state members, United Nations agencies, and other relevant actors are fundamental to mitigate a crisis and to take the recovery path, as now is needed to tackle the pandemic and build a renewed and feasible future for all. Mr. President, at this critical juncture, where mankind is facing an unprecedented global challenge, principles as international cooperation, multilateralism, and pacific settlement of controversies, principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations that emerged from the darkness of the Second World War, are still powerful cornerstones that could set up a joint strategy to struggle against the scourge of COVID-19 and to make our common house a better place. As a founding member of the United Nations, Peru reassert its belief that peace remains humanity's main asset and the basis for its prosperity in all areas. Ensuring it to future generations is still our greatest and unavoidable responsibility. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Next speaker is Permanent Representative of Costa Rica. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Costa Rica joins other delegations in congratulating Estonia on its presidency of the Security Council and thanks the briefers for the presentation. The full text of these remarks has been provided to the presidency. You have asked us, Mr. President, to draw some lessons learned over the past 75 years. In that regard, Costa Rica cannot overemphasize three core duties of the Security Council: the responsibility to prevent, the responsibility to protect, and the responsibility to uphold international law. First, conflict prevention is undoubtedly the raison d'etre of the Security Council. To be credible, the Council must be able to address potential crises at early stages, prevent them from degenerating into open conflicts, and find effective, sustainable, and inclusive solutions when they become conflicts. To be credible, the Council must fulfill Article 26 of the Charter, which gives the Security Council the express mandate of ensuring the establishment and maintenance of international peace and security with the least diversion of the world's economic and human resources. World military expenditures have risen to 1.9 trillion in 2019, the highest level since 1988. Unconstrained military spending has left many states with insufficient resources to eradicate COVID-19 and mitigate its impacts. This is the crux of the matter. We cannot promote peace on the one hand and yet facilitate a weapons trade which leads to the perpetuation of war. Costa Rica is convinced that the Security Council should do much more to assist in this regard. Second, the Security Council has increasingly embraced the advancement of human rights as a critical element in promoting peace and security and in preventing conflict and mass atrocities. However, there is a persistent gap between words of commitment and collective success. In its 50th anniversary of the adoption of the responsibility to protect principle, it is imperative to continue advancing the operationalization of this norm. In terms of upholding international law, it is absolutely necessary that the Security Council controls the use of the veto on fundamental agreements and fundamental decisions, and that it acts in a timely manner, including through referral to the International Criminal Court of particular situations. Mr. President and esteemed members of the Security Council, I cannot finish my remarks without urging the Council to overcome its protracted internal differences and work together to address the current COVID-19 emergency as what it is, a threat to international peace and security. Not doing so goes against its fundamental obligation. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Ambassador. The next is Permanent Representative of New Zealand. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I convey warm greetings from New Zealand's Foreign Minister, Winston Peters, who regrets he's unable to join because of the time difference. We congratulate you and Estonia on your first presidency of the Security Council. It's our privilege to participate in this meeting. Speakers before me have reflected on what World War II meant for their nations. Despite our distant location, the values and ideals under threat in Europe were the same values held by New Zealanders. Throughout the war, New Zealand soldiers fought in the Mediterranean, in Europe, and in the Pacific. The determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war led us to the United Nations institution we have today, which sits at the heart of our multilateral system. Mr. President, in order to keep within the time allotted to me, I come to you with a single message, and that is, leadership has never been more critical. At a time when the values we share are under strain, be it from COVID-19 or its damaging effects, from climate crisis, or from violations of international law, the need for global cooperation and solidarity has never been more needed. This also means that leadership from the United Nations system, and importantly, the United Nations Security Council, is as critical as ever. Your deliberations and decisions matter profoundly. Whether you act or not, and how you act, impacts the lives of millions. We call for renewed leadership to face today's challenges. Effective international cooperation and action, including through this body, to uphold the core values we share, is in all of our interests. In this endeavour, New Zealand will never tire from playing our part to promote and defend an open and inclusive system underpinned by international law. Te Naan, and thank you.
Thank you for your statement. The next on my list is Permanent Representative of Australia. Please, you have the floor.
Unprecedented in its destruction, claiming an estimated 85 million lives.
Can you please, Ambassador, can you please start from the beginning? We couldn't hear the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Congratulations to Estonia on its presidency and on this Arria. Mr. President, the Second World War was unprecedented in its destruction, claiming an estimated 85 million lives. The toll of this war on civilians was staggering. It's telling that the mass atrocity crimes of genocide and crimes against humanity were born of its horrors. 1 million Australians served in the theatres of this conflict in Africa, Asia, the Pacific, and Europe to end fascism and totalitarianism. This institution was also conceived in the ashes of this war. The recognition that peace is indivisible is at the heart of the UN Charter. A breach of the peace anywhere threatens peace everywhere. Our obligations under the Charter to settle disputes peacefully under the law and to refrain from the threat or use of force are pillars of the post-war order. The annexation of Crimea 6 years ago by a member of this council can only be described as a flagrant violation of this critical norm. The General Assembly, our highest representative body, rightfully recognises this action as illegal. Australia remains steadfast in our support for Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the rights of its citizens. Mr. President, the Charter bestows significant powers on this Council, but as the Charter makes clear, this power comes with responsibilities and duties owed to all member states to act to preserve international peace and security. The veto entrusted to this Council's permanent members is also a privilege. It must not be abused. Australia has always harboured concerns about the veto and led efforts to expand the General Assembly's powers. Indeed, our opposition in 1945 led one permanent member, a traditional friend of Australia's, to call our foreign minister the most frightful man in the world. It's particularly difficult to see exercise of this veto and paralysis of this council in situations where mass atrocity crimes are being committed. This is entirely inconsistent with the intention of the Charter's drafters. At this harrowing point in history, as we face escalating threats to human security due to the COVID-19 pandemic, these concerns about the use of the veto are amplified. While we support initiatives for voluntary restraint, we're also interested in exploring ways to use the General Assembly, our highest representative body, to increase transparency on the use of the veto. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. The next on my list is Permanent Representative of Qatar. Your Excellency, you have the floor. We cannot hear you. Please switch on the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Now it's good.
I would like to begin by congratulating Estonia on assuming the presidency of the Security Council this month and appreciate the initiative to convene this timely meeting. Mr. President, since the end of World War II, our world has experienced many changes. The basic principles, however, have not changed. Commitment to international law, friendly relations between states, respect for their sovereignty, and the peaceful settlement of disputes have been and still are necessary to spare humanity enormous suffering. These and other principles of the United Nations Charter have gained renewed importance. It is imperative that they are respected and promoted if we are to avoid a relapse into the dark past. These principles constitute the basic pillar of the foreign policy of the State of Qatar. In this spirit, my country is committed to the United Nations as the prominent platform for the international cooperation and multilateralism. And at a time when humanity faces the challenge of COVID-19 pandemic in an unprecedented test of how to address common challenges by promoting international cooperation for the benefit of mankind. Contrary to this vision, some have resorted to the approach of undermining cooperation and solidarity among brotherly and neighboring countries, with all its destabilizing implications on regional and international peace and security. Such approach is embodied in the unjust, illegal blockade imposed on my country, Qatar, for more than 3 years without any justification, and a blatant contravention of the Charter of the United Nations. This 23rd of May will mark the 3rd anniversary of the cyber piracy crime that has been the prelude to this fabricated crisis against my country. In the spirit of the desired goal of this important meeting, confronting policies that undermine the international peace and security should constitute a priority for the international community and institutions entrusted with this task, notably the Security Council, by virtue of its mandate under the UN Charter. Such mission is all the more necessary since the world faces the unprecedented threats posed by COVID-19 pandemic, which requires cooperation, concerted efforts, and setting aside differences for the collective good. Mr. President, the fact that the commemoration of the end of World War II coincides with the anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations each year should be a continued reminder of the central mission of the United Nations, which is the pursuit of the common good of all people. The words, "we the peoples," must remain at the center of our efforts to revitalize our international organization on its 75th anniversary. And I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you for your statement. Next is Permanent Representative of Pakistan. Please, Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Estonia on assuming the presidency of the Security Council and to thank it for holding this important day. As we reflect on the
horrors of the Second World War, we must remember its lessons. Great atrocities, crimes against humanity and genocide do not happen in a day. They arise from a toxic brew of bigotry, intolerance, hate. The ideologies and forces of hate cannot be appeased. They must be confronted as soon as possible. We are, unfortunately, witnessing a global resurgence of right-wing and fascist ideology, hate speech, xenophobia, Islamophobia, incitement to violence, acts of brutal violence. These trends have been exacerbated rather than ameliorated by the COVID-19 pandemic, the most serious since the founding of the United States. In particular, Islamophobia is emerging as a viral trend, unfortunately, even in Europe, as manifested by negative profiling, religious and cultural discrimination, the deliberate defamation of Islam, calls for barriers against and the expulsion of Muslim migrants and refugees, the vandalizing of Islamic sites and symbols, anti-Muslim hate speech, incitement to and perpetration of violence against Muslims. Sadly, state-sponsored Islamophobia has found a fertile home in BJP RSS-ruled India. The founding fathers of the RSS were avowedly inspired by Hitler and endorsed the aim to cleanse Germany of the Jews. The Sevaks of the RSS, modeled on the Nazi brown shirts, are launched in a program to eliminate India's Islamic heritage, as evident in the 1992 destruction of the historic Babri Mosque and anti-Muslim programs in Mumbai in 1992, Gujarat in 2002, and New Delhi just a few months ago. India's Muslims are also being vilified because of the COVID virus disease. The ethos of the Hindu supremacist is epitomized in the following declaration of a prominent BJP parliamentarian, and I quote, "All people are not equal. Muslims are not equal in category. If the Muslims become more than 30%, that country is dangerous," unquote. In occupied Jammu and Kashmir, the BJP RSS leaders are engaged in imposing what they themselves have called, I quote, "a final solution," a plan to crush Kashmir's quest for self-determination and freedom, and to colonize it into a Hindu majority territory. Mr. President, never again is a pledge that must be applied globally. The Security Council has the mandate to prevent and punish genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. It must act to prevent impending atrocities, including against the Muslims in India and in occupied Jammu and Kashmir. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. Next speaker is Permanent Representative of Armenia. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. President, we want to thank the Estonian presidency of the Security Council for organizing this meeting to reflect on the end of World War II in Europe and the lessons learned for preventing future atrocities. I would also like to thank the distinguished briefers for their remarks. As we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, we remember and pay tribute to all those who lost their lives for a peaceful future to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war. The Armenian people who went through the horrors of genocide committed under the cover of World War I demonstrated selfless courage and enormous sacrifice during the Second World War. Almost 600,000 Armenians were called to Soviet army, more than half of them never returned to their homes. 4 marshals, 1 admiral of the fleet, and 60 generals were among the Armenians who fought in the battlefields of the war. Thousands of diaspora Armenians are known for their outstanding contribution to the Allied forces in different parts of the world, including those in resistance movement. The tragic history of past calamities stands as an important lesson to be learned and remembered. Mr. President, a sign in the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C., with a notorious quotation, "Who after all speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians," unquote, is yet another stark reminder of the threats of impunity and failure of international order at the time. It has been said so many times before that those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. Today's reflection on the lessons of the past is taking place at a time when there is a decline in many ways, from crisis of the global health system caused by ongoing COVID-19 pandemic to solidarity and global cooperation. Of the United Nations in promoting peace 5 years, we continue to face armed conflicts, destabilizing military buildups, rising nationalism and authoritarian trends, as well as hate speech and hate crimes being committed, including in our immediate neighborhood. Violations of human rights, fundamental freedoms, and particularly the suppression of the right of people for self-determination is the underlying cause of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, which Azerbaijan continuously misrepresents. It needs to be reminded that in Artsakh to self-determination through legally bind free is the fundamental principle and basic premise. Mr. President, Armenia is strongly committed to multilateral cooperation for peace, development, and human rights. We have unequivocally supported Secretary General's appeal to global ceasefire, and we commend his efforts in responding to the global crisis. Armenia carries a special duty and moral imperative to help consolidate international of genocide. We stand ready to continue our close cooperation, prevention, and response, early warning capacities of the UN system to prevent future atrocities. Let me once again pay those who fought in 1945, all friends and landmark anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. The next on the speakers list is Permanent Representative of Iraq. Please, Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia, for organizing this meeting and present our warmest congratulations for the presidency of the Security Council for this month. Mr. President, it's a great honor to represent my country, Iraq, in this meeting. Iraq believes that it's very important to commemorate the foundations of the international system, which intended to promote peace and security through cooperation and solidarity and the reflections of the lessons from the Second World War. The lesson all humanity should learn from grave experience of the Second World War is that cooperation and mutual respect should prevail. Global challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic does not recognize people on the basis of their ethnic, religious, and political affiliation. We all share the same destiny and all have the same responsibility of delivering prosperity and peace to the next generations. Iraq believes that fostering peace and stability in the whole world, and achieving progress in development, the principles and purposes enshrined in the United Nations Charter should be honored and fully complied. The main goals of the Charter are to save mankind from scourge of war and achieve prosperity. For the sake of these noble goals, the United Nations membership should speak with a truly collective voice. In this regard, Iraq commends the Secretary General inspiring leadership, supports forward-looking and future-oriented efforts, and underscores the need to respect the principles of national sovereignty, independence of states, and non-interference in their internal affairs. Excellencies, Iraq honors its constitutional principles, such as promoting international cooperation, reaffirms commitment to multilateralism and rule-based international system, and highlights the nexus between sustainable development and peace. In this regard, we find it important to shed light on two mainly important factors, besides others, that undermine collective prosperity, which are terrorism and armed conflicts. Iraq believes that the best way to overcome these challenges is through effective United Nations mechanism, which should be collective in nature and neutral in the core. Therefore, Iraq emphasizes the need for reforming and strengthening the organs of the United Nations to make them more fitting to the purposes for which they were intended, especially the need to reform the Security Council. Iraq believes that there is a need to increase the accountability of Security Council and rationalize the use of veto for the aim of conflict prevention. Iraq also recognizes the need to respond to the new and emerging challenges of the future by leading discussions on rules and norms and through border structure cooperation regarding transboundary water resources, cybersecurity, tourism, epidemic, and climate change. Thank you, President. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. The next on my list is Permanent Representative of United Arab Emirates. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, for chairing this important meeting. Let me first emphasize that while today we commemorate the end of the Second World War on European soil, its consequences had a direct impact in the Middle East that is often not part of the European narrative. The balance of power and geographic divisions made at the end of the First and Second World Wars by the victors determined the boundaries and new fault lines of the Middle East in a way that still has far-reaching ramifications today. These global repercussions led to what is probably the most important lesson from the order that emerged from the Second World War to prevent future wars. The world order that was forged from the ashes is the best safeguard we have for our collective security. In the midst of a pandemic, this discussion could not be more timely. As the world reels from the impact of COVID-19, the UAE is committed to the reaffirmation of those founding principles of the UN. 75 years ago, the world sleepwalked through the largest mass atrocity in modern history, and our region entered decades of entrenched turmoil. I would like to emphasize some lessons that history has taught us and that remain valid to this day. First, mass atrocities do not start with violence. They start with the first signs of oppression against people based on their identity and with extremist propaganda. We are seeing signs of these divisions emerging again today with hate speech and xenophobia around the world. And the UAE is well aware of the challenges of maintaining international peace and security in a region marred by sectarian violence, hegemonic agendas, and extremism. And we remain committed to preventing the further radicalization of our youth. But once we identify the worrying signs, like we are doing today, early warning is not enough. We need early action. The international community cannot look the other way. The Secretary General, through his good offices, the Security Council, and individual member states all have a charter-mandated responsibility in preventing the onset of violence. The UAE continues to work tirelessly to promote peaceful solutions in our troubled region and around the world, and we reaffirm our commitment to the Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire. Many say today that the global fracture in the international community means that inaction is inevitable in the UN's primary peace and security organ. We say that is an excuse that dishonors the sacrifice of those who lost their lives in the forging of this world order. When prevention fails, respect for the UN Charter, international law, and international humanitarian law is essential to mitigate the effects of armed conflict. The need to promote respect for international norms is as clear today as it was 75 years ago. Mr. President, whether it is in the context of mass atrocities or a global pandemic, history will judge us by whether we left anyone in our international community behind, especially the most vulnerable. They should remain at the center of our efforts today. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Next speaker is Permanent Representative of Islamic Republic of Iran. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President,
I'm sorry, excuse me. We have, switched in the list, Jordan before. Please, Permanent Representative of Jordan. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to congratulate you and the Republic of Estonia on your membership of the Security Council and the assumption of the presidency for this month. We are certain that with your exceptional leadership, Estonia will succeed in steering the United Nations Security Council in these trying times of COVID-19. Thank you also to all the participants in this Arria-formula for sharing invaluable views and perspectives. Mr. President, today's context differs from the one which was prevailing when the UN was founded in 1945. The membership has grown from 51 to 193 member states, and we are living in a globalized and interdependent world. However, the world today is facing more challenges and more threats of a complex nature. Inequalities, vulnerabilities, displacement, and refugee crises persist, and so do socioeconomic gaps and challenges, as well as climate change threats. Conflicts, xenophobia, terrorism, radicalization, violent extremism, and cybercrimes are on the rise. There is a growing demand for justice, accountability, democracy, prosperity, and respect for human rights and the rule of law. In the face of all this, we need to uphold and strengthen a healthy, effective multilateral system that is built on trust, respect, collective action, and global solidarity. We must respond more effectively to the many threats to peace and collective security on the one hand, and to the pressing and legitimate rights of all people, young and old, female and male, for sustainable, equitable development, for prosperity, and a better life on the other hand. Here, His Majesty King Abdullah II's remarks before the coronavirus global response pledging conference last Monday ring so true and so relevant, and I quote, "Dealing with COVID-19 have shown us that we all need each other to survive. The lessons we learn must help us seek a better integration of our world, a re-globalization that sees relations based on capacities, building capacities, ushering cooperation, and putting the well-being of all people first." End of quote. Mr. President, global peace and stability are one of the most important tasks of the United Nations and the Security Council. The United Nations has given birth to new concepts such as peacekeeping, peace building, conflict prevention, and sustaining peace. It has pioneered arms control treaties and verification, notably the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT regime, the SDGs, the 2030 Agenda, and has recognized the role of young people in peace and security through Security Council Resolution 2250 at the initiative of Jordan. It has also realized the role of women in peace and security. But despite many successes, the United Nations and the Security Council are still faced with many challenges that undermine their credibility. The inability to resolve long-standing conflicts, such as the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, despite the hundreds of resolutions adopted by the General Assembly and the Security Council, the implementation is still on pause and illegal occupation continues. The UN Security Council must shoulder its responsibility to achieve a just and comprehensive solution to the Palestinian question based on the two-state solution, leading to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. Jordan believes that we all need to preserve multilateralism, to respect international law and international legitimacy, and to work in unity to collectively end suffering and to solve protracted conflicts, to address root causes of conflict, all conflicts in all regions. Mr. President, in conclusion, collective action was the promise of the United Nations. Nearly 75 years ago, this organization was created by the specific individual actions of member countries, coming together to shape a better future. Today, we still urgently need each other and effective leadership from every member state to act collectively and together to achieve the peaceful, better, safer world we all need and want. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. Now is the next speaker, Islamic Republic of Iran. Your Excellency, please take the floor.
Mr. President, the main lesson humanity has learned from World War II is to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. We have only one choice, that is, to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations under international law can be maintained. Accordingly, through the Charter, we agreed that such a noble objective can best be realized if we live together in peace as good neighbors, develop friendly relations, settle disputes by peaceful means, refrain from the threat or use of force, achieve international cooperation in solving international problems, and employ international machinery for the advancement of all peoples. Consequently, we established the United Nations as a center for harmonizing the actions of nations in the attainment of these common ends. This was promoted by developing a great number of international instruments and institutions that form current multilateral system, which proved that, while not ideal and perfect, but is the only available tool at our disposal. However, today, all those lessons learned and achievements gained are at high risk, and as the Secretary General rightly puts it, the world order is increasingly chaotic. Democratic principles are under siege. The rule of law is being undermined, and multilateralism is under fire precisely when we need it most. Therefore, our most urgent and key question today is how to address the challenges of multilateralism. The illegal unilateral actions of the United States, with its excessive addiction to sanctions and economic terrorism, as well as its policy to withdraw from international instruments and institutions, are alarming. One of the leading examples of systematic mockery of international law is the violation of Council's Resolution 2231 by the United States that is brazenly threatening others to either violate that resolution or face punishment. Such bullying policies and unlawful practices are growingly eroding the pillars of multilateralism, tarnishing the credibility of this organization, and mainly the Security Council. To conclude, today multilateralism is not only an option, it is the only option. There is no magic solution or alternative, as challenges such as coronavirus do not recognize boundaries and thus cannot be managed with one or certain countries alone, no matter how powerful they are. Let's be united in pursuing the common goods of all states and in promoting true multilateralism, founded on inclusion instead of exclusion, cooperation in place of confrontation, and rule of law instead of rule of power. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. The next speaker is Permanent Representative of Nigeria. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me, on behalf of the government and people of Nigeria, congratulate and commend the delegation of Estonia and President of the Security Council for the month of May for organizing today's high-level Arria-formula meeting and for adapting to novel working method during this trying time. Mr. President, General Assembly Resolution 59/26 declared the 8th and 9th of May every year as a time for remembrance and reconciliation and calls on all member states to pay tribute to victims of the Second World War. As we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, we remember the millions of people that lost their lives globally. Although the war started in Europe, it didn't take long before it spread its misery to other parts of the world. Its tragic effect was global, and the interconnected susceptibility of all countries to crisis and insecurity remains true today. The United Nations emerged in 1945 from the ashes of this destructive war to save future generations from the scourge of war and establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law could be maintained. The end of the war heralded remarkable social progress and economic growth in Europe and the world. Since then, the UN has successfully conducted peace building and peacekeeping around the world. It has advanced disarmament, non-proliferation of weapons, promoted economic development and trade, facilitated interfaith and intercultural dialogue, promoted self-determination, protected our planet, reduced child mortality, promoted youth participation, protected the rights of the children, and promoted gender equality and inclusion. It also supported member states in eradicating polio and halting the spread of Ebola. However, the world still faces a lot of challenges which are yet to be completely overcome, despite the many lessons gleaned from history. The world continues to witness violation of important norms of the United Nations Charter, occasioned by the use of force, unilateralism, civil conflicts, organized transnational crime, extremism, terrorism, climate change, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, enhancement and use of conventional chemical and biological weapons, protracted armed conflicts which cause widespread hunger, death, and destruction, resurgence of refugee/IDP camps from displacement of civilian populations and new forms of slavery. The net effect of this is that distrust, cynicism, and indifference are mounting. It is therefore imperative that we reverse all negative trends. In this regard, we, the member states, entrust you, the Security Council, with the safety and security of the people we serve as articulated in Article 24 of the Charter. It is important that the Security Council does better to address these challenges. It is a matter of grave concern that the UN Security Council has been inactive in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. This once more brings to the fore that urgent need for the reform of the Council. The world needs a Council that is not only representative vis-a-vis our current geopolitical realities, but also functional and fit for purpose in order to deal with global problems of the 21st century. Mr. President, Nigeria believes that the Charter is a continuum that requires the cooperation of all. The primacy of the Charter as an international treaty is affirmed by Article 103, which places the obligations of member states under the Charter over and above their obligations under any other international agreement or treaty. Therefore, we must uphold the international rules-based system with the UN at its core and continue to underscore the validity of multilateral diplomacy. History demonstrates that this is essential for the maintenance of global peace and security. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by noting that as we approach the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we must recall the founding ideas of the United Nations and uphold the gains of the post-war order. We must honor the millions of victims that have been lost in armed conflict by never again forgetting our responsibility to stand up to injustice and aggression and ensure that we safeguard the lives and livelihood of the peoples we serve. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, Ambassador. Next speaker is Permanent Representative of Belarus. Kuidas? Excuse me. We have...
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I thank the Estonian presidency for convening this meeting, and I would like to make 3 brief points. First, it is a tragic fact that in World War II, Belarus was one of the most severely affected countries. We lost a third of our entire population. Cities, towns, villages, every community, state institutions, infrastructure, and vital industries were all devastated or totally destroyed. The spirit of the people, however, was never broken. For us, World War II turned into the Great Patriotic War. Belarus made a glorious contribution to our common victory through great sacrifice, unbearable pain, and terrible losses. The war left its tragic footprint in the history and mentality of the Belarusian people for generations to come. This is exactly why we keep the memory of war heroes alive and pay tribute to soldiers and officers, partisans, underground fighters, and civilians working in the rear who together defeated the Nazi plague 75 years ago. Second, there is a different war raging today, right now, deliberate manipulation and distortion of history, glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazi parades, war against the memory of heroes who fought against Nazism and whose ultimate sacrifice made it possible for all of us to speak here today. It is cynical, cowardly, and disgusting. There is no dignity or courage in fighting against monuments that do not fight back. Destroying a monument is not a battlefield victory, but a deliberate attempt to erase the legacy of real-life heroes from people's minds and to distort the consciousness of younger generations. Manipulating history and the outcomes of World War II is very dangerous. Politicians must be responsible before history, peoples, and international community. And third, today, the world is facing growing threats to multilateralism, international peace and security, a crisis of confidence, and disregard for norms and principles of international law. The 75th anniversary of the Great Victory is not just another memorable date. It is a chance for all of us to take a critical look at the current situation and to restart comprehensive global dialogue on international peace and security, similar to the well-known Helsinki process. Belarus fully supports a recent call by the UN Secretary-General on global ceasefire and believes it could be the first significant step. We must act together because only together we can do it. There will be no winners in World War III. Please accept our most sincere congratulations on our common great victory, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, good. Mr. President, the delegation of Kazakhstan congratulates Estonia for assuming the presidency of the Security Council and wishes it every success. This year, the international community marks the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, and this is a unique opportunity for all of us to critically review the lessons learned and the challenges that confront us. In 1945, the peoples of the United Nations declared their determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Let us not forget that World War II was one of the bloodiest wars of humanity, which claimed more than 60 million lives, including over 600,000 lives from Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, today, we are still witnessing about 40 armed conflicts around the world, defying the very principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. It is clear that the modern global security architecture is undergoing a critical test and needs to be robustly restored. As a lesson from the past, Kazakhstan believes that the war can never be a lasting solution to any problem until the principles of the UN Charter are respected by all members. Mr. President, today's meeting takes place when threats to peace and security and the perils of weapons of mass destruction are considerably more complex and serious. Tsunami of racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, discrimination and scapegoating the pandemic has unleashed, and it remains important to counter all violent manifestations of extremism, aggressive nationalism, and neo-Nazism, manipulation of history. High geopolitical tension and the crisis of trust pose grave concern for us all. So another lesson for us to learn in today's environment is that the peaceful settlement of disputes through mutual respect and diplomacy, constructive dialogue and negotiations is the only viable solution for a world order based on peace. Mr. President, Kazakhstan has always been committed to multilateralism, global peace building, security and sustainable development, serving always as an impartial, honest broker for mutual common good. An outstanding example of this standpoint has been the initiative of the first president of Kazakhstan to create the UN Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia. Another successful experience of Kazakhstan has been to convene the Conference on Confidence Building Measures in Asia, which serves as a platform for developing collective approaches to solving security problems in Asia. We are convinced that the achievement of peace as a means of settling interstate problems is central for the survival of humanity in the 21st century. In this context, Kazakhstan urges the world leaders implement the manifesto, The World, the 21st Century, as proposed by our first president, Nursultan Nazarbayev, which is a call to join forces against the global war and to take measures to end violence worldwide by the UN's centennial in 2045. To conclude, Kazakhstan strongly stands in defense of peaceful resolution of conflicts as the only way for transforming a world in crisis into a planet of hope and promise. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Next on the list is Permanent Representative of Malta. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. On behalf of the government of Malta, I congratulate Estonia for assuming the presidency of the Security Council and thank them for organizing this meeting. Malta welcomes this opportunity to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War in Europe, the bloodiest and most destructive conflict the world has faced, and which redefined international cooperation. Despite the devastation, the scourge of war also instilled the vision and determination to redesign the international system and build institutions to ensure that the plight of a war is not relived. European and world leaders came to the realization that dialogue and cooperation had to prevail in order to prevent future generations from experiencing another global conflict. Everyone finally realized that after such death, horror, and suffering, things must never be the same again. Over the past decades, the Security Council has played an important role in the prevention and peaceful resolution of conflicts and the maintenance of international peace and security. Unfortunately, while most of the time the Council work is in unison, there are instances where geopolitical interests come in the way, hindering its effectiveness and credibility. In order to adapt to an ever-changing global landscape, UN member states have long seen the need to reform the Council, to make it more broadly representative, efficient, and transparent, which would in turn also have a positive impact on its legitimacy and the implementation of its resolutions. To maintain international peace and security, we need to continue to invest in sustainable development, human rights, international law, and international humanitarian law. We must also remain vigilant and be ready to respond to new challenges, such as climate change, and monitor the impact of new technologies. We need to ensure that the structures in place can better prevent the outbreak of new conflicts and regional tensions. Council unity remains paramount in ensuring constructive action. While reform is one way to go, such efforts would only bear the desired results if the common interests of the global community prevail. During the Second World War, Malta was the most bombed country of that conflict. Coming out of the dark was not easy, but with hard work and determination, we managed to build an independent and forward-looking country with a vibrant economy. Just a few days ago, we celebrated our 16th anniversary of our accession to the European Union. Tomorrow, we join our European family in celebrating Europe Day and the EU's biggest achievement, that of ushering 7 decades of peace and prosperity to the continent. It will also be an opportunity to reflect on future challenges and ways in which we can continue to share our national and European experience to contribute to global peace and stability. We are an island, but we are not isolationists. We are committed multilateralists. Malta's commitment to peace, dialogue, and bridge building remains stronger than ever. We are concerned about the situation in our immediate neighborhood and firmly believe that initiatives in the Euro-Mediterranean region offer the suitable framework to address the challenges through dialogue and cooperation, aim to tap into the full potential of the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean. We have always maintained that global problems require global solutions. The COVID-19 pandemic only sheds more light on how interconnected our world really is and how local and regional events can have global repercussions. With this in mind, Malta continues to advocate for dialogue, tolerance, cooperation, respect for democracy and the rule of law through effective multilateralism and the rules-based international order, with the United Nations at its core. History has shown us that cooperation and early action pays dividends. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your statement. Next speaker is Permanent Representative of Uzbekistan. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Estonia for assuming the presidency at the Security Council and for convening this important event to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War on European soil. Mr. President, on this very day, 75 years ago, Europe was set free from fascism, racial superiority, humiliation, and fear. The republics of the former Soviet Union made big sacrifices in achieving the victory in that horrific war, which was conducted with unprecedented, unmerciful, and unrelenting harshness. More than 60 million people were killed, and millions left crippled, let alone widows and orphans. People of the former Soviet Union, through pain, deadly threat, and deprivation, fought bravely on the front and in the rear for our dignity, freedom, and peace. 1.5 million representatives of Uzbekistan also fought in that war. 5,000 of them perished in the battlefield, 130,000 missed in actions, 60,000 became handicapped. 120,000 were bestowed with various military awards, including of the European countries. During the war, more than 1.5 million people from other republics of the former Soviet Union were evacuated to Uzbekistan, including 200,000 children. Many Uzbek families took orphans to their homes. One of the bright examples of such compassion was the family of blacksmith Shah Mahmudov, which adopted 14 orphans of various nationalities to nurture and raise them as their own. Mr. President, today the world is facing one of the most serious challenges in its recent history, COVID-19 pandemic, which once again reminded all of us about the importance of international community's cohesion in addressing global challenges under the United Nations leadership. Undoubtedly, the pandemic significantly exacerbated vulnerable situation in conflict-affected countries, further weakening their socio-economic situation and food security, taking thousands of lives every day. In this regard, Uzbekistan fully supports UN Secretary General's ceasefire appeal, emergency response to current pandemic, and efforts aimed at countering the spread of this dangerous disease and overcoming its negative consequences. Mr. President, the victory in the Second World War now is a part of the world history, an integral part of the history of the people of the former Soviet Union. The whole world paid a high price for the victory over fascism. Therefore, we should never forget the scourge of the Second World War. We must keep the memories alive to teach the younger generation and to help raise peace-loving descendants. We should strengthen the United Nations and follow its goals through nurturing an atmosphere of trust and mutual understanding between people and nations to promote peace and stability in the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. Our next speaker is Permanent Representative of Turkmenistan. Please, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me congratulate the Republic of Estonia on assuming the Council's presidency for month of May. I would also like to thank the Permanent Mission of Republic of Estonia to the United Nations for organizing today's event dedicated to the 75th anniversary of the end of Second World War. This year we also celebrated the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. The founding of the United Nations is linked to this event. There is no war without casualties. The Second World War killed 55 million people. More than 53 countries were involved in the war. The economies of the many countries was destroyed. World masterpieces and values were looted and destroyed. Mr. Chair, today's challenges facing humanity to prevent the Third World War, since there will be no winners. To prevent the revival of Nazism, the propaganda of hatred, cruelty, and religious intolerance, we can be avoided. In the case of emerging conflicts, it is necessary to use all diplomatic means and most of all, preventive diplomacy, multilateralism, tolerance, in order to stop them from the developing to the war. The future, we need all preventions, and in this process, United Nations playing major role. Today, the modern world is facing the following challenges: terrorism, xenophobia, neo-Nazism, environmental problems, pandemic, and many other emerging issues. Only if we act together, we will be able to tackle these issues and find solutions. As the Secretary General of United Nations said, as we mark 75th anniversary, let's remember the lessons of 1945 and work together to build a future of peace. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Next speaker is Permanent Representative of Kyrgyzstan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, first of all, let me thank Estonian presidency for organizing today's high-level Arria-formula meeting. Mr. President, this year we mark the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, the greatest tragedy of the 20th century. The war took the lives of more than 70 million people, and almost half of them, 27 million people, were the Soviet citizens. At the time of the war, Kyrgyzstan's population was about 1.5 million. 363,000 people went to fight, and 160,000 of those men did not return. The peoples of the Soviet Union, including Kyrgyzstan, sacrificed their lives to save the future of humankind and world civilization. And our duty is to carefully preserve and pass on to our descendants the truth about the most terrible war in the history of humanity. Mr. President, we strongly believe that all international community must remember the lessons of World War II and work to promote the preservation of the historical memory of peoples. It is our common duty to preserve and firmly defend the historical truth, the memory of its victims, and of everyone who fought against Nazism and fascism. Moreover, we need to unite our efforts to oppose crimes based on race, nationality, and ethnic origin, and the spread of ideas of intolerance and related contemporary forms of racial discrimination. It is important to oppose the justification and glorification of the ideology of fascism and Nazism, regardless of geographical, cultural, and historical circumstances. It is also important to honor the memory of people who lost their lives during the Second World War and to maintain military graves and monuments in proper condition. In this regard, the last year, on the initiative of the Kyrgyz Republic, the CIS Council of Foreign Ministers adopted the address on the importance of preserving and maintaining military graves and memorials of the 1941 and 45 Great Patriotic War. Kyrgyzstan believes that the 75th anniversary of the victory over Nazism will reaffirm its lasting significance and the current challenge to prevent new tragedies with mass casualties, as well as the need to actively counter attempts to revive the ideology of Nazism, to spread xenophobia and intolerance. In this regard, we fully supported the 74th UN General Assembly resolution combating the glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism, and other practices that contribute to fueling contemporary forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Mr. President, 75 years ago, the world community came to realize the necessity of establishing reliable machinery to ensure international peace and security, the United Nations. During the challenging for international community time, the Kyrgyz Republic fully supports a vital role of the UN for solving problems concerning maintaining peace and security, developing friendly relations among nations, cooperating in solving development problems, fighting diseases, and the COVID-19 outbreak response in relation to peace and security in the world today. We are convinced that the peaceful resolution of conflicts in compliance with international law and in accordance with the goals and principles of the United Nations is the only way to protect present and future generations from the scourge of new wars. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Next is Permanent Representative of Spain. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Estonian Presidency, the Security Council, for organizing this meeting, and to High Representative Borrell, Undersecretary General Di Carlo, and Professor Snyder for their contributions. When on May 5th, 1945, the Allied troops arrived at the Mauthausen death camp, they found a banner in Spanish. The anti-fascist Spaniards salute the liberating forces. They were the survivors of more than 10,000 Spaniards who had first been forced to build a camp in 1938 and then were exterminated. One of them, Francisco Bosch, left the photographic testimony that served to condemn the Nazi camp authorities in Nuremberg. For Spanish Democrats, the fight against fascism began in our country in 1936. It continued in 1939 from exile and in the resistance throughout Europe, and only ended when democracy was restored in our country with the Constitution of 1978. Their example of tenacity and solidarity are today the basis of our commitment to the values and spirits of the United Nations Charter. A delegation of Spanish Democrats attended the San Francisco conference, but could not join the United Nations from the outset, victims of the repression at home, the distribution of zones of influence at the Potsdam Conference and the Cold War. The democratic memory of the fight against Nazism and fascism in Europe is a living legacy in Spain, as it is the understanding that the Great Recession of the 1930s, the growing social injustices, the competition of the great powers for scarce resources, authoritarianism, and colonialism undermined the political will of a multilateralism capable of collectively responding to the common problems of humanity. For the Spanish Democrats, this lack of will was confirmed in the Non-Intervention Committee in the 1930s. Today, we are faced with a crisis of multilateralism which echoes of that period. Today, it is possible to successfully face the challenges that humanity have, such as climate change, epidemics, poverty and inequality, violence and xenophobia. But unlike the San Francisco conference, it is the political will to confront them in a collective way through cooperation and multilateralism, defending human rights and democracy, which is questioned again in the name of exclusive nationalism. That is why we want to express once again our support for Secretary General Guterres' call to collectively face with invigorated multilateralism the COVID-19 epidemic, an immediate ceasefire that prioritizes humanitarian aid. And we urge the Security Council to adopt a resolution in this regard. We extend our hand in the General Assembly in the same direction. The best legacy of the sacrifices of those who fought in World War II is kept today in the United Nations Charter. It is essential to put these principles and values back at the center of our multilateral action in the implementation of the Agenda 2030 so that no one is left behind in the fight against climate change and epidemics, in the just transition for a green and blue reconstruction that offers a better future for humanity, and discards violence, one and for all, as an instrument of international policy. Spain, as a member of the European Union, is part of a regional multilateral effort which was born with the clear objective of rebuilding our continent from the ruins so that the genocidal catastrophe of fascism and World War II will never again be possible. We also believe that the revitalization of the United Nations on its 75th anniversary requires a debate of its insufficiencies, of its budgetary limitations, of the blockades of the Security Council as a consequence of the right of veto. We want to support the initiative to start limiting this veto in cases of crime against humanity, such as those that took place before and during World War II. Our poet, Antonio Machado, an example for anti-fascists, summing up this commitment in one verse: "Traveler, there is no path, the path is made by walking." With that tenacity, we consider our duty to make multilateralism the main instrument of the international community. That is our best tribute to those who fought for democracy, fraternity, and freedom in Europe and in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And the next speaker is Tajikistan Permanent Representative, Mr. Mahmoud Aminov. Please.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Estonia for the assumption of the presidency of the United Nations Security Council and express my appreciation for convening today's high-level Arria-formula meeting on the very important topic, 75th anniversary of the Second World War. Throughout the history of humanity, there have been taking place such events, the greatness and significance of which grows more and more with time. Among such unforgettable events in the victory over fascism, the 75th anniversary of which is widely celebrated by the international community this year. This historical day is honored and sacred for both war veterans and older people, as well as for post-generations, as it symbolizes patriotism, dedication, commitment, and courage of our fathers and grandfathers. Along with the nations that rose up against fascism and enslavement, the people of Tajikistan has also made the worthy contribution to ensuring the historic victory. More than 300,000 representatives of Tajikistan, or every fifth of its population, showed courage and heroism on the battlefronts. Almost 100,000 of them fell on the battlefield. In those harsh years, it was difficult to find a family which was not affected by that brutal war. More than 50,000 representatives of my country were awarded high military orders and medals, and 54 of them heroes of the Soviet Union. Mr. President, the victory won in World War II is of particular importance in the modern conditions when the international community needs to join forces in the face of new global challenges and threats, such as terrorism, extremism, xenophobia, pandemia, as well as manipulation of the history. Member States of the United Nations should do everything possible through collective endeavors to resolve all disputes by peaceful means in accordance with the UN Charter, and thus not jeopardize international peace and security. Against this background, as the Secretary General has stated, it is essential that the Security Council not only reaffirm the idea of collective action, but also explore and pursue an innovative approach capable of responding to the new threats and challenges of modern time. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed. And last but not least, let me give the floor to North Macedonia Deputy Permanent Representative, Mr. Duško Uzunovski, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to join the others to congratulate Estonia for assuming the presidency with the United Nations Security Council and for organizing this meeting. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to represent North Macedonia and to participate on this meeting. 75 years ago, the humanity has achieved one of the greatest victories in the history. Winning the battle against fascism was collective efforts that unfortunately cost Europe a high price. It is out of this tragedy emerged the United Nations system and all modern principles of international law in order to protect us from the devastating sufferings. In the past decades, the system was confronted with many challenges. There have been some setbacks along the path, but also we witnessed some success stories. We share the view that the world peace cannot be safeguarded without the making of creative efforts proportionate to the evolving dangers that we are coping with. Outbreak of the coronavirus is the newest challenge for the global community. The efforts that we should make should give us the power to fight against the consequences which are enormous and far-reaching. Furthermore, they present a significant threat to the maintenance of international peace and security, with the potential of prompting an increase in social unrest and violence. I would like to use the opportunity to reiterate our full support to Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire during the COVID-19 outbreak. Mr. President, in the context of today's topic, it is important to mention that we are just a day away from another important jubilee, 70 years of the Schuman Declaration, a starting point of present-day European Union. Not only that the European Union is the most important peace project in the history of Europe, but in our view, it is the project that guarantees the irreversibility of democratic change, justice, rule of law, protection of human rights, and growing prosperity. We strongly believe that incorporating of EU's founding principles and values in the internal legal system of new members contribute the most to the prevention of conflicts and destabilization processes on the continent. Mr. President, North Macedonia has passed through many difficulties in its history. Above all, we have learned the hard way through our own experience that there should be no alternative to our common values. During the Balkans turmoil in the 90s, the Republic of North Macedonia, as a staunch supporter of multilateralism and of the United Nations ideals, welcomed the first ever preventive deployment mission of the United Nations on our soil, having the goal of preventing the spillover of conflicts in the region. The security crisis in 2001 we resolved with the support of the international community, especially by member states of the EU. At that time, we hosted the first EU security operation Concordia as a part of our process of establishing lasting stability. Lately, by engaging in constructive dialogue with our neighbors, we have reached agreements promoting good neighborly relations. As Secretary General Guterres stated, we have demonstrated, quote, that even seemingly intractable issues can be resolved through dialogue and political will, end of quote. Mr. President, Excellency, in concluding, let me emphasize that the world is faced with so many new and old challenges and needs the Security Council to be able to act early and efficiently in order to make effects on the ground. The Security Council has the important duty of galvanizing stronger unity over the protection of the core principles and provisions enshrined in the Charter, international law, and in the international humanitarian law. We all know that these processes require enormous rise of statecraft to bridge existing differences, but that is what we owe to the victims and those fallen in the Second World War, and to the future generations. And that is the obligation which can bring back trust in the international order and the credibility of the United Nations, so that we can make the organization fit for its purpose in the 21st century. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, this brings us to the end of this extraordinary meeting today. We look today to the history, the current affairs of the world and future. I thank our distinguished guest speakers, the Security Council members and other member states for the statements and participation. Let us work for peace. Let us honor freedom. I wish you, on behalf of Estonia, good health and courage to all your peoples over the planet. I thank you all on behalf of Estonia.
See, mis puudutab infotehnoloogiat, muidugi on alati riikide pilgud Eesti peal, kui sellest juttu on. Aga muidugi näiteks ka inimõiguste valdkond, et Eesti on ju alati seisnud inimõiguste kaitse eest ja naiste õiguste eest, laste õiguste eest. On üks meie prioriteetteema.
Eesti võlu ja tugevus on alati eestlaste nutikus, et need nutikad lahendused, olgu selleks Skype või TransferWise, et me teeme asju teistmoodi, sellepärast et meil on selline ajalugu, mis on meid õpetanud olema keerulistest olukordadest välja tulema.
Ühest küljest ju võiks mõelda, et see on koht, kus peaks olema ainult suured riigid. Aga siis see perspektiiv, millega nad teeksid otsuseid, mis on siduvad kõikidele maailma riikidele, oleks ainult suure riigi perspektiiv. Maailmas enamus riike on pigem pisemad.
Selleks, et olla kursis nende teemadega, me peame ise aktiivselt teemaaluste riikidega kontakti võtma ja võtavad need riigid ka ise meiega kontakti aktiivselt ja need kontaktid jäävad ka edaspidiseks, siis kui ka meil on teinekord teiste riikide toetust vaja.
Ja kui me näeme veel, et mingi konflikti osas on vähemalt hakanud jää sulama või asjad hakanud liikuma, siis see on minu meelest juba väga suur asi, sest me teame, mis praegu maailmas sünnib. Me näeme neid negatiivseid tendentse ja selle valguses tegelikult ju on tõesti hea, kui me suudame ära hoida hullema, tagada rahu ja julgeolekut, see, mis on julgeolekunõukogu mandaat.